Yep. Starting this one as usual, a few minutes early. Yeah. Yeah. Just kind of get a few last minute things done. Shouldn't be too much. Mhm. Uh-huh. Yeah, so, okay, that's weird. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm sure what just happened. My screen went black for just a second. That was weird. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sea Monster Live number 35. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll just kind of wait a bit before we really get the shindig going. So it'll take a bit. What's that? Yeah, waiting for people to show up. Oh, anyone who catches this right now or catches the playback, how y'all doing? Got gonna be covering a video today. Uh, Not Godzilla related, so I'm sorry if that disappoints anybody, but what can I say? I do like to cover stuff outside of Godzilla every now and again. You know, I cover monster movies, cover creature features, so it kind of makes sense that aliens would kind of fall in that category. Fall in that category here. Yeah. Uh, for some reason, the screen likes to go off. Let me where's that? Uh, hmm Okay. Ah, yeah, so far I'm just kind of getting everything ready here, or some things set up just in case. Ah, yeah, yeah, waiting for people to show up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Anyway. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Yep. It'll be hopefully this will get everything going. Here, start a few minutes early. Yeah. 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 There you go. Let me check a couple things. Just kind of looking. Kind of looking. Kind of looking. Mm-hmm. Okay. Do people know that I started a few minutes early? I wonder. Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, that's okay, Minecraft. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Safe flight. Okay, that's weird. All right. Okay. Well, got a guest here. We got Mr. Lou.
Hello. Hi.
Hey.
How are you?
Doing well.
Okay. Yeah. Here I'm just finishing cleaning the house. I did it specifically so I can be mentally prepared for all the rage I'm going to feel while we talk about Alien Romulus. But yeah, fine.
Ah. So, is it about the movie itself or for the video that we're covering?
Oh no, no. I hate the movie. Like honestly, like I don't really see it as a movie. I see it as a ride that tries to be a movie. I think
Hmm.
the word movie is offensive when used to with this thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So I could. Yeah. I mean, I kind of watched it last night. Well, gave it the rewatch last night. I mean, I definitely don't hate it really, but I can
Ah, yeah,
definitely.
yeah. Don't worry. Just
Yeah.
so you know, like I don't have an issue with people that like it or anything. Actually,
Yeah.
I think that the movie is specifically made for people to like it. So like, I think it's actually normal. So it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and yeah, like it. I mean, I pretty much still like it a good deal, even upon the recent rewatch. But I could definitely, I will say, like, I can certainly see, why people, why it's got like such a divisive, sort of response amongst people, pretty much, especially, whether you're fans of the Alien franchise or if you're just like a common moviegoer. Like, I can pretty much, I can understand it. um, which is
Yeah.
why I can, which is why I can safely say that this video that we're covering, however it turned out, it like I would say like the critiques towards Romulus will at least hold water better than the EFAP Cotton video. That is for sure.
Yeah, probably. I would assume that he more likes the Alien movies more than he likes Godzilla, so he's going to take it more seriously.
Yeah,
Because to be fair, like there are more artistic movies than Godzilla when you look at the like production wise, like all the stuff that goes into it, like Giger Giger alone just makes this a weird type of horror art that was just made into a movie. Like it's such a unique franchise, the way it started and all of that. And
yeah,
also the fact that it gave us basically one of the best sequels ever made in cinema. Period. Like Alien did great things.
yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I still would rank Romulus, probably a little higher than a good number of the other entries in the series, but I definitely can understand. But that being said, it's not necessarily. I'm not necessarily saying whether or not the movie is good. I'm just so far at least saying that you know like I probably enjoy it way more than a lot of the other Alien sequels. But yeah, that being said, there is definitely good portions of the movie where I could definitely not help but just hey Samus. That's it a bit. Where I could
Yeah.
definitely I could definitely see where like how someone would hate the movie. And there are pretty much points in the movie where they do certain callbacks that that are just
Yeah,
really
yeah. We all know the one that we are thinking about right now. Like it's that bad. Like there's no question about it. We all know the line that you're talking about.
Oh yes, yeah. I mean, there's like another one that comes right before that calls back to one of the older films. That's just like, oh god, seriously. um,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
There's a
yeah,
lot actually.
there's instances of like the fan service and nostalgia sort of playing into that's definitely overdone in the film.
Mhm.
When it really didn't need to. When you could have just like if you had taken those out, it would have been better.
Yeah, and this is not to be like, oh, I'm such a like humble, mature guy, but I do want to say that I actually forgive a lot of those things way more than normal people have. Normal people that actually like the movie,
Yeah,
because there are certain things that I think like as callbacks, like they're decent, and like I honestly actually defend some things that they did that it could be considered or maybe like unnecessary. For example, like if you don't mind me like spoiling anything, well, actually, we're going to watch an entire video that spoils the whole thing, so never
yeah,
mind. The line where he says, I prefer the term artificial person myself. I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. For example, like the way I saw it was that androids are programmed to do certain lines, just like AI will normally repeat certain things in certain conversations,
yeah,
and that's just one of the prompts that are triggered by you like not knowing that they're a robot or something like that, for example, or questioning their humanity.
yeah. Yeah, I could definitely say like yeah, and yeah, I would say the android in this. Like, what would you kind of think of him, pretty much, as far as the character, what they had going on,
Oh,
aside from that one line, you
and
got to
don't worry,
ignore that.
I don't take the line into consideration or anything, because I don't see that as a problem with the character. I see that as a problem with the writer. So like I fucking love, first of all, the actor did such a good fucking job. I'm so happy that he got I think he got an award actually. It wasn't specifically for Alien.
Hmm? Yeah, you cut out there.
Where did you miss? Like, where did you, where did they cut?
You kind of said you were saying that he got an award, but not for Alien.
Yeah, he got an award that it's not specifically for Alien, but it's like best upcoming star or something like that. I don't know exactly where, but like I got so happy that he got it because like he really did his best in this movie. I think he's the best part of it.
Yeah, yeah, I could
But
definitely. Yeah,
and I do want to add something because I don't want to be negative or anything. It's just that when I rewatch the movie, I feel that I'm not really sure on what I don't really know if the writer knew what they wanted to do with him, because at points I was like, is he evil? Is he good? And I thought a lot about it, but like I feel like his behavior is a little bit conflicted. And you can say that's part of Andy and then what he becomes trying to like fight each other, but it's like, so does he have a soul then, or what? Because if it's programming, then it should just completely override his past self, right? So
yeah,
like that part confuses me, and I don't know if it's necessarily a bad thing, because maybe they want to imply that androids can have something similar to a soul. Even if you try to override it, it will always be there. I don't know, but that's the thing. Like I have to trust that they had an intention and that it was the point, and I don't really know if I can trust anyone that wrote anything on this movie. So I'm confused in that, but I'm open to interpretations. So like I'm
yeah.
not saying that it's bad.
Yeah, I think I would say the thing that Rain has put in him when she takes it from Rook, the little programming, so that he could have access to places that a science officer would be allowed to. Like that, like there is like a thing with that bit of programming in there that makes it to where he has like the more accessibility, but it ultimately also kind of alters him personality wise. So when like there may be like some shred of him still there, but it's kind of being overwhelmed by the whole thing of how he has a new directive, which is to do what's best, do the best interests for Whalen
The
Yutani.
company.
Yeah, yeah, that's for the company. Yeah, that's kind of what was going on. So when she takes it right back out of him, he's back to normal, pretty much. That
Sorry, I got disconnected for a little bit because I turned off the Wi-Fi, so I wouldn't disconnect anymore. I'm using like data right now. Can you hear me?
okay, okay, right.
Okay. So you were saying the last thing you said that I could hear was Wela Yutani, and then disconnected for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, all I was saying is like the thing that was taken from Rook that got put into Andy. It kind of like overrid his like person of like his usual like sort of personality, like his programming to only do what's like best for Rain. But then and it gets overridden by what's best for the company. And there's like that sort of thing where his personality has been changed significantly as a result of it. So
Yeah.
but when she takes it back out, he's back to normal. Um, so yeah, that's kind of
Ah, yeah, yeah.
what's there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean that when he still has the chip, I feel like he's still acting kind of like his old self is somewhere in there. You know, like that's very implied in the movie that
Yeah.
even she like says it straight to the camera. Like the audience cannot actually get it on their own. So it's like, Andy, are you there? And it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. But yeah, like I don't know if they were trying to do that because maybe it varies model to model. um, I'm not sure if, for example, that will work with David. I don't know if it will work with Ash. You know, like every model is a little bit different. So again, I'm open to it being something that was executed well for the intention. But also, I feel like a lot of the alien universe doesn't really say that this is a thing. You know, like Cole is the closest thing we have, but that's like in the future, and at this point, isn't even canon. And then things that became canon because of this movie, some things that actually made me happy, explain actually say very explicitly that these things don't have personality. It's what you see reflected in them because of your own experience that makes you feel like they are people. But like the books, for example, which again are considered canon, and actually this confirms that they're canon. Yeah, they explicitly say that androids don't have a personality. So like that's the thing. Like, eh, this director took some things from the books and made them canon, and then he just goes against some others. So I'm confused on that. But yeah, like still, I think that Andy, if I'm being nice, is a great character. I still think that being realistic is a little bit like confusing. Sorry. And I think that he's the best part of the movie. And actually, I thought that him and Rain were the best until I watched the movie for a second time. And now I don't even like Rain anymore. I think she's like bland bread. I fucking hate her. Like she sees people bullying this person, which she sees as her brother. But honestly, there's a little bit of father too. Like it's the last remnants of her father, and she never says a thing. I mean, I know that people might say, "Oh, she will have resembled Ripley too much if she was like confrontational and all." But if you see someone you care about like being mistreated and you just let it happen, I think you're a little bitch. Like I don't think that Rain was a good character either, and everyone else is just a token. So yeah, Andy was great, but also in comparison to everyone else, he shines so much because everything else is a little bit of shit, basically.
Well, what kind of moment would you like cite in particular where this kind of was going on with Rain? Is it like early in the film when like Bjorn was like kind of antagonizing Andy while they're in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
I,
Every
I
time
mean
that
I mean
Bjorn
there's
did something,
instances
but also, yeah,
I mean, what I was about to say, like, there were some instances where she's all like, "Yo, cut that shit out," and I think it's also because she knows that Tyler is there, who has much less of an issue with Andy than Bjorn. So I think there is like
Mhm.
that there's sort of like that balance there because like all she can really do is just be like, just say from a distance because she's like just speaking to
Yeah,
them through
she's not really
comms by that
there.
point. Yeah, she's not even
Yeah,
there. Yeah,
but I'm
not much
talking
you can
about
do
like,
beyond that.
um, like even Ripley when she couldn't really be there in Aliens, she screamed through the thing. Like you show emotion. And the thing is, Rain, even when she's being like fucked by her work, telling her, "Yeah, no, actually, you're screwed. Like you're gonna stay here." She doesn't even fight back, and you could see that as part of the character. Like they're so used to this that they already feel like there's no point. But I just don't think that we ever see her fight for herself. That's okay because some people are like that, but maybe it would have been a nicer contrast in her fight for others instead, to give her like a little bit more personality.
Hmm.
Because I feel like a lot of these characters are their backstory. They're not characters, they're just a paragraph of explanation on why they are the way they are, and that's it. There's nothing else. Like Bjorn is literally the trolley dilemma, made into a character, and we have already seen that a lot of times.
Yeah.
Someone that hates robots because of that reason. It's cliche.
Yeah, like he had a mom. His mom pretty much was in the mines, and there was like some kind of gas leak that happened, and a synthetic that was there just kind of shut the door, to keep the gas from getting out. And so he kind of
Yeah,
resents aliens because of that. Which does kind of seem to be like which is a bit of a foreshadowing for something similar that happens pretty much to like not a gas leak but rather like when he's under the new Wayland Utani programming,
yeah. Navarro,
he
it's like,
doesn't open the door for Kay when she's being stalked by the scorched xenomorph or yeah.
yeah, and also like Ash. I'll call him Ash, even though it's Rook. Ash literally just tells him, "Hey, like these guys are little bitches. You have to take." You have to take control of the situation. You have to kill her, or else everyone's gonna die. And he's like, "Yep." And he immediately goes and runs after them. Like I do think that he was probably going to either hurt them really bad and immobilize Bjorn if he had to get to Navarro or something. Honestly, like I don't have a doubt that he will have showed that level of change within like the first minutes if he had actually reached them in time. Which, to be fair, I think would have been nice. To see a little bit more action between the characters, more interaction.
Yeah.
But yeah, Navarro and Bjorn, oh, for fuck's sake. Those
Yeah.
are the worst ones. But also, what I wanted to say before, by the way, is someone else coming or?
He's
Okay, there
here.
he is. Yeah, hi, see animals.
He's here.
uh,
Hello.
oh.
Hi.
I do apologize. For some reason, my browser just wasn't accepting the microphone. I don't know why. I just kept refreshing, and now it's working. So, yay.
It
Hey.
happens.
Nice. Awesome.
So, how are we doing? What are we talking about? Why do we not like this video?
No, no. We're not even talking about the video yet. Actually, we were talking about the movie a little bit, the characters and
Yeah.
all that.
Yeah, just to kind of get a little
Okay.
setup here, I guess.
Yeah, like how do you feel about it? Like overall, how many times have you watched it? All of that.
I watched it twice recently this week, purely
Hmm.
because of this stream. Not watched it before. I didn't really care about it before. Um, it's one of those annoying films where there's clearly things wrong with it. There's very clearly things wrong with it.
Yes.
But at
Mhm.
the same time, there's clearly effort has been put in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really it's kind of annoying to watch it and go, there's a lot of good stuff in here, but there's so many things that just like that doesn't work. That's that's a massive plot error. Why doesn't the lift melt?
Oh yeah.
Would you say, for example, that it feels more frustrating than a straight up bad movie?
No. As somebody who's currently going through GXK, no.
Okay. Yeah, because for
Because with
example, what you described, I feel that way about King of the Monsters. For example, like I know there's a lot of good stuff, but some of the bad things I just like they specifically hit me with some strong annoyance. So, like for example, the PowerPoint in the middle of the movie, like that's something that I know a lot of people don't really feel much about, but like it really takes me out even after the Rodan thing. So yeah, sorry. Keep talking. I didn't want to interrupt. Sorry.
Killing the Monsters, I can imagine, like you said, the PowerPoint thing. That could be kind of when you watch that some people will watch that for the first time. And go, why is there a PowerPoint presentation in this? Then you take a bit of time to think. Well, she's planned this. She's prepped for this. So she wanted to show people, like, look, this is the stuff that I'm talking about. Here's some examples of it. And yeah, it does get a bit like this is quite a lot for the audience type thing going on, but you can work your way around it to the point where it becomes almost immaterial to think about. With Alien Romulus, when you have, for instance, like I said, the fact that when he kills the alien on top of the lift doesn't then get melted like everything else does, which should then immediately kill them. Or it's almost like as the film goes on, it gets worse.
Yeah.
The earlier parts of the film are much better, and then it gets to a certain point, and it starts going downhill.
Yeah.
Like,
have you noticed that
sorry, yes.
Yeah, have you first noticed that like when he even just dropped the elevator, the lift, like on that swarm of like xenomorphs down there, the floor beneath the lift doesn't get melted either. Like he just smushes them.
Yeah, there's a
You don't
lot of
see the
things with
bottom of
the
the
acid.
floor.
Yeah.
I suppose we don't see the
So
bottom of the lift once it's dropped down, so maybe it did. But
the
yeah,
thing is,
the
if
floor,
it
the roof
had,
of it
the
definitely
floor
should have.
should exactly. Yeah, it should have completely like absorbed them all. Like at that point, like the elevator just like goes down
Actually, I
and
just
then
thought,
everyone dies.
God damn it! There's a clear gap in the edges of the lift that allow for people to step out of the lift onto the ladders and allowed for the lift to go past what's her face without her being hit by the lift.
Yeah.
So how does it create a seal? Because
I hadn't even
the whole
thought
thing is
of
like the corridors burst open into space and it's sucking all the air out, but then the lift drops down, it goes boom, and then it goes, and it's like, oh, it's created a seal against the vacuum. You're like, but hang on, there's holes in
Oh,
the side of it.
yeah. And here's the thing: like when the elevator like smushes the xenomorphs, like wouldn't all that acid blood just eat through the
I
hole
mean, yeah, that
beneath?
too.
Yeah.
It's
So
like
basically,
there should
yeah,
still be a massive vacuum going on down there, killing them.
yeah, it would just happen. It
yeah.
would just be like another section of the hole, is what by that point. Yeah, that's yeah. I'm looking at this like
They
yeah. How
really
the hell?
didn't think much about it. Like it's just one of those things where you wonder, like initially it wasn't even going on cinemas, I think, right? Or was it going to cinemas? And then they said Hulu, and then it went back to cinemas. Like, what was the first intent? Do we actually know what the plan was?
I think this was originally gonna be like a Hulu release initially, but then they
Oh,
decided,
like Prey.
yeah, like
Okay.
Prey. Um,
Mm. Because it's weird, to be fair. Like, for example, with Prey, I feel like it shows that it wasn't really supposed to go on theaters. Like it's not good enough. It's missing something to be like a blockbuster movie. But with Aliens, I still feel that sometimes, but production value is so high that I sometimes cannot believe that this was supposed to go on Hulu. Like,
Yeah.
it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Yeah.
going to say. If this was like made for TV or the modern streaming equivalent of, it's very high production.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And when you compare it to Alien Earth, like the aliens don't look half as good in Alien Earth as they do in this one. But of course, this is a movie, so like maybe it has. Well, actually, shows have larger budgets than movies, so like I don't know. It's confusing. Yeah, it's weird. I hope someone asks Fede Alvarez about that someday, or the producers or someone, because I think it's super interesting how this movie came to be so good if it was supposed to just go on Hulu like Prey.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty interesting how that kind of went on there. How they how they decided oh no, you know what, let's put this in theaters because it looks way too good. We put way too much money in this. I mean it certainly paid off for them because it did
Yeah.
quite well when it came out. So this film.
Also, this is just a theory, but do you think that maybe they did that on purpose? To be like, well, I guess we did it just, like it looks too good. Hey, the producer, are you sure you want this on fucking Hulu? Or do you think that maybe someone knew that this will happen if they made like a really big effort with the sets and the animatronics and all that?
Potentially.
I suppose so, yeah.
That could be like a fun story in on its own, like there's a lot of stuff like that in cinema, directors or producers or something like that doing something behind the producer's back, knowing that they will like generate a certain response or something like that. Like that has happened before. But so, Sea Monster, I wanted to ask you something. So you told me about like rewatching the movie. How did you feel like the first time you saw it? Because like Cianimus just saw it like a couple of days ago. You said that it was like a mixed bag. It wasn't frustrating or anything, but like it. The second half of the movie just goes downhill and the plot holes and all of that. So, Sea Monster, how did you feel? Like, what were like the expectations and all of that before it came out?
I was definitely hoping for this one to at least be one of the better entries in the Alien franchise, and upon the first viewing of it, it did more or less kind of meet those expectations, despite some noticeable things in it that I would be like, okay, like the callbacks, if you will, that are so blatant that it's just that it makes you wonder like why they even what were they thinking, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, upon the recent rewatch, I can say that I still enjoy the movie a lot, but I can definitely say upon closer inspection, there's some things in the plot that would just make that are pretty, like, I mean, I've even kind of felt this even after the first viewing of it, and upon thinking about it, and even having that first initial discussion on it with certain other folks back during a stream in August, with with Crazy Kraken, pretty much. But yeah, like there was definitely things about how they set up, like the plot to kind of begin, as they reveal later on, that are pretty questionable. They're kind of questionable, like how the station was kind of, like was allowed to just end up being as derelict as it was without the company being notified about anything that they were doing, seemingly, about what the progress that they made with like Prometheus fire and so on. Which makes you wonder, like, okay, well, like, how did they not get this word out up to Weyland Yutani? How come Weyland Yutani didn't do anything about the fact that one of their stations like went dark, pretty much, for a long period of time, to the point where it's left to where it's like flying, like essentially floating towards an act towards like a ring over a Wheel Yutani planet. So yeah, there's
You want
quite
to
a bit
tell?
about it.
Do you want me to
Hmm?
tell you something really, really fucking sad actually about that? I
Yeah.
had a theory that they incremented the time that you had to work to push people to want to escape and find it, so they could never be blamed. It was actually pretty easy to set that up, and they never did it. I actually put more effort into the movie even before watching it than the writers did. It
Hmm.
was
I
super easy,
had
actually. Like, yeah.
I had a similar idea, but it wasn't the company. I imagined it was I don't actually know any of their names because I'm terrible with names anyway. The English guy, his group of people. I imagined it was one of them or all of them bribed the woman behind the desk to then increase Rain's hours. So when they contacted her saying, "Hey, do you want to come help us with this?" she would have incentive to,
Hmm.
because before then
So
she was
Actually,
going to leave, and if she
yeah.
left, she would take the android with her, and then they wouldn't have an android to get onto the station. So I just imagined they went to the office and went, "Hey, can you just increase her hours? Look, here's all my money. Just when she comes along, say, oh no, yeah, sorry, yeah, you've got to be here for another couple of years. Bye."
That will actually make a better dynamic because you already have an asshole, but it's like a super easy asshole. Like there's nothing compelling about him. So if you said that he was doing that because he really wants his kid, because come on, like we all know that he was the dad. We all know that that fucker was fucking his cousin. If you said that at least he cared about that, so he couldn't, risk Rain not going, it would have made him more three dimensional at least.
Risk of
hmm.
rain, what? Um, yeah, I would imagine that was what I thought. I can't remember if it was my first or second viewing, but one of the viewings I saw it and I was like, because the time increase is ridiculous. I can imagine an extra year. I can imagine something, but doubling the time, that seems
Um,
that's ludicrous. That is Saturday morning cartoon villain ludicrous. That is Captain Planet villain ludicrous.
Hmm.
Actually, and this is one of the things I want to say the most. So, for context, before the movie came out, I was like super excited because Fede Alvarez did, like Evil Dead, and it was like really good as a remake.
Yeah.
Um, so I knew that he liked also Alien Isolation, which is, if it was a movie, it would probably be the second or third best-selling movie ever made. But it's a video game, which makes it actually even better than that. So I was like super excited, and when I heard, like the synopsis of these kids, like they're in the system and they cannot really get out, so they have to escape and they will find an alien. Like the more basic stuff. Like I was like, oh, that's fucking awesome because you say that's like super abusive, and the thing is, if you have heard some of the horror stories from the Amazon warehouses, you know that it's actually like work abuse is way more normal than people realize. It's just that on McDonald's you might not really see it that much, but in some other things like again the Amazon warehouses or other parts of the world, it's super common. Um, so I was
There's a
like, okay,
difference
so
between
they're going to tackle.
for
Yeah.
instance, when I was on one of my jobs, it was a few years in before we had a proper foothold in the company, and um, essentially we used to do. I was a designer, and we designed playgrounds. And one of the things we did, we did 2D designs, which is just basically a floor plan type thing. Here's your stuff, and then a quote, and that took, let's say, an hour. Some customers got 3D designs, full on 3D models. That on its own would take an hour unto itself to do, but they were like every other job, like one job every day or something like that. Our manager came in one day and said, "You've got to do a 3D for every single job, but you've got to keep up the amount of jobs that you're doing." Basically, we were doubling the time on our jobs, but doing it the same amount. So our boss said, you have to keep up the time. So you're basically doing mandatory overtime.
Mhm.
And a bunch of people, most people went, okay, sure. And some people ended up doing like 10 hours of overtime a week. It was essentially the amount of money the company was paying these people, they could have hired another person. But
Yeah,
me and a couple other people went, no, we're not doing this. And then we got taken into meeting rooms. We were told off. We was like, no, you have been told to do this. Well, it's contract, blah, blah, blah. We resisted, and eventually the whole thing got stopped because it wasn't working. There was no more money being made and other things. But also people were resisting it, so they stopped. Now imagine
yeah.
you're on this mining planet where you've been told you've been moved there. Presumably her family moved there because her parents died there, and apparently she grew up there.
Yeah.
And she'd worked. I think her time was doubled, and they said you're going to be here for another 6 years. So she's done 6 years of work. I don't know how old she is in this film, but she
Yeah.
must have grown up there with her parents, and then immediately gone into work with this. So she's been working for 6 years, and then they went, "Oh, you've got to work another 6 years." If it's just her, surely, surely she could bring this up with. Surely there'd be something she could do about this beyond, oh, just giving
The
up
thing
and
is,
like
there
being
were
depressed about it.
riots at the beginning of the movie, so like I don't
Yeah.
think that it was just her, but I think that, and this is
Were
one of
there
the things I
riots?
was saying with Cian. Yeah, there were people
Yeah.
like
There's
complaining,
yeah, yeah. There's
rioting
like
outside.
people. What? Yeah. Like when they're walking through the streets, so that she could even go over to that little office in the first place. You kind of hear people like talking about how Wayland Yutani is horrible with to these people, to all these folks that are living there. And it's like you could definitely it's definitely just based on like what we see in there, like that bit of world building could kind of allow you to at least infer that Rain is not a special case where they just increased her hours, where they've just done this with other people.
In which
Yeah.
case, I think they should have made that a bit more substantive, because considering I watched
Mhm.
it twice in short space of time, all I get is there's a bunch of people in the miserable conditions, which, to be fair, they're on a planet owned by a company that's like either they've agreed to be there or they've grown up there. They're in miserable conditions, but they're under contract and whatnot. If this is a thing that's happening like planet wide to other people or enough people, then surely there would be it would be a societal tip over. There would be so many people pissed off about it. It
And
would
that's
just
the problem
when I
with
was
the
watching
movie
the film, it didn't
actually.
feel like that at all. It just felt like a miserable place.
Like I think that's one of the biggest issues with the movie, because what I was gonna say is that uh, they had such a good concept, like having these characters that are like younger than some of us, right? And they have worked double their whole lives. Like in the short amount of time that they've been working, they've done more than we will understand, because this is like a dystopian future. That's fucking awesome. Like I think that it's easy to relate to that. Like hopelessness. That maybe you won't ever find a job you like. Maybe you're stuck in your fucking job that you hate. Anything. So many things you could have done. I have, as the son of a friend of my mom, got his finger cut, and we're in Europe. People think that here's like heaven and everything's fine. It's not like he's not getting paid for shit. Like he has to sue the company because of what happened. Uh, Finger like straight up cut out. Just saying, like
Or
it
cut
was
off.
a work accident. Yeah, off. Like he has no finger anymore.
Ouch.
He missed one, so he's
Oh,
missing one now. And yeah, and people think that because we're in Europe, everything's perfect, and it's like no, like nothing's perfect anywhere. So like to me, seeing that you call it like cartoon levels of villainous or evil, I guess, and I think that if we're in the future and they literally own the planet, they own everything around you. I see how like it could happen after like a lot of pushing, because this mistreating of workers, it's always something that goes bit by bit. It's always like a slow process if you are like really doing it well, I guess you could say. And yeah, by the time you notice that everything is fact around you, it's too late. I think that they could have done more with that. And also, I think they rushed it. They went to the space station too soon, and you don't
Oh
even get to
yeah,
see the
it's
place
like
where they live in.
15 minutes for them to get onto the station. That is,
Yeah,
I was
and
surprised
before
by how
that,
quickly that
they're
happens.
already in the ship, so you don't see anything around them anymore. And I love this really. This was so basic. There's like a guy carrying a bird on a cage, and I'm like, oh, like
The
really?
bird in the cage bit is, I don't know why. Well, I know exactly why they did that. They did it for that imagery, which Morna
Exactly, yeah,
absolutely plays on so fucking much. It's annoying.
Oh yes. Oh
But
yes.
yeah,
We're gonna get there.
yeah, and
they
it's like
put it in there
show
purely for
me.
that imagery.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, okay, she feels
That's
that way, but why? Why does she feel that way? Like I haven't seen her work, and that's the thing. Like these characters, uh, some people were calling it the Sumer or Gen Z alien movie. And while I think that that's a stupid critique, I think that it wasn't executed correctly to the point where you can say that it's a bad or a baseless criticism of the movie, because um, these guys don't look like they've been working. I'm just gonna say, like, they don't fucking look like they've been overworked. Their hands, like you have a bunch of makeup for like everything, and you have like these huge aliens. Dude, just break some nails in their hands. Like make it look like one of the guys
Yeah,
used their
it's,
finger.
this is something that's
Make them
been
look.
brought up a lot with films for years. Is that what was that film? Dragonheart. Is it Dragonheart? The one with Sean Connery as the dragon. Um, one of the actors was on it. It was like, oh, this is a very stylized type of medieval setting because obviously I don't have black teeth and dirt smeared all over my face. It's like, yeah, this is a good looking actress with like perfectly white teeth who's supposed to be playing a commoner in a medieval setting. She would look a lot worse. But because it's a Hollywood film, they've stylized her up. And then you're watching Alien Romulus and you've got a similar thing going on. They kind of look a bit bedraggled, but they're still like pristine in a lot of cases. The only guy who looks slightly bad is the cousin, but that's mainly because he's got a almost a monobrow, but that's I think that's less to do with makeup and more to do with his genetics.
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, and
I
that's the thing. Like here, it's like the whole theme that they are trying to push is that they are overworked and exploited. So it's like that should have been the main focus on a medieval movie, for example. If the action is the focus, and it's like the hero that saves this and that, that's one thing. But here, it was the main point of the movie, and they didn't even bother making these people act tired. Dude, like I sleep badly sometimes and my back hurts, and you can see the next day, and these people are not even trying at all.
Yeah, yeah. Like I think the whole thing with the bird in the cage, sort of like analogy thing. It's that like I would say that it kind of like gives Rain, the sort of like a motivation to be like, considering that her parents pretty much died on this planet as well. Like, I mean, especially I think she said her dad died in the mines as well. Um, like she kind of like like that sort of a thing, like considering that those birds are used as like a way to kind of like warn the miners who maybe of like like carbon monoxide or something like that. I mean, and this is like a mining facility on a whole other planet, so it could be like any number of things. um so and so that whole thing, like if that bird is like dying, could end up dying in that mine, she sees herself as that because she could end up dying there as well. If she doesn't get out of
There's-
there. Like
there's two-
like she feels trapped.
Oh yeah, the symbology, the metaphors, thematics, all that lot to do with. If this was 1700s England, 1800s England, industrial, just literally industrial age England, and a woman looks around and sees a bird in a cage being carried into a mine, no one would question that. The problem is, and one thing has been brought up by EFAP and Warner and all everybody else who's looked at this is this is a futuristic company. They have all sorts of sensors. The guy is carrying around a portable cold detector that maps out corridors and stuff. I'm pretty sure they would have something that could detect monoxide, carbon dioxide, and various other poisonous gases that might be released during mining. I'm pretty sure they would have those. We have those currently. But
Now the
there's
thing
something that no
is,
one's brought up. No one's brought up. That bird is not native to that planet. It's clearly not. That planet looks like shit. So that bird must have been imported, which would mean that bird is probably the most expensive thing on that planet.
and I
So
wanted to say something else, which actually could technically link to Blade Runner, where they have synthetic animals, and it's like, oh, is that one real? If it's real, I can like sell you like 5 kidneys for it, like maybe it could also be that, like actually they also have those artificial animals in wooden cages in Blade Runner 2, so maybe that's like another
But
connection
then
that they're trying to
that
do.
kind of defeats the purpose of having the bird in a cage going into a mine. Because an
Yeah, that's the
artificial
thing. We
bird
don't
wouldn't
really
give
know
two
if
shits about poisonous gas.
exactly, but that's the thing. We don't really know if it's going into the mines. Maybe it's just something that someone's trying to sell or something. Like again, I think that if that was the purpose, the Blade Runner thing, it could link to just all the other behaviors the writer has to just do nuts to other
Oh god, yeah.
movies for no
But
reason.
Your idea could work, but
Yeah,
But here's the thing,
exactly.
like, here's the thing. I mean, like, before we even see that one shot of that one bird in the cage, like, earlier we see like another line of miners, go walking through as well when Rain and Andy are going to meet Tyler and company. And and those miners are also, some of them are also carrying around like cages with birds in them. So, we just didn't focus on one of them at that point. So I mean,
Oh,
and I guess the only other, like, I guess one other thing you could say is like the birds maybe there just in case something happens to the tech would be the more efficient way to detect any sort of gases or hazards down there. It's like if all else fails, we do have these birds, I guess. But
yeah, maybe the security systems, because the company doesn't really give a shit about people, are so old that no one can really trust it. That could be it. Like that's actually something that works in universe, and in Alien 3 is still also done. Like you have this prison, but people said, okay, no, we're religious now, so we don't really need any technology, and it's basically like sub 2022 levels of living in that prison, even though they're in the future. So yeah, it could technically be like a world building to a certain extent, probably.
yeah. And I just noticed we're almost an hour in and we haven't even got to the video yet, so we should probably.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I will say, this video, I could definitely say that this video we're not in for an EFAP Cotton video with this one. This one will, I could definitely say that this one will be better. It's just a matter of like how it's all just a matter of like how the argumentations are, for why he considers the movie to be terrible, which we will get to.
yeah, my shorthand for this video is obviously, as we've already discussed, there are things that are going to be wrong with this film that they're going to point out and like get annoyed about. There's also going to be things that he complains about, and they complained about in the stream as well. That I think are either overblown or just not worth complaining about, or just aren't complaints.
Yeah.
And then there's at least one thing, and this weirded me out. There was one thing that I think it's in the beginning of it. He makes a complaint, and I don't know what he was complaining about.
All right. Well, let's find out. Let's get this out.
In entertainment news, we come to Alien Romulus, the most recent and controversial DLC for the Alien franchise, released to mixed reception and debate on social media. The original series entries, Alien and Aliens, released in 1979 and 1986 by artists. There have been numerous controversies surrounding the DLC's release. Several
I don't know about that whole thing of like, oh, Alien and Aliens were made by artists and Alien Romulus was. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, no. So here's the thing: everyone can be an artist, but like, I feel like this wasn't made by a professional artist. And
Yeah.
Fede is actually an artist. Like, he has done great things, but for this specific movie, he went full retard, which means he went full fanboy. He just wanted to suck someone else's dick, Aliens, James Cameron, and he had to directly do it with Ridley Scott because he was literally producing the movie, breathing on his neck. So, or maybe he just did it on his own accord. Like, I don't know. But the thing is, Fede Alvarez could have done. He had a chance that so many people would love to have, which is, I will make an Alien movie, and he decided to make a remix, which is unprofessional. That's not what an artist does. You should do something new, and he gave that up to do his fanboy dream. But I do think that he's an artist. I just think that he couldn't contain his fanboy-ishness, whatever you want to call it, on this one. So
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I just want to put. Yeah, it's kind of just weird to point that out because like, you know, like they pretty much have you know, rightfully sort of criticized like Martin Scorsese for saying that Marvel movies aren't real cinema, pretty much, or something like that. This kind of like this sort of statement kind of gives similar vibes to that. I don't know if he walked. I mean, granted, considering how the MCU has been as of late, Scorsese may not be entirely wrong on that front because they're quite beyond, to be honest, like the way that they just the production of the MCU projects as of late really comes off as like not really so much of like making movies as much as like they are still films, but the methodology in putting them out is kind of like it's, you know, it's kind of like it's something that isn't that would be that sustainable for a long enough period of time, you know, over time. I mean, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think when Scorsese made the comment, it was when MCU was still had some credibility, so it wasn't an accurate statement. The fact that it's accurate now doesn't mean that it was accurate when he made it. And he sure as hell isn't a savant. I was going to say savant. That's not the right word. Clairvoyant. He's not clairvoyant, so it's not like he was predicting the future or anything.
It's not like he was predicting multiverse of madness. What's going to happen?
In this case, weirdly, again, I'm going through GXK. I'm almost done with the script. Bloody hell, 60,000 words was an understatement. The amount of stuff in GXK, which is literally, here is this thing that happened before, we are going to copy it. We don't know what it meant originally. We just recognize the visuals and we're just going to clone stamp it onto here. That's the bad version of what this film weirdly is trying to do. This film is trying to take stuff that happened before, like we're seeing here, the gun thing and the phrases and certain visuals and stuff like that. It's trying to make homages to them. They're like honest homages. Where they overstep into copying, that just seems like they're bad homages. With GXK, it's more like we're just gonna copy this shit. We don't really care.
Yeah.
So in that regard, Alien Romulus does is a little bit higher on the scale of bad film for me.
Ah,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And also you have all the like undeniable fucking effort of the production, like, and the
Oh god,
animatronics,
yeah.
all of that. Like that's so good. Yeah.
yeah. Anyways,
Hackers revealed a shocking amount of assets were indeed reused, and with that, a firestorm began. The core code was splayed across the internet for all to see, with definitive evidence of brazen reuses of world design, level design, enemy design, and much of the script from prior.
That doesn't make any fucking sense, Brawler. It's, I hate when he said, because this happens a lot, and again, this is basically an overview of the video, which is something else I'm going to talk about in a second. He complains about the fact that stuff gets reused. It's like, well, yes, this is the same universe in the same continuity. Why would stuff be different to such an extent that it would be unrecognizable? If
yeah,
the
like
aliens look different, you'd be complaining that these aliens don't look anything like the ones that happened a few years ago from the
yeah,
same
And to be
creature.
fair, they do look kind of different, and it's completely logical for the story itself. Also.
yeah, but yeah. I mean, I guess the thing would be like he would like his response would be like if the xenomorphs look nothing like how they traditionally look without like any sort of like proper explanation, then then that'd be one thing. But saying that the whole scene where Rain is like being shown how to use the pulse rifle is ripped straight out of when Ripley is being shown to use a pulse rifle in Aliens. It's like, what? I mean, what's like she's like, so. I mean, yeah. I mean, she's gonna want Rain's gonna need to know how to use that thing later on. It like kind of like what Ripley needed to do when in Aliens, given their situation.
To be fair to Mueller, because as you know, like I don't necessarily like him, but to be fair to him, there are many ways if you have editing and style when you're writing, in which you can avoid those things. Like this scene wasn't really needed. Like you could have said, okay, like they get in the lab, they get the exposition, and then they decide, okay, we have to get the fuck out. And for example, they're like, how are we going out? Like we're all going to get killed if we don't have any guns. And he says, okay, we do have guns. He deploys them, like you see them coming out of the wall. And, like this two could be like, we don't know how to use them. And he could just say, I'm going to teach you how to do it. And then you cut to them coming out of the thing and they already got the training. You don't really need to see it happen. And if it's going to happen, you don't really need to frame it in the exact same way that they did it in Aliens. Like,
Well,
I know that maybe I'm not explaining it the best, but there are ways in which you can just say, okay, you don't really need to see this again. You know how it goes. Like, they're going to learn how to use it, and that's it.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's it doesn't really stick out to me as that really much of an issue that we did see this. Like whether we see it or not see it, it's like whatever. It's not even that. It's like, okay, she's shown how to use the gun. The gun has this little feature there that would help her, operate it essentially. And yeah, we just go from there. It's neither here nor there, really.
Yeah, it didn't need to be there, but there's no worry about it being there. And in terms of it copying what came before, it's like how many different ways are there to teach someone how to shoot a gun, especially
Exactly.
one that's got features like
That's
that.
also true.
Yeah, especially in a high stress, high tension situation like being stalked by xenomorphs and facehuggers, where.
And I don't know if it's in this video. It was on their stream, which I also watched. Because this happens in the this is why Alien Romulus falls into the same category as the Fallout Prime show. There's a bit in the stream where Mauler goes, "Oh, and he learned how to use guns from magazines and computer games. Oh, how stupid is that?" To which Rags says, "Yeah, that's a thing."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not like
exactly
you need
the
someone
same as-
to teach you every single time. Like you can just see it happen on a YouTube video too. Like
Yeah, it's exactly the same as my dad and my brother were really into cars and fixed up old cars like classic Capris and stuff like that, and they did it all from books. Like, because this was before the internet and YouTube was a thing. My dad just had all the old car manuals, and they literally it's just an instruction manual of how to put a car back together or tear it apart. And he did it. He made fixed cars together like that. It's like, yeah, books can be really helpful.
Yeah, exactly. Reading Rainbow.
Entries in the series, notably repurposing several iconic lines. It was very much hoped they would gain the same passion and celebration by taking prior artists' work and filtering it through a mentally challenged robot. While the release of Alien Romulus as a new map pack could be considered worthwhile, it was instead presented as a full release, labeled by the developers as an interquel or midquel, whatever the fuck that means. One of the more shocking elements as part of this disaster was that of including the full repurposing of a prior integral character played by a beloved and deceased actor, Ian Holm. When asked for comment, it was simply stated, quote, "He was in the other one, and he's here too. Do you guys not like stuff?" End quote.
Was that literally what happened? Because I have a lot more information. Maybe at the time, this is all they had.
Let me see. Okay. What's the? I need to figure. Considering that he didn't even like say put down this quote as being from a specific person. Really, I'm trying
Source. Yeah.
source.
And here's the thing. What I heard is that they were like, okay, we could do Vision, we could do this, and they contacted the family, right, from Ian Holm. They specifically said that they would actually love that because Ian Holm felt like he was basically abandoned by Hollywood, and he wished he could have been, one of those people that were returning to movies. It's just that he died before that could even happen. So the family themselves actually promoted this, and they were happy, like really fucking happy about it, because they felt like it was like a post-mortem gift to him, So maybe at the time he didn't feel comfortable. If this is something that Fede said, like what Mueller is saying or quoting, maybe at the time he didn't know if he had permission from the family to say exactly what happened. Like there are many things. The thing is, I don't think we should focus on it too much, because now that we have the new information, and Ian Holmes' family has not denied any of this, I think it's safe to say that when Mueller made the video, we just that's what was available, and it's just a confusion. It's outdated.
Or you might see evidence in this video of Mauler saying stuff that isn't necessarily true
Oh.
or objective.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
There's actually weirdly there was a video that popped up on my YouTube homepage. I can't remember who the YouTuber was. I'm gonna look that up now whilst I'm talking. But the guy was critiquing Mauler's videos on Dark Souls 2, and it was going through it saying that Mauler presents this as an objective issue, but here's me disproving the thing that he's talking about, which means that he's talking rubbish and it's not an objective criticism. It's just him not knowing what he's talking about. And I find it funny that it seems to be a thing that's happening more and more of late. It's really wanted me to make my video on like, is EFAP getting worse? Because I really think they are.
To be honest with you, the reason why I don't like Mueller is because his viewing of all of his friends actually. Okay, I don't want to go on a tangent, but I think that this is something we can apply here because it's actually from Prey. So, if you've seen the EFAP for Prey, have you taken a look at it, by the way?
I have. It's been a while. It was kind of like around when the movie was more recent, which Prey. Yeah. I do recommend Prey. It's actually, I don't know if it's not great, but I definitely think it's worth a look-sees.
Yeah. And Cianimus, have you seen that EFAP session? I guess you could call it from Prey.
Yeah, I think I saw it when it came out. Don't really remember much of it, to be honest.
Okay, so for context, you probably saw someone that you had never seen there, which who was Decker Shadow, someone
Yeah,
that was
yeah, that
really
guy.
silent the whole time. And the thing is, Decker Shadow loves Predator, Alien. Like he's one of the oldest movie reviewers in YouTube, to be fair, and
Yeah,
he's like I fucking love the guy.
yeah. You
He
actually
loved the
featured.
movie. Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, Cinemas, you featured a clip from his King of the Monsters review in your Godzilla reviews video. So,
Oh, the curly-haired guy with the glasses.
Yeah, the one
yeah,
with the best hair in all of internet. Yeah, that one.
yes,
So the
Oh,
thing is,
I vaguely
for
remember.
context, he really loved Prey when it came out, and he was open about it. Like maybe I love it too much because of the Predator, and now this is like a hype. But like he was really happy about it, and he was very excited.
yeah,
And I hate that through all of like EFAP's stupid ass video, you can see him getting the excitement drained out of him because these people are so focused on their fucking ego and pretending to be smarter than the movie that they just discredit it over and over and over again. Because here's the thing, one of the clearer examples that I have, the girl is trying to hunt a deer with a tomahawk instead of an arrow, right? Like you will use the arrow if I points it, and then they make fun of it, missing completely the point of the character, which is she wants to do stuff her own way because she has an ego and also she's insecure. Because every time she does something in front of someone else, it goes wrong. So when she's on her own, she's trying to do this, like it's actually something that's very complex. And I feel that it's mostly well executed in the movie, but they completely like they do not process it at all. So the entire movie is then just shitting on it. Like they don't actually try to understand the character or the intention or anything. So like that's what I don't want to do with Alien Romulus. I hope that I don't do it. So I'll see what he says here. But yeah, no, EFAP, I feel like there's times where they just want to seem smarter. That's why I don't really like them as a whole. And
yeah,
they drain the excitement out of other people that actually want to maybe think about the movie a little bit more and make it seem like the movie is just dumb or stupid or straight up bad when it's not
yeah.
the case.
Yeah, I mean, when it's one thing when they're like tearing down something like the new like any recent like Disney Star Wars thing aside from Andor or your recent MCU project or tearing it or talking about Boogie 2988. It's like pretty much like, well, yeah, of course. It's like the obvious, like everybody kind of, well, a lot of, if not everybody, at least most people will generally say, okay, yeah, yeah, true. You guys are pretty much on the money there because it's pretty obvious like what's wrong with them, with something like The Acolyte or something like, God, like the Marvels or something like Boogie lying about having cancer for profit. But when it's like you get to like some other franchises like Alien, like like Alien or anything like or other stuff that isn't so much of their wheelhouse. Although even then, like Alien, and Predator, you could say is maybe Mahler's wheelhouse. But not just not as much as Star Wars, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of like weird when you go outside of those certain subjects. It kind of gets so that's where things get a little more interest, a little more. It's like okay,
When it gets outside of their knowledge base, you start to see a cracks in some of their I mean the Fallout stuff. As much as that show does have problems, when I rewatched it for the second time, it's like, oh, okay, there's quite a few issues here. Um, some of the stuff that Mauler was complaining about, I was sitting there going, wait, you've missed that. You've not talked about this and this will be something that I'll bring up later, there will be something in this video that will bring it up. So I'll talk about it then. But yeah, there are some markers for the possible decline in quality. And whilst I'm talking, the YouTuber I watched is called Domo 3000. The Mauler Defense Force has arrived. It's just a
The
brilliant
Mark
video
Defense.
title.
That's a nice title. Like I fucking love that one.
Let me look that up. Actually, I want to.
And there's something because one of the things that everybody hates about this film is the "Get away from her, you bitch" line, which has
Well,
been
yeah,
reused.
yeah.
And I was when I was watching the film, I was like, "Oh, there's something happens." I was like, "Wait, hang a minute, is that actually set up?" I wonder if I can hear it from here.
Yeah, when Bjorn calls him bitch or something, he makes like a funny face. You know, like he doesn't get calling someone a bitch until he kills the alien.
Well,
Like
he
it's set
kind of.
up
Well, he says get
technically.
away. Yeah, he says get away from her. He shoots it some more. He shoots at it. Kind of double taps, and he does like a bit of stutter in the middle of saying "you bitch." Um,
Well,
Yeah, like he
yeah, but
finally understands the how Bjorn felt. In a way, you could say that that's
yeah,
kind of what they're trying to do. But I think it fails completely. I don't think it's good enough, to be fair.
is that Bjorn like attacks Andy earlier, defending his girlfriend when she has the symbiote inside her. He says to him like something like "Get away from me, you bitch" to him. I think
No, he
I can't
doesn't. He
remember
just
exact time he
calls
said it.
Andy a bitch once, and it's not related to Navarro thing, unless I missed something. You know, like that could be also the case that maybe I didn't notice it because I was getting old to the movie. But what I remember specifically, the two times I watched it, was that Bjorn calls Andy a bitch at one point, jokingly. Andy doesn't seem to understand, human communication that well, so he looks confused by the guy calling him a bitch. But it's not like an insult. It's just like, don't be scared, you little bitch. It's kind of like that. And yeah, but again, it's very loose, and I get
It's
that they
actually a second
tried to
time as well.
justify it.
I
Oh,
just
really?
played it on.
Okay, I didn't
Let
know
me
that.
just play the. Let me play the clip now. See if it comes through my microphone. 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, but we can't let her back on the ship.
What are you doing?
You must understand.
What are you talking about?
My funny idea.
No,
You fucking bitch!
So when Andy goes to stop Bjorn and his girlfriend from getting off the ship, Bjorn hits him with the stun gun, and when Andy flies across the room, he goes, "You fucking bitch!" So it's like
Oh,
there's two
Ah.
times that Bjorn
I
does it
didn't
to
know
him.
that. I didn't know
Ooh.
that. Thank you. Like I didn't notice that at all. To be fair,
I
I
didn't
just
notice
heard
it the
him
first
scream.
time. I didn't notice the
Mm.
first time, even though the camera actually focuses on him when he says it. I found that one interesting. I had to get a second view on it before I noticed it. But yeah, he
Ah.
calls him a bitch on the ship. Like he goes, "That's how it's done, bitch," and slaps him on the shoulder. And then he
Yeah.
calls him, "You fucking bitch," after he tries to stop the girlfriend getting back on the ship.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So actually, props because that was better than I initially thought. But
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just trying to be honest. It feels like they went backwards. Like, oh, we want to put that
Oh,
phrase
absolutely.
in that part, and so therefore, to me, even if it's set up, it's clearly cheap. Like, I still think it's nah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the
It's a
whole going
better.
back. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's say going back. Yeah, I think what you were going to say, going backwards is better than nothing at all.
Yeah. But for example, we are also criticizing Mueller for deciding that he doesn't like the movie, and therefore taking credit away from some things that are actually well executed or lying to prove his point. I think that we also should be, like try to do the same when the writer is trying to justify something in a very bad way. Like it's like the end justifies the means, but like the means weren't there in the first place. Like it's
Yeah.
all artificial.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that they should have just had him like say something that's somewhere along the lines of "Get away from her, you bitch," but as opposed to just saying the line wholesale, pretty much, even if it was set up, I'd much rather that he had said something that is in that same vein, as that iconic line, but it's still like his own, rather than just saying the line, the iconic line, because oh hey, people recognize that. Even if it was set up earlier, like I definitely appreciate it now. Now that I think about it, that's set up. That there was some setup early in the film for why Andy would say this, but
Yeah, same.
but still. So
Let's
yeah,
see more of this.
A new map pack could be considered worthwhile. It was instead presented as a full release, labeled by the developers as an interquel or midquel, whatever the fuck that means. One of the more shocking elements as part of this disaster was that of including the full repurposing of a prior integral character played by a beloved and deceased actor Ian Holm. When asked for comment, it was simply stated, quote, "He was in the other one, and he's here too. Do you guys not like stuff?" End quote. This spiritual theft and the comment to follow was given an even more haunting context when several emails from the prior artists leaked, making clear the source of this creative constipation. And I quote, "Yes, bro, you can copy my homework, but don't make it obvious." End quote. Though the controversy does not end there, the DLC is replete with stiff, empty NPCs that the devs promise will be fixed when the character DLC releases. Several soundtrack choices were sampled from prior beloved titles, along with weapon designs and functionality being given rushed, bleached skins and attachments in order to appear somewhat original for a fraction of the monetary and mental cost of creation.
So, actually, we've already gone over this, haven't we? The idea of just reusing stuff that was already there, because it's already there.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the whole thing with the quotes of being like, "You could copy my homework, bro, just don't make it obvious." I think those little quotes there, I think they're meant to be. I don't think they're actually supposed to be quotes.
Oh yeah, there's no way they're actual.
Yeah.
They're jokes. Oh, I got someone else coming up here. We got Antonio.
Guys.
Hey.
Hey guys, sorry that I arrived a little late. I was busy going on taking a walk. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
So we're discussing
How dare
about
you?
what? At least I was touching grass.
Okay.
Right. Anyway, let's carry on with this.
These concerns were initially addressed by some fans of the DLC as homage and inspiration. However, recent developments have shown the homes associated with these accounts were situated within several significant deposits of weapons-grade copium-426. Several users tested positively for illegal levels of consumption and have since been hospitalized. And in related news, this revelation has come hot off the heels of prior controversies faced by the DLC, including areas of the world that fail to populate, such as the primary Weyland-Yutani space station map. Unfortunately abandoned despite orbiting a Weyland-Yutani owned and operated planet. Prior to that, of course, was the use of an extremely unfavored mechanic taken from a prequel entry that to this day is seen as sinful bacteria that refuses to detach itself from the franchise. One user by the name of Ronald from BigGamerCock.com said of the mechanic, quote, "I cannot believe they brought back that retarded goo that does anything the plot wants it to do and acts as a putrid rot on a once great franchise." End quote. The DLC has also been...
Anyone want to say anything
I
about
agree
that?
with
Because I
him.
got nothing.
Actually, all I have to say is I agree with him. I also think that the Black Goo is just a puppet. You know, like if you want to make a monster or something, yeah, you can use the.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's kind of like more of just the failing of like Prometheus and Alien Covenant by just kind of not like in terms of like the problems that the Black Goo kind of raises in the plots, but yeah, it's only, and even then, it's not even like the Black Goo in its exact form. It's kind of more extracted from like the xenomorph, the alien.
Hey, Team Monster, can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
About this newest Alien film, Alien Romulus. Is it like a sequel to Alien Covenant or something?
It's no, it's not. I mean, it calls back to elements from Prometheus and Alien Covenant, but it's kind of just more of like a standalone sort of entry that takes place between Alien and Aliens. The first two films.
So it's like a midquel.
Yeah, it's a midquel, which is something that funny Muller just said, like, or midquel or whatever the hell that is. It's like, yes, it's a midquel. It's I don't like. Oh, yes.
Mid for mediocrity.
Oh. Mid.
Criticized
Also-
heavily for the baffling decision to reuse the most infamously glitch-ridden and outright broken final boss from one of the most maligned prior entries, prompting another user from BigGamerCock.com to comment, quote, "My god, they are so creatively pathetic that they are stealing the retarded boss fight from the one where Grima Wormtongue wants to fuck the alien." End quote. There have been numerous
Yeah, Brad Dourif was in Alien Resurrection. that is a thing that happened.
I have not watched that film in a while. There's probably a good reason why.
Yeah.
I will say that this film, when they got into the capsules at the end, but they're getting in, I was just like, okay, this is the end of the film. They're gonna get in the capsules. They're gonna fly off. Excellent, wonderful, done. And then the alarm went off, and they had to open it up, and it's like, oh god, there's still more of the film.
Hey guys, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be here much longer because couple of hours, Death Bell is going to release their newest episode on Shigaraki versus Mahito. So is it okay if I leave a little earlier for you guys?
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. You're good.
And when I return, I can give you guys what are my thoughts on that episode of Death Battle.
All right.
Okay. Well, see you guys a couple of hours when I finish watching that episode. Bye.
We will be here. Have a good one, sir.
All right.
See ya. Also, see Animus, I have to say, have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
Slice and dice, brother.
Say booyah.
Yeah.
numerous reports of broken AI, forcing several enemies to simply approach their own deaths, despite a mechanic established earlier in the game that should prevent such action. When asked, one of the developers wanted to make it clear that they had indeed played Aliens Colonial Marines and believed
This was it. This was the criticism that I didn't quite get.
Okay.
It's like he says, I think it's the thing of Andy earlier in the film says, "Oh, we're going to hold the guns up and hope the alien recognizes them as a threat."
Yeah.
And they complain about this in the stream as well. He says that, and they complain that there's no way the alien would recognize a gun because it's never seen a gun before. Therefore, why would it consider it a threat? And EFAP rips into the film for this, but the film itself rips into this idea as well because they say,
Yeah.
"Are you sure about that?" And he's like, "No."
Oh, yeah,
Let me
that's
get the
right.
exact
Andy.
lines up.
Yeah, Andy said like, hopefully these, maybe these aliens will recognize us holding the guns as like a threat. Maybe. It's like, yeah, he's going off of like what he can just whatever knowledge that he can, just based on the understanding of seeing these things in action, the xenomorphs. Like, like at this point, it's like you may as well try just hope that something like that will work. It probably won't, but it's something. Gotta try.
I think it's okay that he thought about it, but I think that it's important that it worked.
Well, what he's saying is like they're hope. Well, the reason why he said that is that they're hoping that the fact that they're holding guns could be seen by the xenomorphs as enough threat for them to not try to engage because Andy told them that they don't want to shoot at any of them because they have acid for blood that could breach through the hull.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get that part. I think that it's okay that Andy thinks that could be a thing that could happen. What I don't like is the fact that it works. Like, why do the aliens actually think it's a threat? A threat?
Well, they don't.
They don't.
They don't. Initially, this is the thing, and again, this is why it's so annoying when I watch the stream. They criticize the film for saying this and going, "Oh, that's not a thing. That's really stupid," ignoring the fact that then the film says, "Well, yeah, the film is aware that this isn't a thing." It then isn't a thing in the film because the aliens do attack them, even though they have guns. It's only when a bunch of them get killed do they start running away because they realize, "Oh shit, we're being killed. Let's run away." And also, the corridor's filled with acid blood, so it's probably not the best idea to run into that.
Yeah.
But
That's
then right here, let me just rewind it a little bit.
On where Grima Wormtongue wants to fuck the alien, end quote. There have been numerous reports of broken AI forcing several enemies to simply approach their own deaths, despite a mechanic established earlier in the game that should prevent such action. When asked, one of the developers...
What is that squeaking noise?
Oh, it's from Lao.
Oh, really? Sorry. And maybe it's like an insect that's around me that the microphone is catching up. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm here. How big are your insects? But yeah, here he's just said, "Oh, they established a mechanic, which means they shouldn't run into the guns." Is that no? they, oh my god!
Yeah.
It's like, so in this video, he's saying that the film is correct, that they should be afraid of the guns, but then in the stream, he's saying that the film is wrong and they shouldn't be afraid of guns. And the film is basically right on both points.
So the way I saw it, and the reason why I think that this could be a confusion and not necessarily him trying to just lie, is because the aliens could have run at Rain and killed her before she had the idea, to diffuse the gravity and all of that. But they act so cautious, that it does seem, or at least it seemed to me every time I watched the movie, that they did understand that there was like a threat now that they didn't necessarily perceive before. So I don't know. That's how I saw it. So I also thought that the aliens thought that suddenly she's dangerous now because she has the gun. But like that's how I saw it at the time.
I'm trying to find the clips now to try and, because they do stand around for a little bit. The thing is, in the film kind of cocks itself over a little bit because when they grab her in the lift and then when she's sitting at the back of the corridor, they basically are in a holding pattern, and then the face huggers come along. So it's like, oh, are they waiting for the face huggers to come and impregnate her to then create more aliens and possibly a queen or whatever? Is that so? That could be the excuse. But then, when they grab the bloke whose name I can't remember, they immediately rip him to pieces. So it's a case of, they're trying to save her, but not him.
Yeah, that's the plot armor from the movie. The girl literally has no scratches on her by the end of the film. So it's like, I guess you could say that Mueller could be right or wrong. It could easily be just the writers not thinking things through, But he's not necessarily right either. I would say that that's the fairest thing we can say, that you could consider that the aliens are trying to be cautious because they know what a gun is somehow, which is a plot hole, or you could say that they want to impregnate them both, which gets fucked by the fact that they killed the guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess
The
we'll
only way. Sorry, you go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there may be some further elaboration on that, but on Muller's part later on in the video, because this is mainly just the intro section where he's doing like this sort of parody news broadcast sort of thing, sort of skit.
Yeah.
But yeah, once
But,
we get
Ah,
into
yeah.
details, then we could say more.
Yeah, this is actually no, I'll say more about that later if I remember. Note to self. Actually, I'm going to write that down because I'm bound to forget. So, time. Cool. Right. Okay. Let's carry on.
Wanted to make it clear that they had indeed played Aliens Colonial Marines and believed this was a feature, not a bug. As the days go by, and despite box office success, more and more controversies are revealed regarding this latest failure to be shoveled into an unsuspecting populace. We can only hope that reporting on it can save a few of you out there from being overwhelmingly disappointed. Though, can it be any surprise when this was organized by a studio that are now indistinguishable from the media equivalent of the Grim Reaper? Those of us reporting from Wombo News say no. And turning to sports, we now go to Mason McSillywilly for the latest scores with all of the teams. In space, no one can hear you be a retard. But you can film it. Ow! So the movie opens with telling us that the wreckage of the Nostromo, including the bloody nameplate, is floating in a nice little section of space. A little trivia for you. The Nostromo palpatined 3 fucking times. Any pieces of hull that managed to evade being atomized would have been shot over to the next fucking nebula, let alone a handful of miles. But no, it's all here, including, of course, the big chap. He's back.
From the dead.
Yes, he was obviously shot out much later from the Narcissus into space, yet now he's floating inside the wreckage too. He's waiting to be picked up and repurposed for somebody else's ill-advised alien sequel. And so with that, we have our premise. Wayland Yutani bring the big chap.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's insanely convenient. It really insanely convenient, especially considering that like considering like it's in space where this stuff could just be floating around forever, whether it's like the remains of the Nostromo or Big Chap, for however long it was between the events of Alien and the events of Romulus. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way. The amount of times I've tried to like make this make sense, you can't.
Yeah.
I was going to aim for something like mass attraction, like gravity and whatnot. That they're like the largest things in the area, so they might attract things. But no, there's no way near big
Yeah.
enough, and the force of that explosion would have just
Yeah, and the fact that it
it's
blew up
insane.
more than once. Yeah, there was like several explosions that happened. So, yeah.
I think the wreckage was purely there just to go, hey, look, it's this. It
Yeah.
probably, honestly, it would have been better if they just found the alien on his own.
Honestly, yeah, maybe. Yeah, that would have helped. That would have been better. Yeah, if they just found the
And
little cocoon thing.
and to be fair, like I think most of us will be willing to let it slide if it was the biggest plot hole of the movie, like right at the beginning, and then from there on, everything gets better, and you don't have all of these issues. But the fact that so many bad things accumulate by the end of the film, it's like, okay, this is one stupid thing that they had to add for no reason. So yeah, like it's one of the many drops that overflow the water, let's say, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the only thing
I
though
am
is
using that as a quote in my GXK video.
yeah, it's. I mean, I guess the thing about this particular thing is that it's kind of the thing. Like, it's such a huge problem that this stuff is like insanely convenient for Wayland Yutani to have been able to find Big Chap out there. because that's how the plot kind of kicks off. Like that's the big inciting foundational piece for how everything is going to play out for the rest of the movie. So it's not even like, yeah, I mean, you kind of want to make sure that would be as airtight of a plot point as possible, you know.
I just thought, I've literally just thought of this. If the ship turns up and its lights shine across a big lump of metal, and it has like you see it in there, it's like Nostromo, like but only part of the name. And then as it pans down, you just see the black lump on it, as if the alien landed on a bit of the wrecked ship and cocooned itself on there.
Ooh,
That would
yeah,
achieve both acknowledging the fact that this is the. I can hear myself.
I'm muted, so it can be me.
Uh-oh. All right.
Sea
Here,
Monster.
I'll have to refresh. Hold on a sec. You go right ahead. There we go.
Stream is ours.
Now we can talk about political stuff, so everyone gets mad and everyone unsubscribes. So we will save him from Little Platoon. You know, like we're just trying to keep Sea Monster safe from having to watch that video
So I
again.
hear that Sea Monster is a massive. Oh, here he is.
Oh yeah. No, never mind.
All right.
Right, testing. 1, 2, 3. Sea Monster's got a tiny ween. No, can't hear myself. All good.
Okay.
Right, let's carry on with the video. Yeah. Opening scene, bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back and they begin experimenting on him. And then, off-screen, within a time jump, we have Rook, the station science officer, managing to 3D print facehuggers by studying the big chap's DNA. He then reverse-engineered the black goo from those facehuggers and stores it ready for experimentation on other stations and planets to produce a better form of humanity able to withstand harsh environmental hazards and pressures throughout the galaxy. Only the big chap escapes and kills many people before being shot dead in the ceiling. He then bleeds into the station, causing a hull breach that Rook only manages to solve after everyone is either dead or captured. Now, this is all rather fucking bizarre to say the least, starting with Rook being presented as having the very same face model as Ash in the original film. They even wear the same fucking clothes, for God's sake. Wasn't Ash being an android supposed to be a surprise to the crew of the Nostromo, not standard issue? Do the 120A2s all have Ian Holmes' face? And that means, going forward from Alien, the specific Ash-looking androids were in commission for 20 years after the malfunction, despite Bishop telling us they were notoriously twitchy and obviously outdated by subsequent models. What the fuck? More importantly, however, at the moment...
I don't want to hang on this one for too long, but there could be a really easy explanation without you like just giving up excuses for the movie, right? Like could be logical, which is the Ash we see in the first movie was the first of its kind. You know, it was like a prototype descent, and no one really knows that the Ash from the Nostromo killed everyone, or at least had a part in killing everyone. So they just kept using the model. Like it's not that it's easily explained. Like maybe you feel like I'm reaching or something. Just let me know.
No, it's considering the fact that when they have to travel from planet to planet, they have to freeze themselves, and it takes years. So I can't imagine news travels fast.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of, yeah, that, exactly. That's kind of a
Also-
fairly logical thing.
Also, think about nowadays. Think about, I don't know, Tesla cars. We have actual videos of Tesla cars just exploding of their own accord. We have news reports of people dying inside of Teslas because when the battery dies, the doors can't open, and when the batteries dies, they catch fire. So Teslas turn into basically brass balls. So we have that nowadays, and Teslas aren't being recalled. So one android going nuts isn't going to make an entire line of androids be recalled, especially by a company so evil that they will just double the amount of time you need to work off on a whim.
And again, that's if you think that the news got out. Maybe if the android killed everyone, like in Aliens, or at least had a part in it, no one will find out until the next one fails.
I suppose that's the other thing. Yeah, it's like if it happens on a random ship in the middle of nowhere, who's going to find out about it? Oh yeah, the company who made him.
Yeah, and keep in mind, like, it won't even be until like 57 years later, once we get into Aliens, before anybody in the company beyond or anyone aside from Ripley even knows what exactly happened on the Nostromo.
Yeah. So there are so many possibilities around this that this is one of those things where you initially it's like a knee-jerk reaction of, oh my god, that's so stupid, and then you sit and think about it for 5 minutes and go, okay, maybe it's not that stupid. Okay, maybe there are quite a few things. Okay, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
But maybe there will be evidence for why Mauler said this in his video.
We shall see.
Rook solves the problem and seals the breach, everyone is dead. How is that the case? Wouldn't it be that many people are dead? And how is it that Rook was the one to close off the hull breach when he was hit with the very acid that ended up breaching the hull in the first place? How didn't he get sucked out? They find him at the hull. The implication is he didn't take a single action after being hit with the alien blood. That would have meant he couldn't have done anything about the hull breach. And wouldn't the big chap have been sucked out too? What about all the random bits and bobs that are still in the station? Did any sucking even happen? Don't take that out of context. Anyway, how the fuck was the alien having acid blood a surprise to the scientists? The space truckers figured it out in 10 minutes. You guys had an army of face huggers to study. You never did a single test on their blood? This wonderful advanced team of scientists.
He's assuming the worst possible thing. It's like, if you find the thing, and because the Nostromo mission failed, then yeah, you don't have any of the information. And we don't really know when they did the facehuggers. And when you make the facehuggers, did you actually try opening them up? If you didn't, well, there it goes. Once again, you just didn't have the information because the Nostromo mission failed. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
The thing that the thing is, it's one of those things of they don't give us enough detail for us to know exactly what happened. So you can either go with a good faith interpretation or a bad faith interpretation. Mauler's gone with the bad faith one in that they had no idea about the acid blood, so they shot it and then it bled all over the place and killed everybody on the ship in one go. Whereas in the scene, Rook says, "Oh, the alien terrorized the station." I can't remember if he said for how long, but he said it terrorized the station until a security team managed to kill it. So that could be it killed everybody else on the station, and then there was just the last group of people left, which, to be honest, happens a lot in alien films. It kills most people, and then there's like 5 guys left who survive. And then what's to say that the person who shot it wasn't like being jumped on and then out of panic just unloaded his gun into it and then it all poured down. There are so many options to what could have happened. And like I said, you could have hit it one way or another way.
Also, one thing could be that, while these people were fighting the alien, the ones that were like studying the facehuggers were all androids. So yeah, like the two things happened at the same time. They were making facehuggers, and before they could find out that they have acid blood, the alien escaped. Like there are so many possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess the variable that makes things a little more like complicated is when you start taking into account that there's a hive, down in there with multiple xenomorphs. So it makes you wonder, like, so did Big Chap like somehow was able to like get like a bunch of people to where they get face hugged, and we get more xenomorphs, and how long? And yeah, like, I mean, when you start taking that into consideration, it's like, okay, maybe there's probably like it's a little thing.
Yeah. By the way, I'm only being good faith because I think it's the first thing I can do since I hate this abomination of an attempt at a movie. So that's why I'm trying to be more objective. But yeah, like I 100% understand why Mueller doesn't trust the writers to have done this because of a good reason. I just wanted to be honest about that part.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This film isn't great. It's got a lot of problems, but like I'm doing right now, my GXK script. You've got to be careful of what it is that you complain about, because if you complain about too many things that A don't matter or B aren't actually bad, then people will look at your stuff and go, "Wait a minute, this guy's talking bollocks." When you actually have good criticisms to bring to the table. And in
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
respect, the finding the Nostromo wreckage, absolutely 100% bullshit. um, complaining about the fact that the alien was killed and then his blood poured through. So, oh, didn't they know he had acid blood? Is that potentially? But then you don't know the circumstances of how he got killed. So there's quite a lot of open space for a lot of things to happen. So in that regard, yeah, we just got to let that one go, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just like the thing kind of thing. You know, like in the thing, you just come to this place and everything's fucked up. It's supposed to be like a mystery. It's supposed to motivate your imagination to figure out what happened, and you come up with a story you like. That's it.
I suppose, yeah. Imagine if Mauler was criticizing the thing in the opening. And it's like somehow the thing turned into a dog and ran away from these guys in the helicopter. How did the guys in the helicopter not shoot this random dog running across this glacier? Or why is the thing turned into a dog in the first place? Couldn't it have turned into almost anything and much faster? It's an alien, for God's sakes. It can turn into a six-legged horse with wings and get away faster, surely.
Yeah.
If you look at it a certain way, you can complain about anything. Whether that complaint is valid is another thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, don't just, you got to be like consistent. Whether it's like with a film that you love, like how much Baller loves John Carpenter's The Thing, which pretty fair because John Carpenter's The Thing is a classic. Don't get me wrong. But then you just kind of like you would go have like as much bad faith as possible towards something like Alien Romulus, which definitely had which.
Oh yeah.
Not as good as John Carpenter's The Thing, not even close. Not as good as the first two Alien films, but but it's like I mean, it's not. I mean, don't just like come at this movie with with the worst faith interpretations possible. Just, like, because it's not like it's going to give you cancer, like with these problems. Like, it's got problems, but you got to focus on the right ones. As opposed to just actively looking for as many as possible, even if they aren't, valid.
Again, what I'm trying not to do with GXK, even though literally there's something wrong with the film literally every 20 seconds. I've counted.
Well, yeah, yeah.
That
Sometimes
film
you
is
can't help
awful.
it.
But Alien Romulus is better at the start than it is towards the end. So complaining about lots of stuff that happens at the beginning, especially when you don't know exactly what happens, that can be problematic and cause you some missteps. But again, we might see some evidence of that later.
We will see.
are so fucking stupid they probably think Cheerios are donut seeds. Like, why the fuck are there even humans in this dumbass station? Why wouldn't Wayland Yutani do all of this with synthetics? The aliens can't do shit with synthetic bodies. You'd essentially cancel out their entire life cycle, and synthetics are stronger. Using humans for this particular scientific operation is so inherently retarded. Wait a minute. All of this experimentation and sacrifice is to further advance humanity's survivability in hostile planetary environments in order to facilitate galactic colonization, right? So why the fuck are you wasting billions on insane experimentation that fails every damn time to do something you already have the solution to? Use the synthetics. They are stronger, smarter, faster. Walter could regenerate, and he's a fucking old model at this point. They don't need all kinds of normal protections, and they are insanely loyal. Also, is it not extremely disappointing?
Sorry, this will be really short, because once again, it sounds like he's saying something that's really smart, but once again, I just want to remind anyone that might be watching, they don't know that the aliens grow inside people. They don't. They didn't know it with the Nostromo. It was a surprise, and Ash acted accordingly when he found out that the thing was inside. But the company doesn't actually know at this point in time how the aliens work.
Yeah,
Again,
and
just a reminder.
Yeah, and just a reminder, just a reminder, like, they don't even know how the aliens operate in Alien Covenant either. Like, that information is never known because there weren't really any survivors after the whole Alien Covenant situation, aside from a couple people who may or may not be dead because David, Michael Fassbender, the crazy android, was like the guy that was piloting the ship by the end of the movie with the facehuggers.
Exactly. So, Prometheus in this universe is basically like a ghost ship story. Yeah. From the 1800s. Like, no one really knows anything.
Yeah, Prometheus, Covenant, both of those could be considered like ghost stories somewhat, where like we don't exactly know what happened to them, but they're just gone. They're just disappeared. They're gone.
Yeah, and you know what? Actually, this is like a meta thing that I'm gonna say, but I would rather have those things like that. Like, oh, someone went to look for God and no one ever saw them again. And we just ignore the movie completely. That's what I think that the Alien universe should do. Like, acknowledge something happened, say that the movie itself is not the canon version of that event, get rid of all that bullshit, and just try to make a good alien movie. I don't know. Like, I think that's what they should do, because Prometheus, while it's a great movie on its own, but still has flaws, I still think that it never fits with Alien.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I would say Prometheus is a great movie even on its own, but that's a different discussion.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about the fact that they probably didn't know how the aliens worked. That's quite a good point.
That you painstakingly, through secrets only the Sith knew, brought the big chap back, only to then kill him off-screen, crawling through a ceiling, or whatever the fuck was supposed to be happening here. Wait, hang on. How the fuck does it make sense that you can draw pieces of DNA from the big chap to make new face huggers, and then you get the black goo from the huggers that you printed? What process even is that? This is the most pathetic way to gain access to distant prequel mechanics nobody even wants to see. Mechanics that have already been given a roadmap in this frail, frumpy, feckless, face-fucked, flanderized Frankenstein franchise. What the fuck doesn't even cover it? How is it that Rook basically cracks the genetic code down to the atom of alien biology with one specimen to the point of printing these fuckers, while the cunts from the station in Resurrection in the far-flung future with almost unlimited access to genuine aliens, queens, eggs, and face huggers couldn't? Also, I can't be the only one.
Resurrection isn't even canon at this point, basically. I was just going to say Resurrection isn't even canon at this point. Like, you can easily ignore it. It's so far in the future You
Yeah,
could
it's
just
not
say
even
it never
Weyland.
happened.
It's not even Weyland Yutani, pretty much. It's like the United Systems military. I think like they even established that Weyland Yutani like collapsed at some point between before the events of Resurrection.
Bought by Walmart.
I'm glad the cat in
yeah,
the background
okay.
agrees with us.
Actually, it's goats. There's baby goats here.
I
Oh,
thought
Bunch
I
of
was
no.
baby
going to
goats.
say.
Sorry.
I was going to
But
say, isn't that a
actually,
goat in the lamb in the background or something?
yeah. There are a couple. I just went past them. I live in a very rural place. Sorry. But what I wanted to add is, I do think that it makes sense to complain that, like, how did you reverse engineer a facehugger from the other? It's like saying you made a baby out of, and now it's a dog. Sorry. It's like saying that you made a baby out of a man.
It's the him when he said it. How did he reverse? How did he get black goo out of a face hugger from an alien? It's that's a good question. I don't have the answers. I
I
don't
do
know
have the
anything about
answers.
genetic engineering.
I do have the answers, but I don't know how they got to the facehugger. So, context. This movie made a book that's called, like, a really good book, by the way, Alien book, canon. Basically, the facehuggers, in the moment they impregnate someone, they basically have the black goo inside of them. It's just for that moment they generate the black goo, and that's it. So the only way you have to get the black goo is to stop an alien, or at least grab what he's shooting inside someone's throat at the exact second where he's actually doing it. But that's not in the movie.
Yeah, from what I understand, like they took the DNA from Big Chap, and they just kind of like did some kind of cloning type method, to create like how how we got to the facehuggers. Because obviously, like the xenomorphs, they would start out like you start out with the egg that has the facehuggers, and the facehuggers like implant like the chest bursters, which grow up to be xenomorphs.
Yeah.
So maybe that. So I think that's probably how. So that seems to be how Rook was able to do that.
But
And that
Mulder
and
does.
I sorry,
Yeah,
go on.
please keep going.
I was going to
Monster
say I've
was
just
speaking
realised
first.
that. Oh yeah, go on.
Sorry.
Sea monster.
And Monster, you were saying something before I interrupted you, and then yeah.
Okay, I guess I kind of want to finish up because I do have like an end point here, and it's like at some point Rook, when he synthesized the facehuggers, he was able to get a synthesized version of the black goo or like some sort of liquid. Like he figured out some way to break it down. Essentially, I don't know if I'm like explaining it better than like if I'm explaining it like in a way like what Mahler's doing, except maybe like a more condensed version, or it is just like a thing of like he didn't 3D print. I don't know.
I think that Mueller has a really good point, which is how did they do all that without the acid being an issue? And yeah, no, honestly, like he's right on it. The problem is that since this is the future, technically there could be ways, but also I do think that at that point I do have to stand my ground and say it will be an excuse you are making for the writer if you say that they went through this whole process without the acid being an issue. Like how do you get DNA? You could say maybe from the spit or something. Maybe you took a little bit of the exterior and you didn't reach the blood for some reason somehow by coincidence. But yeah, it's very open to the point where it's like the writers clearly didn't really think about.
Yeah, it's
Well,
it's kind of
DNA can be got from a lot of places, like skin, just a flake of skin. So in the case of the aliens again, they dribble like God knows what. So you can get it from there. literally just scraping a knife against their shell, like their exoskeleton, and getting like shell flakes. You can get DNA from that. There are so many ways you can get DNA out of them that them saying, "Oh, they got DNA from somewhere." It's like, yep, absolutely. From their breath, technically, you could get DNA because
Yeah.
moisture in the breath will then contain DNA in there as well. This is why DNA is a problem in the modern day when you're committing crimes because it's just like, okay, completely cover yourself up, even your breath, your hair, everything. You do not want to leave anything behind.
Yeah, you're gonna leave something behind, even then. Even if you're as careful as can be, like there's at some point something's gonna come out, and it's gonna like compromise the integrity of you being able to get away with something with whatever it is you're doing.
Okay, so I was going to say that him being in the chrysalis, for example, would prevent the drool from existing. But now that you say it, yeah, I guess that if they cut it off and they just scrape a little bit of skin, they didn't go too deep to not like damage the thing. Actually, it's 100% possible that they took DNA without having to do the thing. So yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah. Maybe extracted from someone who got face hugged. I'm not sure if they would. I don't think the Romulus station would want anyone to get face hugged. Really, I mean,
They probably didn't even know it was a thing. Yeah, the thing is probably they didn't even know that face huggers were a thing. They thought that the alien just looked like an alien. You know, probably when they reverse engineered it and they ended up with a face hugger, they were kind of surprised. They didn't really know what it did at that point. Probably, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting thing to see them do. Like, yep, we've got the DNA from the alien. Let's put it in the DNA extraction process, put it in the vat and the capsule, and then like 10 days later they open it and what the hell's that?
We fucked it up, guys. Let's start all over again. Let's make a baby human alien hybrid. That's how they. Yeah,
that's why they've got so many. They kept doing it. They kept ending up with face huggers. That's guys, we're doing this wrong. Clearly.
It's like,
yeah,
is Jurassic Park canon in this universe? I don't know. Like,
you know, it's funny because we're joking and having fun with it, but the more we talk about it, the more logical is that everything went wrong, and the more we realize that these are not actually plot holes. So that's a nice thing that we're doing by accident.
Wow.
There's also another thing. There's actually 3 things I want to bring up now. One, he says they managed to clone the aliens down to the atom. It's like, yes, that's how cloning works. And you don't go down to the atom when cloning. You just do the DNA, which is molecules. You sheep shagging fuck's face. The second thing, he says, oh, the people in the future couldn't crack cloning. They couldn't get it right. Yes, they did. Ripley ended up. The only reason she was a complicated cloning process is because she had 2 organisms combined in her body, so it was kind of a problem trying to separate them out.
Yeah,
but they cracked it because Ripley's in the film.
Well, yeah, or at least a clone of her with xenomorph DNA. Like she had like a face hug, a chest burster in her.
And
but then the third
did
thing,
you already say third point? Okay.
So you go.
I'll shut up. No. Keep going.
Okay,
I thought that
the third thing, and I promise this to be the thing. Then I'll shut up for a bit. So sometimes there's the black goo, getting the black goo out of the face huggers. Then another reason why there might be so many face huggers is because potentially there might not be much material inside of the face huggers. There might not be much black goo inside of the face huggers. So to get enough of it for it to be viable, they might have had to clone an absolute truck ton of them to get it out of them, to have enough to do anything with. Hence, again, why there's so many of them.
Oh, 100%. Like, that's exactly how I understood everything from the first watch, that they had to make so many just to extract the black goo. And as I said, if you take the books as canon, actually that's 100% accurate too. So actually, that's what happened.
That happens in the modern day with when like with sword forging, they need iron, obviously. So you go down the shop and buy iron. Is that okay? Where do they get the iron from? Oh, they dig it up. Okay, what does that look like? and you get chunks of iron ore, which are basically lumps of rust, and then you try and break that down into usable iron. And quite a lot of the time, the amount of usable iron in a lump of iron ore is quite small. So you have to get a
Yeah.
lot of material to get a small amount of usable material. So then they must have, to get the amount of iron that you see nowadays, to get an amount of iron to see in a sword, they would have got a lot of raw material. And you just
Yeah.
translate that into face huggers and black goo.
And it makes sense because they just got the one vessel of Bagu. They didn't have like 100 for each. No. Like it took a bunch of death facehuggers that we see in the lab, like a fuck ton of them, to get this one thing. So yeah, like it makes sense. And also, I wanted to say these are not actual clones. There is something wrong with them. It wasn't a perfect copy.
So he died out at the end there.
Yeah. Yeah, you
Oh no,
cut
the
out.
lamb's got him.
Oh no! Oh no!
Okay.
Oh dear.
Can you
Oh,
hear me now? Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, basically I'm on the road. And shit, there's so many cars now. What the hell happened? Anyway, what I was going to say is that actually the clone is not even like accurate because it's not the same design. Like the alien is different. The back tubes are shorter. It's way bigger. Like the head is completely different. Like it's not a one-to-one clone. So they even say that in the movie. You know, like you see it. You know, the facehuggers look completely different. So that's also something that Mueller either didn't really understand, or he looked at it and he was like, close enough, it's the same thing, which also shows that he wasn't paying that much attention.
Yeah, and yeah, considering that they made like so many face huggers, you know, because of that they pretty much they were trying to get like a sufficient amount of like the black goo out of them. That's why they made so many of them. You know, you could definitely say like, you know, like that. It's very clear that the supply of them that were in the cryo chamber is not all of them. And when you pretty much get down to like the lower level where the hive is at, you see like those little like container things where you could sit where where other face huggers popped out, and you could, and I guess like at some point you could piece together the big chat was somehow able to make it happen to where the face huggers got out and impregnated some people, and then you got more xenomorphs coming around, and there you go.
Yeah, and actually that's technically canon because they made a comic that's a prequel. But since I never count comics as real canon, even if the producer says that it is, because that's just like, yeah, sure.
I'm not
technically,
yeah. Yeah, I'm not even basing this off of the fact that, and I've never even read that comic. I'm not even basing this sort of inference off of from the comics. I'm just like going off of like, okay, like just like connecting the dots, if you will. It's like, okay, like
environmental storytelling.
Exactly, yeah. So apparently Romulus is brilliant. No, I'm just kidding.
Better than you think. It's
better
still
than
not
you think.
great, but it's better than you think.
True.
One that feels 3D printing aliens is doing a fucking number on their mystique, their nature, right? Like, why can't we make movies that are... Okay, so printing facehuggers means you have stored data down to their DNA being written in code and transferable on top of housing about a bazillion of them in storage, with this enormous operation having been conducted, recorded, and helmed as the great research to help generate superhumans that can colonize distant worlds, yes? Should that not mean the capacity to print aliens is now in code that can be transferred in the form of a fucking USB stick? Or perhaps in the form form of a fucking email. How's that for the sad state of this sorry fucking franchise? If all that's true, how the fuck did all of this data, all of that understanding, and all of those resources not make it out of the station? You're telling me they didn't want to store backups of any of this? They didn't want to conduct additional experiments anywhere else? They didn't even want to see the data? We got civilization-altering revelations here, and not only did they not have anything sent out, they didn't have any contact check-ins, to the point this dumb fucking station can be entirely abandoned and is randomly floating into a planet ring? If only they were lucky enough to float above a Wayland-Yutani-controlled planet, am I right? Oh!
Oh, who wants to go on first to this?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's kind of crazy convenient that they do so that it does float over a Wayland Yutani planet. But I don't know if there's like anything else you want to add to that.
The floating over the planet thing. We don't know where the station is, and there's so many factors involved. Again, it's one of those things of you'd have to make up a story around it to criticize it, and you'd have to make up a story around it to like make it sound good. So it's just there's too many variables. We don't know enough. It's just we can't really say anything about it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
What you can say though is when he's saying, "Oh, why isn't this information being shared around? Why aren't they backing it up?" Anyway, it's like, why the blood? Yeah, why don't the people at Area 51 share all that information like everywhere else so everybody can do it? It's like because they want to keep it secret. It's like, okay, so why don't they send this information out all over the place? It's like, at the end of this film, he says he sends a message out to Wayland Yutani, and it would take 6 months for it to get there. Can you imagine trying to send a 5 gigabyte file, hell, a 20 gigabyte file with all the DNA information and whatnot to Wayland Yutani through space? The bandwidth alone would probably kill it.
Yeah, and not to mention the space station.
I would say it's a couple teras. To be fair,
Yeah.
like a couple terabytes. Like that's DNA. You know, it's a huge thing.
Yeah, and not to mention, like, did the message even like fully process before the station was like destroyed, pretty much, or?
Well, no, he had to send it from the ship, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Which is again the problem that Mauler mistakes in this film. He says, "Oh, he sends a signal at the end. Oh, he could have done that any time." It's like, no, he does it when he has control of the ship, not the space station.
Yeah.
So it makes me. It then begs the question: does the space station not have communications? If it doesn't, were they destroyed again? We just go back into what happened on the station. In which case, we need a prequel to the midquel to find out what happened on the station.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's some things that you can infer with environmental storytelling, like the whole thing with the facehuggers and all that, and then there's some things like that, like that, where you just be like, I need more information before I can even come to this conclusion.
Yeah.
Yeah, like also,
I'm not
if
saying
you
it's
want
good.
to. Exactly, yeah. Like it's not like we're defending it. It's just that you cannot really defend it that well, but also you cannot really attack it that well. It's circumstantial, I guess.
Yeah.
It depends on your mood at the time you're criticizing it.
Yeah, there's definitely problems with it, and he has brought up some valid points so far, but there has been like other points that he's brought up that are just like, well, if you just stop and think about it for just for a little bit, you know, like there is references in the film that they're just like, oh, okay, you know, you can piece it together. Like there's enough.
Yeah, exactly. Like Cianimus hadn't read the books, and he just understood it. You know, normally that these facehuggers take a lot of. It takes a lot of facehuggers to get to the Black Goo. Like I had read the book, so I already knew that, but he didn't read them, and he knew it. Like it's not that hard, and actually can be fun.
It's a combination
to think
of
about stuff.
World knowledge and whatnot, just looking into things. An example, which I wish I would have thought of at the time during the debate, when they were talking about burning Godzilla, like melting things down, they said, "Oh, how hot it would need to be to burn concrete." one of the more interesting facts that I learned from the YouTube of Thunderfoot is that aluminium, quite a low melting point, 600 degrees centigrade, something like that. Is quite low for metal. I think it's 600. Anyway, steel, quite high, 1200 degrees centigrade, quite silly high. Aluminium oxide is 2100 degrees centigrade. You can't melt it, but there's not a forge in the world that wouldn't melt itself before it melted aluminium oxide. Which then begs the question, how the hell do you get aluminium out of aluminium oxide if you can't melt it? And the answer is you don't melt it with heat, you melt it with chemicals. You go down the chain of elements, the whatever it's called, elemental chart, table of elements, that's it. You go down its like family tree of elements, you find the next one down that's more reactive, and you introduce it to the ore, and then that element pushes out the aluminium. So with that knowledge of the fact that there are elements in this world that physically cannot be melted at the same because of what they are, you then go, I wonder if the Titans are made out of some special Titan-esque material that prevents that. And you're like, oh, that's kind of cool. And once you have that bit of knowledge, then stuff like that becomes, yeah, that's fine. Whereas with other people, it's like, oh my God, that's just impossible to do. And that's kind of what's happened here, is that you get, how do they get DNA out of these things when their blood is acid? It's like, well, there's literally a clip that is played in this video of a face hugger being prodded and poked in the original Alien film. So already that one's out the window. And there's, how do they get black goo out of these creatures when we're the ones making it? It's like, well, they don't know what it is that they're making until they've made it or cloned it. And then once they've cloned it, then they can prod around with it. And if it's a rare material, then they have to make loads of them like they've done in this film to get the rare material. Bush, bash, bosh, story's done. All the criticisms are now invalid. Go away.
And in case you want to go further and say, well, but why did they focus on it if they didn't know what it was? It was just something that they had never seen before, so they focused on it, and it turns out to be the black goo from Prometheus.
Yeah.
Exactly. Anyway.
But they fucking were. If only they had the ability to contact HQ when the big fucking chap was wreaking havoc. Oh wait, they could have. Rook literally does this at the end of the dumb piss flap bacterial fucking baguette of a movie. What the fuck? It's like
Yeah, there you go. Look, he did it. He did it at the end of the film. It's like, what was he doing at the end of the film? All right, controlling a different vessel.
Yeah, exactly.
And he does do this. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
their brains caught on fire and someone put it out with a hammer. Stupidity isn't a crime, but maybe it should be. Though that's not it. There's so much more. 3D printing.
Do we know if Mauler likes Breaking Bad?
I'm not sure. I would
The
assume
reason I
so.
bring this up is because there's an episode in Breaking Bad. I watched it because it came on Netflix, and I was like, oh, well, everyone says it's good, I'll watch it. There's an episode where they're out in the middle of nowhere. It's really hot, so they need water. Oh no, the petrol-powered electrical generator thing has caught fire. The professor, whatever, goes back into the car Winnebago thing to get a fire extinguisher, but then the other guy grabs the water bucket and just tips the entire bucket of water, which is their only source of water in the middle of this desert, onto the petrol-powered electrical generator, basically fucking the generator and throwing away all of their water in one go. It's the most stupid thing I think I've ever seen. Well, that's actually a lie. There's almost certainly the most stupid things I've seen. But it was such a stupid thing to see happen. And I was like, how is this? How is this considered good? And then there would be critics that are like, oh, Breaking Bad is one of the best programs I've ever seen. And if they saw that, they would probably try and make up something to go with it. Oh, the character is meant to be stupid, or it's meant to be a frustrating scene, or something like that.
Well,
Do you then
here's the
apply
thing.
that to something like this? Like, oh, why are they so stupid? Is that, can you not? Stupid things can happen.
Yeah, I mean, now was this moment in Breaking Bad like from an earlier season, or is it later down the line?
Earlier
Which
on, yeah.
earlier
I
on?
think it was 1 or 2, one of them.
Well, I mean, if it was season 1, then it would kind of make it would make some level sense because of they pretty much have started on the business, so they haven't really quite got the hang of everything.
Also, Jesse was like a terrible student. Like he actually like saying that he's supposed to not be that smart. Yeah, no, like that's accurate. Actually, like that's 100% valid to
Yeah,
defend it.
Jesse Pinkman's not supposed to be like like a savant, if you will.
Yeah,
But there's not being clever, and then there's being brain dead stupid that you should have died like in your youth.
but as you said, like stupid things happen, and I think that all of us at one point in life did something that was way too stupid. So like I get it, like
Yeah,
in Breaking Bad, like I don't think that was like a huge problem. I don't think that you could say that the show is like badly written because of it.
yeah.
I've seen a lot of people do very stupid things, and actually, when you ask them, "Hey, why did you do that?" I don't know. That was stupid. Like I don't know. That happens. But if an android does something stupid, I think that it's a little bit different. But as we established, like he is making it seem like it was a stupid thing when it simply was a thing that couldn't be done previously. That's all.
Yeah, let me put it this way. Like, if you have ever been to like somewhere in retail, whether you worked in there or not, you tend to see people do something like trying to go into the store through the exit door that won't open for people trying to get. That only opens for people coming out of the store rather than coming in. There are people who are really stupid who just do that. Who can't read.
And sometimes it's not even that. It's just that people are like on automatic at some points in life. Like you're just thinking of a song, and suddenly something really like happens, or like something happens around you, and you just don't really notice. And again, if you ask those people, yeah, like later they'll say, yeah, I don't know why I did that. I just wasn't paying attention. It happens, but also it shouldn't be abused on scripts. It's just that I think that Mueller is making it look like it was a bigger issue than it was when you add the context to it. Holy shit, I never thought I would defend this movie so much. Like, I hate it so much, and now I'm defending it like almost 24/7 because Mueller can't stop attacking it.
This is what happens when, again, it's unreasonable criticism. It's like, okay, criticize the things that matter, but don't start criticizing things that don't, because then you're just going to make yourself look unfaithful and not trustworthy.
Yeah, you're trying way too. Like, I mean, we get that you don't like the movie. Like, that's fine, and you can have like very valid arguments for why you consider it to be bad. But my God, you got to make sure that they're accurate. And it really seemed like that he really rushed this one out because the movie came out like on August 16th or somewhere like that, and this released on the start of October. So yeah, like not even 2 months to hash this thing out.
Maybe we might see some evidence of that in the video.
Maybe. We will see.
It's like their brains caught on fire and someone put it out with a hammer. Stupidity isn't a crime, but maybe it should be. Though that's not it. There's so much more. 3D printing facehuggers lends itself to an understanding of aliens so incredible that Weyland-Yutani would have had full and detailed assessments of alien biology from back to front prior to the events of Aliens, changing the course of that story entirely. They would know so much more. They would know what they'd...
Just once more, that's not true, and Jurassic Park is the perfect example. You can clone something without understanding it. Moving on.
Yes.
You can find a seed to a plant and put that seed in the ground and let it grow, and you won't know you're dead until the oh God, what's her name? Audrey 2. Until Audrey 2 comes out and eats you.
Yeah. And even then
also. Sorry, you go.
Yeah, and like the events of Aliens could still play out the same because the whole thing with the face huggers, they could break out of the lab, or someone could accidentally stumble onto like the ship and all that, and then get face hugged. That's real, and the place and the colony gets overrun. Like it's not. I don't know. Like it doesn't really have much to like.
Compartmentalization and
Yeah, the space colony getting overrun doesn't really have much to do. Doesn't really have anything to do with whether or not Weyland Yutani has the sufficient information on how facehuggers and xenomorphs work down to a science. Like this sort of thing can still happen.
I mean, let me put it this way. He's saying, oh, they have the DNA of the thing, so now they have unprecedented knowledge of how these things work. Google yawning. Just Google yawning and see how many discussions there are about what exactly it's meant for or how it works or anything like that. I think there's at least 5 different ideas surrounding it that aren't agreed on. So even something fundamental as yawning in the human race cannot be agreed on exactly what it's for.
Why do people yawn?
He's this alien creature.
All right, here we go. All right, why do people yawn? All right, let me just. All right, I just have this here. While the exact reason for yawning remains somewhat a mystery, common theories suggest it helps cool the brain, promote alertness, and potentially facilitate social communication or empathy.
I would also add that I think it's related to breathing. Like if you have breathing irregularities, for example, when I sing, which I do all the time, even though I'm bad at it, I don't know how to breathe while I sing, right? So I will find myself yawning a lot because that lets more air in. That's also something more basic, mechanical about it.
Yeah, I mean, and it also tends to like when you're using, I guess if you're singing, you're also using your brain quite a bit. The yawning could help cool it down as well.
Yeah.
Also, singing would be similar to yawning in that you take a big breath and it's just a very slow release of air or big release of air, depending on how you're doing it.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Again, it's something that I noticed because of my experience, but it's not something that I understand. I clearly see the connection. So yeah.
And other people, people can quote unquote understand it or interpret it, but there is no consensus because no one knows for sure exactly what it does. And then you've got Mauler here saying, here's this alien species that we know absolutely everything about now.
No,
exactly. He's assuming the worst possible thing. Actually, I was going to say let him talk for a little bit because so far I feel kind of bad for him. Like everything he says, we kind of find a way to justify in a way that's not that much of a reach. So I'm kind of feeling bad for him. He only had one point that was a fair criticism, which was the Nostromo being in the same place, or at least everything's like concentrated. It's kind of sad.
Yeah.
The two big points so far have been the Nostromo and the space station being in orbit around the planet. I think everything else, there's either been we don't know for sure, so this criticism isn't really well founded, or here's some evidence against this.
Actually, I would even say that it being around the planet could be justified. Maybe they just wanted to study the aliens there and eventually release them on the planet. I mean, it's the evil corporation, again, it's one of those things that it's not explained, but it's not necessarily a mistake.
Yeah, like there was like an initial plan there, but once Big Chap, went on the loose and everything went awry, there wasn't anyone there to control the space station to keep it from crashing into the ring.
Yeah, exactly. Like there are many. Again, it's not a 100% confirmed plot hole. It's just something we don't really understand.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if we be able to understand it. It'd be nice if we had more information, but yeah, it's like there's definitely, but yeah, it's like a mishmash of like things that can be easily explained if you pretty much take a look, pay attention to the film or understand the environmental storytelling in it, and things that could use explanation. Like it's a mixed bag. Let's just say the foundation, at the very least, of how events play out in the movie. Like what even sets everything into motion.
Yeah.
To make a comparison, a relative and contextual comparison, I don't like Alien versus Predator because they give you this great big backstory and that causes all sorts of problems. And then they explain it to you in the most like expositionary way possible and in a way that doesn't really make a lot of sense. And basically they want you to know what the backstory is at any cost, regardless of like how much sense it makes. Alien versus Predator 2 does not do that, and in my opinion is a far better film for it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
have all the samples and examples they would need. This is incompatible with their approach and their interest in the movie. But don't worry, you're supposed to believe that nothing on this station makes it back to Weyland-Yutani. They can fucking fish the alien out of space, but they can't find their own space station floating above their own planets. Makes complete sense to me. And you know what? That's the lore. That's the background of this film, and it's entirely broken. But hey, there's the story that actually happens on screen, so now let's talk about that. On the planet below live many
actually, I just want to point this out. We are 12 minutes 50 seconds into his video. I want you to make a note of that.
Alrighty.
We are such good reactors.
Workers, tired from the abuse of the company. They are now thinking about sneaking into the station above, stealing cryotubes and traveling to another system to live happily ever after. You see, Rain really wants to see the sun, and after spotting a canary heading down the mine, yes, she's the bird. She sees herself as the fucking bird, okay? Rain is the bird. The bird in the cage is Rain and wants to see the sun. Just making sure you all get that. Now, I have no idea why this collection of idiots are the first to try and scavenge this abandoned space station, nor do I have any clue why Weyland-Yutani themselves haven't done anything about this when world-altering research has potentially been cracked on there. Regardless,
They point out the fact that they detected the thing. Like, I'd have to go back and watch the film again, but they say someone detected something, so then somebody else looked at it and then scanned it and then worked it out. Basically, it was a bunch of different things that added up to they found out there was something in the orbit.
Yeah, they were working, I think, with a ship, and because they went high enough, it happened. Yeah, maybe they weren't supposed to go that high. Who knows?
Yeah, I think I might even. All right, so this is about how they found the Romulus station.
Yeah.
Here, let me.
And they didn't know it was a station either.
Yeah, let me here. Yeah, just give us a minute, Antonio. I want to try to show something, or not show something, at least like play something here. I'll get to you in a sec. Here we go. I think this might be it.
Last night, we were loading up the last test attack about 200 miles above the ground, and all of a sudden, the hauler picks up this beacon. Some of the tracks it, and it turns out there's this big wave ship drifting right on the lines. Drifting, decommissioned, abandoned. Some old relics probably damaged or something. Like that guy over there.
Did you catch that?
They were 200 miles above the surface, and then they detected something.
And I want to add something that I just realized. If this thing is getting closer to the meteorite thing that's closer to the planet, couldn't it be that maybe before it was too far away? Couldn't that be part of it?
Yes.
I'm not saying that it is. I'm asking legitimately. Like, I think that maybe.
Oh yeah, if it's moving closer to the ring, that means that it wasn't there before. Also, if no one's detected it before, it means it wasn't there before. So we've got evidence of it having moved there, and evidence of these guys being the first to detect it, and evidence of how they found it and why they decided to go to it, which then completely just ruins Mauler's point of I don't know why are they the first ones to do this.
Okay, guys, I just got back from the latest Death Bell episode, and
Hi.
my goat won. My goat has won.
Ah,
That's awesome, dude.
nice.
Here
Cool.
we are winning against Moller, by the way, and we're not even trying. We're just having fun, and then we realize that he's wrong.
If you're
It's
guessing,
like
if you're guessing who won, it's Shigaraki.
Did he
Big
fight
Rock.
Lao's goat?
He fought Mahito.
Oh,
All right, take care, Minecraft world. Enjoy your flight.
Also,
okay.
Good
Sea
luck.
Monster, I sent you something on your Discord if you want to know.
What is it?
It's just a couple of fan arts, nothing too special.
Yeah, I mean, I'll look into those later here.
Is it Sea Monster with a speedo?
why?
Well, I mean, if it's so secret, like he just said some fan art, like it could be that type of fan art, technically.
I mean, if you want to, I
Oh.
could draw you in my art style if you want to. That is.
Do it.
And can you also draw low with a? Can you also do low in a speedo with some goats?
Well,
Baby
first,
goats.
first I'll have to
Oh
go.
shit, no, dude. I look like some guy from fucking Afghanistan. No, actually, don't do it. Don't do it.
Well, first of all, I had to go through some research to think about Speedo and see if I'll work. If you know.
That's okay.
Well,
Yeah.
we look forward to it.
We're looking forward to it, man.
Yeah.
Let me
Also,
rewind this
the anime.
video a little bit
Oh,
to.
Also, the animus, I sent something on Twitter to you, some called fan arts, if you will.
Cool, I'll have a look at that once we've done it here, maybe.
Yeah.
Depends on when we're done. How far are we in? 2 hours 40.
Also,
Let's go.
it's this might be a me thing, but I kind of wish my sis came because she's just got into Alien franchise and Predator franchise. So I think she would have done a much better job of talking to you guys about this movie, considering she watched it.
I mean, I watched it last night, so and I have the movie kind of pulled up on my laptop, so it's references are right there. So
Yeah.
I mean, do you guys want my sister to come to talk to you guys?
I mean,
Let's
like,
stick with this for now.
yeah.
Let's kind of like stick with this for now.
Okay, cool. Let's get on with it.
Yeah.
Cryotubes and traveling to another system to live happily ever after. You see, Rain really wants to see the sun, and after spotting a canary heading down the mine, yes, she's the bird. She sees herself as the fucking bird, okay? Rain is the bird. The bird in the cage is Rain and wants to see the sun. Just making sure you all get that. Now, I have no idea why this collection of idiots are the first to try and scavenge this abandoned space station, nor do I have any clue why Weyland-Yutani themselves haven't done anything about this when world-altering research has potentially been cracked on there. Regardless, Team Brain Trust want our main character Rain because she has an adopted brother called Andy, who is a Weyland-Yutani android found in the trash and reprogrammed by Rain's father before he died. His prime directive is to do whatever is best for her. Apparently, Weyland-Yutani androids can gain access to almost anything related to the company, and so they want him for the job. Once Rain is convinced, they all make their way in, and through many security checks, thanks to Andy's clearance. It all just works. But you gotta admit, that's pretty fucking stupid, eh? You're telling me there's no notifications, authorization, control, or checks for ships entering and leaving company-controlled space. Why wouldn't there be any rising interest or contact when seeing this ship dock with the space station above? How the fuck are these idiots the first to do it when there is a gold mine's worth of resources to be gained by getting into that station? You
They point out that other people will more than likely go there and start raiding it for stuff, so they better get on there quick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're the first to catch it, and they're the first to go up there. Like, yeah, like if they didn't go up there, eventually someone else will. So they may as well be the first to do it.
Also,
Yeah,
question.
and we already explained how it makes sense
Question.
that it happened in the first place.
Question: why did the main character was looking at the sun? I'm genuinely wondering why.
Because she was kind of like, because she pretty much spent her whole time on the Jackson Star colony, pretty much where there is no sunlight there whatsoever. So she's always wanted to see the sun, essentially.
Okay,
So.
but what about the metaphor for the bird in a cage, if you will?
Oh, well,
I'll
actually,
explain that
yeah.
one. Just quickly, because you see her dream about seeing sunlight on an alien world, then she wakes up and she's on a planet that's perpetually covered in darkness from cloud cover. When her friend, she's then told that she has to stay on the planet longer than she thought she was going to. Then her friends say, "Hey, look, we might be able to get off this planet if we raid this place and get the cryotubes so we can travel between planets." They offer her this. She then has to think about it, like, oh, do I want to risk going on this place and potentially getting into trouble and all this lot? I think she even says, if we get caught, any chance of us leaving the planet is going to be taken from us. So it's
Yeah.
like if they do it and they succeed, hooray. If they do it and they fuck up, they could lose any potential of getting off the planet. But then as they're having this conversation, she looks around and she sees a bird in a cage and she changes her mind and goes, okay, yeah, sure, we'll do it. And that's the cage. The bird in the cage is meant to be a metaphor for her mindset of, that is me on this planet right now. If I don't do something about it, I'm going to die in a mine somewhere, probably.
Thank you for the
And the reason
explanation.
why he says that it's a bad thing is because it's overdone. Like it's super basic as
I
an
don't even know if it's
analogy.
that overdone. I think it's just like I don't even think the film really lingers on that all that much, because once they're out of there,
Oh no, no,
it's like,
sorry, Sea Monster. I meant that it's a very common analogy. Not in this movie. It's not that it lingers. It's just that it's a very common thing. You know, the bird on a cage.
okay, yeah, all right.
My problem with it is that he goes on about it so much. I don't know if he, like, him talking about it just now is like 10 times as long as the film spent on it.
Yes, exactly, and he's going to spend even more time on it later.
And they spent so much time on it in the flipping stream. Like, they brought it
By the
up
way,
so often, and again, that's the only thing that happens.
I forgot to ask you guys, but of all the aliens, how strong it was this alien in this movie? I'm just asking.
Of all the aliens, how what?
How strong was this alien, like in terms of power scaling wise?
Oh, actually, is it fine if we talk about it later? Because it's one of the main points I have with the movie. So don't worry. Like, I want to answer your question, but this is fine if we do it later. Because I promise I will answer that part.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get
You're
there.
welcome.
Want me to believe there's no other way in than Weyland-Yutani androids passing security? Because I don't. However, if that is the case, why the fuck would the company have tossed Andy in a dump for random scavengers to find if he functions as a Swiss Army knife for all of their operations? Obviously, they would repair him or recycle him. This isn't Fury 161. The prisoners don't even know what to do with Bishop, and he was torn to shreds. Could you imagine how fucked up this whole world would be if Weyland-Yutani were tossing skeleton keys out to their most valuable black site research and military stations for the hell of it? What the fuck?
But Andy doesn't have access to that place, though. Well, okay, he doesn't have access to the most important part, which is where they store the aliens. Like,
Well, it's a
okay,
bit more than that. It's like they're on a planet that's run by Weyland-Yutani, so potentially they've got guards everywhere. So if you turn up with an android who then tries to open a secure door, I'm pretty sure a guy with a gun is going to be like, "Oi, what the fuck you doing? Get lost."
yeah, exactly.
But
Well, yeah, that.
the fact that he can get into this secret research base The reason they can do that is because no one knows it's there yet, and because it's not supposed to be there, and potentially you don't. By the sounds of it, those ships. Basically, there's a whole list of reasons why that shouldn't be a thing, except for this specific circumstance.
And though I do want to like get on Muller's side on this one too, because it's like I understand that androids will have basic access to basic things just because they're part of the company, and also we should note that we don't know what Andy was doing before Rain's father found him, so we don't know how much clearance he was supposed to have. But if it's such a secretive operation that even the planet below doesn't know about it, I do think that it's a plot hole that he can just get in. I think that the whole facility should have been structured in such a way that no one that's not directly linked to the operation should be able to access it. Because if you say that Andy, being just a planet droid, can access it, I think that's so stupid that it does feel like a huge plot hole that the company overlooked that part. Just saying. I don't think that Muller's 100% wrong, but yeah.
That's fair. Yeah, you probably would want to have that place like that be as secure as possible.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I can see both ways in it myself. Like, yeah, on one hand, yeah, it sounds like a bit of a security flaw, but again, this is something that seems to be slipping past Mauler's understanding of it. Like, he keeps on talking about how does the information not get out? How do people not know about this? So on and so forth. And then every single time I just have to remind myself, they're in space. This isn't Star Wars where they can have hologram conversations over light years. Someone has to send a signal out and it takes months to get anywhere. If they have to travel between planets, it takes years. This isn't convenient.
Yeah,
so the idea that someone's going to like sneak onto a spaceship isn't going to be something they're going to consider. It's like, because if a spaceship were to approach that space station whilst it's operational, then it's the people on the spaceship are going to be like, or on the space station are going to be, oh look, there's a spaceship heading towards us. Do you think we should do something about that?
Yeah, and I think they said like the time span between when they found Big Chap and when the station like arrives over orbit is like 170 days. I believe that's what they said. So it's like almost 6 months. Just so we can, just for clarity.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. There's so basic conclusion. Some positives, some arguments that say, yeah, this could be a thing. Plenty of arguments that say, yeah, no, this isn't a criticism.
Yeah.
Is going on with this script. Underestimating it has become an impossibility. This retarded writing move allows the gaggle of gastric wombles to scurry about the station, leading to the inevitable and hilarious deaths, of course, because as you know, we can't have our horror movie unless everyone is stupid. Except in all of the most famous and greatest horror movies of our time. Just ignore those ones. Even upon approach, Rain spots the sun beyond the oppressive atmosphere of the company-controlled planet. And you remember for another moment that she is indeed the bird in the cage, and that bird will fly free one way or another. Moving swiftly on, our team needs Freezy Fuel.
Just want to, again, burn the cage thing. But in the film, that it's like, this is the first time she's seen the sun in her whole life. I think she would have a bit of a moment.
Yeah, there would be like a bit of reverence there where she'd be like, oh my god, it's the sun.
What's that yellow thing over there?
Where have you been all my life?
That must be the moon.
Holy shit, something exploded. No, it's fine.
Imagine she actually doesn't know what the sun looks like. But,
what if what if she was like, oh my god, look, it's the crystals that give out light in the hollow earth.
But to be
Oh.
fair,
By the
like
way,
I
guys,
also mentioned,
by the
yeah.
way, guys, what are just released videos behind scenes of GXK filming, how they did it in CGI, if you want to know.
Yeah, I saw those on Twitter. Yeah, those are really nice. Those always take some months to come out. Yeah, and also there's some deleted scenes or sequences, like really short ones. Thank you. Oh, but also I
That's
wanted
okay.
to say, like, I was also annoyed by the basic bitch take on, like, oh, how do we portray her emotional state instead of showing the oppression? We just show a fucking bird on a cage. Like, I also mentioned it, but I didn't linger on it as long as this guy did.
So, I mean, the bird in the cage, like the very existence of it, is a bit of a problem with the technology and like the expense of trying to get a bird to this bloody middle of nowhere planet. But the metaphor is perfectly valid. It's just, yeah, the setup is a bit of a problem. The metaphor is fine. The harping on it by Mauler and Co. is over exaggerated to the nth degree.
By the way, guys, I forgot to ask you, what did the CGI for this movie? I want to know.
In Romulus,
Yeah.
it's pretty good, pretty nice. For a movie that actually didn't even cost $100 million, it looked like the movie looks amazing. Overall,
The thing is, they prioritize the aliens way too much, and when they have to, sorry, when they have to deepfake someone's face, that actually looks really bad. So it's so good that the things that are mediocre look bad in comparison. But I don't think that there's anything tremendously wrong about it.
No.
One way or another. Moving swiftly on, our team needs freezy fuel for the cryopods. Obviously, you would think these pods would be fully stocked since they haven't been used, and this station's history is that of everyone dying or being sucked out. But if that somehow isn't the case, the capacity to refuel them would be in the same location, no? That in the very cryostasis area, with the cryostasis pods that need refueling after use, one might store the capacity to refuel them there? Well,
No, not necessarily.
Yeah, like
Has he
fuel
never
is
heard
not
of
next to a
storage?
car.
Oh,
It's not like
God
you
almighty.
keep fuel right next. Like, it's what he's saying is basically saying, dude, like, I go around in the middle of the fucking summer with my semi truck and I have so much fucking fuel on the back. I'm just waiting for it to explode. Like you don't know how that fuel or that freezy thing works. Maybe it needs to be stored in its own place. Like, it's not that hard.
It's like my toilet rolls for the bathroom where I get the toilet paper off of. They're not all just stacked up next to the toilet. They're in a cupboard. I have to go to the
exactly.
cupboard to get the toilet roll to put it onto the holder. I don't just have them all stacked next to the toilet. So whenever, oh Jesus,
Exactly.
this is what I mean. This isn't an issue, but he's going, oh, this is an issue because I don't know how cupboards work.
Well, here's the thing. What he's actually, I think what he's saying about to say is like, oh, is this as a cryo fuel thing? Like, so, or here, go back just a couple seconds so we get like some context. Because I think he's about to say, well, no, in response to something else.
and that bird will fly free one way or another. Moving swiftly on, our team needs freezy fuel for the cryopods. Obviously, you would think these pods would be fully stocked since they haven't been used, and this station's history is that of everyone dying or being sucked out. But if that somehow isn't the case, the capacity to refuel them would be in the same location, no? That in the very cryostasis area, with the cryostasis pods that need refueling after use, one might store the capacity to refuel them there? Well, no. It's actually stored with the facehuggers. Whoever wrote this must have been a very slippery baby. Had the cryopods been stored in an area...
Okay, see right there. So he acknowledges that the cryo fuel may not necessarily be in the same room as the cryo tubes. You know, like the whole similar to the toilet paper in the cupboard analogy. So he acknowledges that, but then he still acknowledges that that is the case. That is something that would be considered fairly normal, but he thinks that's an issue with this film.
And not only that, again, he's ignoring world building because we know the company is evil, not only from this movie, from every single movie, basically. And he refuses to see the obvious. Actually, it's not obvious, but that's the thing. He thinks he's so smart, he doesn't care about subtext. The fact that the frizzy fuel is with the facehuggers means that to the company it's more important to keep the facehuggers safe than having the frizzy fuel in store in case something bad happens and people have to evacuate.
Yeah, and not to mention,
See, this is the type of thing he missed with Prey. Like, he just thinks he's so above it, he doesn't see anything below his fucking nose.
yeah, and not to mention, like, if the you know, like, you're gonna need a room, like a cryo chamber, to store your cryo fuel for your cryo tubes, you know, which is essentially like a freezer room, which is also, you know, which a freezer room could be pretty useful for storing that, or some potentially dangerous specimens known to face fuck and impregnate you with a killer alien monster. Like, I don't know. Like, and you keep those in storage for research. Like, I don't know.
And, yeah.
Like,
and that's not even the worst part. The worst part is that you see the temperature dropping or going up after they take the fuel, so it's clearly the reason why it's there. So, like, Mueller, he doesn't comprehend it, and it's right there.
Yeah, it's baffling.
Guys, I have to ask, do you guys think that Yautja could beat this version of Predator? I'm just asking.
Can beat this version of Alien, you mean?
Oh, yes, yes.
Well,
I think
mean,
it's the same as any other Alien, to be fair.
Yeah,
same as
pretty
all of
much.
them.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, the most thing, I mean, like, it'd be one thing if you were to ask, like, could the Yautja, like, beat the offspring that we see at the end of Romulus, then even then, I think the Yautja wouldn't really have much of a problem. It's all, I mean, here's the thing. The Xenomorphs, like, one of their biggest strengths, aside from the acid blood, is basically their strength in numbers, essentially. Like, you know, like, the Yautja wouldn't have much of a problem dealing with, you know, like, one or even like a bunch or even like a decent handful, maybe. But if it's like a whole swarm of them, then yeah, Yautja are going to have a pretty rough time trying to deal with them. So,
what about you, Cianamist? Do you think the Yautjas can beat this Predator?
This Alien.
The what now? The what
Yautja.
now?
Yautja. Do you think they could beat this version of Alien?
Yautja?
They're the Predator.
Predator.
Oh, the Predator. Well, if it's the Alien versus Predators, they'll probably have a hard time. If it's the absolute kick-ass badass from Alien versus Predator 2, I think he'd be fine.
You mean the wolf, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is that what he's called?
Yeah.
Oh, then
yeah.
Him. He would be fine.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Moving on.
Baby. Had the cryopods been stored in an area with the capacity to refuel them, we would have mercifully reached the end of the movie. Better luck next time. If only there were information they could take advantage of, to lead them to safe ways to acquire the fuel, or to at the very least warn them of what was stored in the facehugger room. A relatively simple fact that passes them by completely despite having a fucking android and an interest in remaining as covert as possible while doing the whole thing as efficiently as they can. Literally just read a console or look around at the fucking menagerie of horrifying alien creatures in the room, you dumb British goblin gorgonite fuck. Yeah,
wow.
That's a reference and a half.
Well, first of all, I want to say something. It's true to a certain extent that if you're just going to flash the facehugger... So it's true that...
That guy I'm not so worried about.
Yeah, it's true that if you're going to just have the facehugger's flash on certain screens, like you would probably look at it as a moviegoer and know what it is, but also you don't really know what you're looking at if you're in universe and you have never seen a facehugger. Just saying,
Exactly.
like
Yeah.
we know, but they don't.
Yeah, I mean, even if they do see it, they would just be like, "Oh, there looks to be like some kind of weird organism thing there. I don't know exactly what it is, but they may not even be sure if it's an organism. Actually,
Yeah, they may not even be sure if it's dangerous because like if they live in this planet all the time, they don't really know if this is a normal thing. Like who
Yeah.
knows? Like,
I mean, I will say
yeah.
there's like a couple moments. I will say there is like a couple moments where it's like where it makes me wonder, like, how come they didn't see the like for example, like later on in the film when they're in that little lab where the rat was. How come Rain or Tyler didn't see the big husk?
Yeah.
How did they not see
actually
that?
is that is a good example for what Muller's trying to say. Like it's not that Muller is saying something that's invalid. It's again just he's not really thinking too much about it. Like he thinks about it in this cynical movie watcher perspective, and you have to try to understand it from the character's perspective. Like
Yeah, exactly. Like, and he's not even. And here's the thing: like, the point of like characters not noticing something that looks off, pretty much, like upon first glance or something like that. He could have used that. Like, I mean, I'm hoping. Here's the thing: I'm hoping he uses that in reference to the rat thing, mutation thing. Because if he didn't do that, but he did it here for this first thing about the face hugger on the monitor early in the film. Oh boy. I'll just be like, dude, come on.
I know they did it on the stream. They pointed the rat thing out on the stream.
Okay.
I need to see it again, but I might possibly have a reasoning as to why they didn't put 2 and 2 together with that, but I'll wait until I see the clip on here. What was the other thing I was going to say? The guy walking if these guys, I think Lau said it, if these guys who have lived on this planet for their entire lives and haven't seen anything other than what's on that planet, or maybe some videos of other things, walked onto this space station and saw a facehugger, would they know what it is? Would they be able to find out what it is? Can they navigate the files on the system to find out what that is, or would the system even say what they are? If so, if they can't, then what they did is absolutely valid and fine. If it's just it's like one of those things of Mulder is assuming these guys know what these alien things are because the aliens are so entrenched in our culture, in our knowledge base because of the films, that we know what they are, but the characters in the universe don't. There's also another thing of when he walks into the room with the face huggers are stored, he says something like, "This is a so-and-so storage room. This is where the cooling system would be, or this is where they would use them as well." So it's not like it's a storage room for the cooling cylinders, whatever they are, cooling fuel. They're in use, and like Lau said, it's like the company would probably have the aliens be a higher priority than the people, so the fuel would be in there rather than in the pods. So, and the fact that the guy says, "Oh, this is a so and so room," he probably thinks he knows what's in there, and because these guys are clearly focused on just getting the hell out of there, they're not going to think too much about it. They also don't. Again, there's so many things they don't know. It's like you can't just say, "Well, they should have done this and that." It's like you can't say that because they don't. They probably don't know that.
Yeah, and their priority.
Even if you have, keep going. It's fine.
Yeah, and their priority isn't to find out what it is in that room that's being stored in cryo storage. They're focused on trying to get like the cryo fuel in their tubes out of there as quickly as possible. It was like the sooner they get out of there, the better, essentially.
Yeah. Also, even if you have information, let's say they call it facehugger room, and Andy can somehow read that in the files when he opens the door or something. I don't think that there will be an explanation saying facehugger room where we store this alien creature that apparently we took from a thing that we kill a bunch of people in a ship. Like, there's not going to be like a novel explaining everything. It might say maybe medical bay at most, and that's it. So there's literally no justification for him saying that they should know anything, and even if they had information, they shouldn't be able to comprehend what they're getting into.
Yeah.
Not even Andy.
Yeah. There's so many variables here that you can't say for certain that this criticism is valid. You can't even say this criticism is valid. It's slightly. It's like there's too many things going on for this to be correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And once more, like, it will be so hard for me to convince people that watch this stream that I actually hate this movie now because of Mueller. So fuck you, Mueller. Look at what you did to me.
Okay, guys, for clarification, Alien Romulus is not a good film, but I would describe it as a classically bad film. So not like the absolute terrible stuff that you've seen from the MCU or latter MonsterVerse. Just
What about Alien
it's
Resurrection?
classically bad.
What
I
about
think,
Alien?
for example, personally, I think Alien Resurrection has way more merit than this one. I think it's a better movie. I think it's a better failure. If you think it's a failure, I think that it just tried to do something completely different. It's very French. I don't know if that was the goal, but they got a French guy and it's very French. So I guess it's a win.
Brad
but
Dourif
this
is horny
movie-
for
It's
Xenomorph.
a
That's pretty
jump
much.
from Godzilla 98.
Yeah,
a
it's
little bit.
Godzilla 98 bad.
Yeah, but this movie, I don't like. You weren't here when I said this with Sea Monster, but I don't even feel like this is something that you can call a movie. Personally, like, I don't want to call it a movie. It's fine if someone else does it, right? But it's such a. It betrays itself. It starts with something that's very interesting, like these kids in this place where, like, they're being exploited, all of that. It never develops it. It rushes to get to the stereotypical alien thing. As soon as it gets there, it just starts sucking the cocks out of all of the previous movies, including Alien Resurrection. It doesn't do anything original. And when it does something new, it's completely superficial and it doesn't really change anything. For example, did we actually need to see the alien on this vagina cocoon? No, like, I'm happy we did it because I didn't know it was there, but what does it actually change in the story? It doesn't change anything. Now we know that the facehuggers see because of temperature or noise, and it's like, yeah, they don't have eyes. So honestly, you could have implied easily that they use thermal vision, or that they just follow the noises they hear and that's how they attack. I already knew that just because of basic common sense. I didn't need this movie to do it, and when it did it, it didn't add anything to anything. This movie actually is a sub. I fucking hate this thing. Sorry, I'll stop. I'll shut up now.
It doesn't matter what you say. This movie is still better than the Rebel Moon movies, in my opinion.
Probably. I've not seen them, but I've not heard good things.
It's apparently Zack Snyder's fever dream.
Then probably, yeah. You're probably right.
It's like it doesn't
Instead
even
of
try.
using a single.
It's not.
Sorry?
It's like it doesn't even try to hide the fact that it's a ripoff of both Star Wars and the Seven Samurais.
Instead of using a single brain cell, we instead see a cryofuel tracker, where it's just like it lives. And that simply happens to lead him to the worst cryofuel prospect on the ship? What the fuck? Now, unfortunately for our team of heroes, Wayland Yutani stored the facehuggers the same way I might stack a few store-bought curries in the freezer. Only at least if my freezer stops working, my curries can't break out and implant offspring that bursts out and causes a big ol' fountain of bodily fluids to spray across the room. Well, not in the same way. So, the facehuggers are freed, causing some shenanigans. This is because the characters remove a fuel rod from the cooling unit in the film. This all goes so wrong, the facehuggers' storage temperature rockets up to 77 degrees Fahrenheit and climbing. Why would it happen when it's storing one of the most dangerous parasites in the history of humanity? What the fuck? Well, wait.
What's 77 Fahrenheit in centigrade? Because I'm a British person. I don't do Fahrenheit.
Let me check, actually. Let me check. Give me a sec. Let me pull it up. Yeah, just give me a moment. Yeah, I don't recall it saying Fahrenheit. Let me see.
This is why God punished us with Babylon, like Fahrenheit, centigrades, meters, feet. Like, this is the real pain of humanity. By the way, who the fuck uses feet? Like, what are you, like, all fucking OnlyFans models back there in the USA? Like, what's wrong with you?
Oh, the old imperial system. It does have its merits in terms of like, kind of like with the 24-hour clock, it can be divided in like lots of different ways, like feet and yards, because it's all made out of 12s and 24s and whatnot. Is that can be subdivided a lot more and a lot easier. But metric system it just makes more sense.
Yeah, it's way better.
Also, he's complaining like how the room could suddenly skyrocket in temperature. Like, didn't they just removed like? Isn't that like because they removed like a
Exactly. Yeah,
fuel?
no, that's exactly what we just said. Actually, like he completely missed it.
How the
That's
fuck
literally
how the
what.
fuck did he miss it?
It's the fact that he says it skyrockets to 77 degrees Fahrenheit, which I just looked up. It's 25 degrees centigrade, which is
that's
slightly
nothing.
above room temperature.
Well, here's the thing. Let me check.
But it's,
Yeah. I mean, I'll let you go.
yeah, you have to. But if it's 25 degrees centigrade, 21 degrees is room temperature, which is like not even noticeable. So it'd be slightly warm in the room. It's like, okay, why would it be slightly warm in the room? It's like, possibly because it's filled with machinery and it's hot in there normally, so they put the cooling rods in there to cool it down.
Okay, all right, here it is. Okay, here it is. All right, so so it's Fahrenheit. That's what the little modules holding the face huggers kind of the encasements for the face huggers say. So it's Fahrenheit. It starts out at like negative 25 degrees Fahrenheit, and it just goes up to higher and higher, and it happens immediately after Tyler pulls out one of the cryo tubes that has like pretty much the most abundance of cryo fuel, essentially. So the room warms up. The face huggers are set free because he pulled out cryo fuel. There's less cryo fuel in the system, which means the room's gonna warm up. Baller, why?
That's what I mean. It's like, oh, he pulled out a cryo tube and now the room's heating up. Why the hell is that happening? It's like, because maybe the room is just hot because whatever reasons, like machinery in the room. Who knows? We don't know how this space station works.
And not to mention, like, yeah, and not to, oh, sorry. I mean, I'll let you go. Here, I'll let you go. But also, like, when they try pulling it out at first, pulling out the cryo tube, like when it kind of lets out the little, sort of cryo gas thing, the room goes into lockdown as well. So it's not even. So that might have something to do with it.
So something is going on with the room that makes it really hot. So then they put the cryo tubes in there to cool it down. So then when they turn the cryo tubes out, the room heats up. It's like, yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Something tells me that Mueller is not the best person to call some characters stupid. Something tells me that. Like, I'm getting the slight, like invitation to the thought that maybe Mueller's
What
not
about
that
calling
smart.
the Jurassic World character stupid?
You know what this reminds me of? You know, during our last debate, no, it wasn't debate, when what's his face came, Brutally Hands came on, and Blackaroonie went off on one about fallout shelters or bombing shelters, whatever else he was going on about. And he was ranting about, oh, if it's this, then it means this. If it's this, it means that. Which that they're made for different things and have different things going on. Blah, blah, blah. And he went on and on about how these are inconsistent and how they don't work. When in the film they called them bunkers, they didn't call them a fallout shelter or anything like that. So it's like he's come up with something in his own mind, and then criticized the film for something he made up. Mauler's doing the same thing here. He has decided that this is a storage room and that these cryopods are just sitting in there doing nothing. And then the room suddenly heating up is a problem because he thinks it's just a storage room, as opposed to it's a room that needs cooling down, and then taking the cryo tubes out makes it heat up. He's made up something and then got angry at the film for the thing he made up.
I would say that Muller's example is way worse though, because like it's literally in the movie. So like again, I think that he was probably like jacking off at the cinema or something. Like just I don't know how he missed it.
It's right there, dude.
Oh well. Oh look, Mauler's on the screen. I didn't realise that.
Actually, I was about to say, like, it's so funny that someone that's making so many mistakes has the balls, Harry Potter, and the audacity of Mueller to have anything like this, like, and then it's like I'm supposed to take it seriously. Yeah.
Question: is this Carter or is this another character from South Park?
It's Cartman.
I'm sure it's Cartman. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's Cartman.
I think it's an episode where Cartman's trying to get into the Special Olympics, so he pretends to be mentally disabled.
Yeah, that's the episode I remember now. Yeah.
And then he gets his ass handed to him by all the disabled people.
Do you guys know the South Park episode where PewDiePie made an appearance?
Nah.
I did. PewDiePie, he made a cameo in South Park in one of the episodes.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
You should watch.
There's been so many I haven't seen. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of dropped out at some point after a while.
Yeah. I did like this. I wasn't. Sorry, you go.
I was just gonna say South Park is like a boomerang. It comes and goes. There are times where you just want to watch it and you catch up, and but I don't keep up with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's certain episodes I've seen because people have recommended them to me, like the Man Bear Pig.
Oh yeah.
That's brilliant. When you have those two episodes back to back, it's brilliant.
The Incredible Hulk sequence.
Yeah, and also I love the chili one, the one with the chili.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Tenement chili.
What about the one where the Japanese killed a dolphin and basically went on the killing spree?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Or the one where the guy like starts shooting people in the balls. Butters is so good at doing it by accident, and Cartman in the end gives up. He's like gives up because it's like, why do you keep shooting people in the balls? It's wrong, Butters. It's wrong. Just kill them.
Oh dear.
Anyways.
All right. Anyway.
Yeah.
Island retardy thinking by having a system that if one of 6 cryofuel cells to power the cryostasis gets removed, the system not only stops working entirely, but reverses and starts cooking the creatures right up and ready to kill you? If this script were any further inbred, it would be a fucking sandwich. A facehugger then latches on to one.
Has he not heard of a sequence?
Yeah, like
a sequence of events.
Yeah, and
keep like a circuit sequence. If there's a load of batteries in a sequence, so you take one of the batteries out, it breaks the sequence.
Exactly,
It breaks the circuit.
Yeah, and if this thing was running for a while unattended for however long the station's been adrift, it's very likely that a lot of the other cryo tubes are going to run out of juice at some point, or going to be running low on juice. So that's why they went for one that's not
Actually-
full but the highest.
I think that's actually in the film. Oh, let me.
It
I've
is.
got the script. I've got it on my other computer. Hang on a minute. Let me. Right, here he is. Right, hang on. Ah, from what I said earlier, he walks into the room. It says, "This is cooling equipment. It uses the same kind of fuel." He walks up to all the cryo tubes. He presses one, and it's got 3 lights on it. He then presses the next one, and all the lights light up.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty much.
So
Right
the
there.
other ones
Visual
are
storytelling.
near empty. So potentially it's like one of the last ones that's got enough fuel in it. So the other ones don't have enough fuel. Oh my god.
Mahler! Why?
Just also like when you fuck it up this bad and you're using jokes like inbred and retard, it's like it's all shooting back at you, you know. just saying, it's a
Yeah.
boomerang. What goes around comes around. Like you have to be right to make
What
these
goes
jokes.
around, comes around, goes around,
At the-
comes around, goes back
At the
around.
very least, he's criticizing the film, not the fans, like a certain idiot did.
True. Yeah. Yeah. He is insulting the movie. You know. Which,
I mean, he's technically insulting the work of the writers, which again I think is trash anyway. But it still says a lot about Mueller himself, that he has actually good visual storytelling. For all that it's worth, like some things about this movie are being very good, or at least obvious, and even the most obvious bullshit he doesn't get. So it's like you complain about the bird in a cage,
yeah.
saying
I
that,
mean,
oh, that's so on the nose, and then when something is really on the nose but it's basic, you don't get it. So maybe, hey, maybe you need more birds in cages because you seem to not be able to process anything more complex than that. Or
yeah. I mean, like Fede Alvarez and his
Be right
fellow
back.
Yeah. All right. Go right. Yeah. I'll be right back. So yeah, like the thing about this film is like Fede Alvarez and his co-writer, whom he commonly like collaborates with, when he did like Evil Dead and Don't Breathe. Like it's like, yeah, they definitely got carried away with other elements like the fan service and so on in this film, to where it did affect the writing quality in certain foundational parts of the film's plot, but come on, like this is, it's like you're a lot of these criticisms being levied towards this film's like script that we're hearing so far. It's just like, how could you possibly come to that conclusion? Like, there's like, did you actually pay attention to the movie? Like, I don't understand. You're supposed to be. This is your job.
again, this is something that even Kaiju Kanak said the other day. Nowadays, people want to go backwards from their conclusions instead of doing anything.
Oh, you cut out there. You cut out there.
So, what you trying to say about something along the lines of how people are not trying to follow the others' opinions?
What?
I'm sorry. What was that?
I was thinking that what I was trying to say that the people much rather would follow opinions of other people rather their own opinions.
No. What I was trying to say is that, I'm sorry about the audio going off. What I was trying to say is that, but that's also true, actually, that you're saying it. But what I was saying is that people nowadays, they start at their conclusion and then they work backwards. Like the get away from her, you bitch justifications. Like it's inorganic, it's all fake. So I think that Mueller just decided. Well, he didn't decide it. He just didn't like the movie, and then he's trying to look for reasons to make the movie look bad. And I don't know why he does that. I don't understand people that would rather lie instead of just saying the truth. Because I don't. I feel like I'm being very nice to this movie, no matter how much I hate it, and I don't get the point of me being a cant towards the movie, because like if I think that it's bad and if I don't
Yeah.
like it, first of all, I can just explain why. I don't need to make shit up. So I'm surprised that this guy is so popular if he is so bad at watching movies. Like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean,
Again,
he sticks by the whole thing of like having an understanding, a boundary
I am
between.
still to this day impossible how a critical drinker still to this day has millions of subscribers, while you guys only have 100.
Yeah,
eh,
I mean, here's the thing. Mahler kind of sticks with the principle of how you should always set up a boundary between objectivity and subjectivity. And yet for some reason, like it seemed like he's kind of like falling into a similar trap that a lot of the people that he's called out for just like try to conflate their subjective opinions to like what they think actually happened in the movie. It's like yeah, Alien Romulus definitely has flaws to be sure, but not as many as he's trying to make it out to be.
yeah, he it's like he's this type of people that don't want to give in. And it's like you're not losing the battle. First of all, there's no battle here. Like, the movie is not that great, right? But if if you look at it, even if you look at it as a fight or a debate or anything, you're not going to lose the debate just because you're honest about the movie not being bad in every single aspect. If anything, it's the thing that Animus said. Like, if you're unwilling to give in everything, it takes value out of the things that you are actually right about. Sorry.
One of the interchangeable idiots, and instead of checking to see right now if she was implanted with the very device she uses to do so much later, they bicker, and the Brit.
Right. Sorry. Yeah, I'm back, by the way. So this bit with the girl using the machine to check herself, because she has the
Yeah,
the handheld X-ray machine thing to check herself later.
yeah.
This is a problem, and again, it's a problem where somebody critiquing a piece of media knows what happens later, knows like the results, the conclusions, and then applies that knowledge to earlier in the piece of media when the people in that media don't know that thing. And they go, well, why don't they know that? They did it in King of the Monsters. We saw it in their King of the Monsters video. We've just seen it here, where he's like, oh, why doesn't they use the X-ray machine that she knows she has? That they don't know exists. The girl knows it exists because she found it. But she's currently unconscious with a face hugger on her face. They don't know about it. And then the third, and they do this again. They did it before with Midnight Mass, the Netflix show, where they complain about the ending of that show when they say, "Why don't they do this? Why don't they do that? Why don't they?" And most of the things they're talking about are things that the characters don't know, because those characters don't have the same knowledge as other characters, which the audience would have. And he keeps doing this. It seems to be a recurring thing of late.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that the King of the Monsters video, which I still would argue that is still worse than this video, pretty much, because at least
So
with
far.
this so far, yeah, yeah, it like that video, that King of the
I
Monsters
would
video
argue
happened like
that the Fallen Kingdom video is worse than this video.
the what?
The
I
Fallen
would
Kingdom
argue
one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll cross that bridge one day. The Fallen
But
Kingdom one.
by the
Maybe.
way, to answer your question, guys, like, that's called ego. He all The only reason why he says all of those things is because he really wants to seem smarter than the movie or the writers.
One of the
Which, again, if the movie is bad, you're going to seem smarter than them anyway. So if you're an egocentric bitch, just wait, be patient,
Yeah.
sit, be humble. just wait
Yeah, I mean,
and give your arguments. But this guy is just
yeah,
he
I mean,
needs
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I'm sorry if I interrupted you. Yeah, I mean, the thing about what Mahler's doing here with Romulus is like, for what we understand, as far as like our, at least with you and with Lau and Cianimus's conclusions on Alien Romulus, it's kind of like akin to, like its quality would be akin to how. Would it be accurate to say like your assessment on this film's overall objective quality would be the same as like how Mahler and crew would objectively, conclude objectively the quality of like the.
Oh,
The other cut off, Sea Monster. Just in case you can hear me, we cannot hear you right now. Yeah.
Sorry.
did Lau's goats get you?
Oh, okay. So, all right. Am I back?
Yeah. And the last thing you said, would you consider this movie to be, and then it cut off.
Oh, shoot. Okay. All right. Now, am I echoing as well? Just make
No,
sure.
it's fine.
Okay.
Everything's fine
Okay. Good.
now.
Okay. Thank
I
God.
can
All
hear you
right.
loud
So,
and clear.
all right. Okay. So, wait, the way you guys that Lau and Cianimus kind of have concluded, consider Alien Romulus in terms of its quality, like, would you say it's kind of akin to how Mahler and his co-hosts on EFAB, like Frags and Free, would conclude the quality of the Star Wars prequels, where it's bad, but it's like it only gets so bad it's not catastrophic, like something like the sequel trilogy or your average Phase 4 or 5 Marvel movie?
Oof. The thing is, maybe it's easier if Cianimus answers first because my feelings are really, really weird with this movie.
Well, no,
Am I
I'm
the
not talking
only
about
one?
feelings. I'm talking about how you conclude it. In turn, aside, feelings aside.
Am I the only
Um,
one who would? Can I just say something?
Go ahead.
yeah.
Am I the only one who would really be interested in what Mueller and his crew would think about if they ever would try to review the Michael Bay Transformer movies?
Yeah, maybe. I think it would be nice. But the thing is, for me, the way I feel about this movie, and that's the thing, like my conclusions will also always be influenced by my feelings because this movie was such a big disappointment to me. I cannot really make a division, but what I could say, if I'm trying to be objective, which is really hard, is that this movie is a complete waste of time. And I think that the prequels are actually way better than this because at least they do something different. And this movie has no originality at all. I think it's a complete waste. And I think that this movie tried to make you happy coming out of the cinema. And happiness is the last thing you should feel in an alien movie. I think it completely misses the mark. So I don't know if that answers the question, but I hate this thing. I think that Cianimus said that he's a little bit more warm about it. I'm really.
I'm more lenient because, like I said, there are bad films coming out at the minute, and there have been in the past. This is a bad film, but it's a bad film the same way that like Morpheus was. Morpheus and this film remind me of older films in that the main drive of the story, the main like plot line and whatnot, is more or less intact. Like the majority of the film is okay. And then there's just certain things about it which is just like, oof, that ain't great. That's what this film is like to me. It's like it's mostly all right, but then that's not great. Maybe that thing over there isn't particularly good. So that and like I think Hoshi said earlier, it's like Godzilla 98. Godzilla 98, there's a lot of bad things in there, but overall the film makes sense and it's okay. It's not as bad as people say it is, especially in comparison to a lot of modern recent bad stuff. The way
Right, okay.
Morla is talking about it is just like, I don't know. He's trying to make it. He's trying to conflate it with something that's even worse than it actually is.
Yeah, it's weird because he's complaining so much about it that you would think that he hates it more than me. And at the same time, I really hate this thing. Like actually I stopped supporting the Alien franchise because of this one. I'm not going to watch any more movies anymore. And the thing is, I'm trying to be more objective. So like he really, I think he's doing it for the views. To be fair, at this point, I don't know how else you could describe this. I think he's just being inflammatory because he's making a YouTube video. I don't see anything else that could explain it. Or again, it's his ego, and he's trying to seem way smarter. So anyone that hasn't watched the movie can be like, "Oh, Mueller, yes, tell me more about the movie. How bad it is. You're so smart, mama, mama." Maybe that's what he wants. But I'm not sure. I don't get it.
It might be a combination of that and hate clicks might be what's going on
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
But I
yeah.
think
You're right.
there is evidence in about, I think it's what are we on now? I think we're on 18 minutes. So in about 9 minutes, we might see some evidence of why this might not be as good as it should have been, and also why I think. Did you mention it earlier that he's making? No, was it Kasobi? I think it was Kasobi in the chat saying he's just covering stuff for the sake of covering stuff. There might be some evidence for that in a minute, but let's get there. Oh no. Perhaps he's covering way too much content, mostly content he doesn't care about. The problem is trying to come up with a strong opinion on every single thing you watch. That.
Yeah, that's something I want to try to avoid doing. Essentially, like that's kind of why, like, anytime I kind of get a recommendation of something, like, I just be like, I want to kind of like try to temper that, sort of like input of like the output of recommendations I get from people about stuff to cover or stuff to talk about. It's because like I got, like, there's gonna be some kind of strong suits that I have, and and some, but if I pretty much have like a well defined enough sort of perspective, and to be able to kind of cover whatever sort of topic is at hand, then I can do that. But otherwise, I would just have to be like, I gotta stick to what pretty much what I'm used to doing, essentially.
Which is kind of sad because a part of me would have loved if you were going to talk about something I wanted you to talk about. So, yeah.
Oh, what would that be?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe about that manga that won't shut up about.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I pretty much wouldn't do a stream on it, but I would. But it's like if I were to like stumble upon it and I read it, I pretty much would give you my like just like a little overview of my thoughts on it, but nothing too deep, really.
I mean, you could just look into some websites and you can view it online if you want. You don't have to buy it.
That's fair. All right.
Simon, sir, by the way, you asked us about the way we would, consider the movie, basically. So you asked me about me and Cianimus. Why did you want to ask that? In case we went on too much of a tangent, I just wanted to get back to that.
I guess mainly to kind of like, I guess the main point is like the fact that Mahler seems to like have such like some kind of like have like essentially like such a perspective on just disliking this movie as much as he does, that he's trying really, really hard to sell his hatred for the movie, to try to like make the movie look as bad as as possible, pretty much like as terrible as possible, even if like some of the arguments that he puts forth aren't really valid. Because that's kind of like what I was trying to gauge at, because it's like from what I understand, like Alien Romulus, can be seen as a movie that isn't has some, is kind of like objectively weak in terms of like storytelling, but it's not like it's not like it's a cancerous amount of plot holes or or character assassinations or anything like, or world building problems, what have you, like what you would see in what you would see in other movies today.
No, this film likes the franchise it's trying to be in. It
Yeah.
just doesn't necessarily do a good job of fitting in.
It's trying too hard, and it doesn't manage to make its own space in it. It's like a parasite.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it's like much of a parasite. It may just be sort of like a overly maybe like an overly enthusiastic like roommate of sorts, where it's just like, yo, guys, it's awesome. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? And you got like aliens just kind of being in the room and be like, yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, that's
It's as
me in
if
a
I can
nutshell.
hear, and I was like, "Oh, Sea Monster, dude, I love everything you do. Oh my God, it's Animus, I'm coming. Oh, and it's kind of like that, yeah, you know, like,
You're basically describing me in a nutshell, amigo.
nah,
No,
you're more
no,
chill
no.
than that.
No, you're
You're
chill.
not on Romulus level, dude. Like, nah.
No, you're good. No, you're cool, Antonio. Come on. You're cool.
You
I
mean
mean,
the
unless,
part-
I mean, are you coming?
What? What do you mean?
why? Why would you ask that?
I'm a scientist. I research.
Well, all I can tell you is I have no Optimus Prime, so yeah.
Hey. Okay.
Moving on.
Moving on.
Most dangerous parasites in the history of humanity? What the fuck were Wayland Retardi thinking by having a system that if one of 6 cryofuel cells to power the cryostasis gets removed, the system not only stops working entirely, but reverses and starts cooking the creatures right up and ready to kill you? If this script were any further inbred, it would be a fucking sandwich. A facehugger then latches on to one of the interchangeable idiots, and instead of checking to see right now if she was implanted with the very device she used.
Yeah, so just to clarify, that device she's using there, which is like a handheld X-ray machine, she finds it, she mucks around with it to discover what it does. No one else sees her doing this. She
Yeah.
puts it in her bag, and then when she is face hugged, she can't tell anyone about it.
Yeah, there's never a moment where she's like she doesn't tell anyone about it, nor is there an opportunity for her to tell anyone about it. So
Yeah.
like,
Also, there's no reason to.
yeah,
It's like,
because as soon
Yeah.
I just found this cool thing. Oh, there's something going on. I'll put this in my bag for later.
yeah, like as
And
soon
not
as
only that,
as soon as they removed the face hugger and she woke up, like Andy goes in the whole thing of like, we need to contain this threat, and that's when she and Bjorn start running away. She's not going to be all like, oh, hey, by the way, guys, I have an X-ray machine in my bag.
yeah, and not only that, honestly, she is really smart, because as soon as she notices something's wrong, the first thing she fucking does is grabbing the thing. She doesn't forget she has it or anything. She uses it. So
Yeah, she uses
Mueller,
it to see if there is actually something in her. You know, like if
Yeah.
it's like, oh shit, is that what I think it is? Oh god.
yeah,
It's like his whole criticism is missing context. Like, all of the context.
Bring
I'm
us on,
convinced he
EFAB
didn't
Mauler.
actually
We can,
watch the movie.
at this point, Mahler, have us on EFAB. I promise you, we will we will make these movies look better for you.
I
Oh,
would
God, can
not
you
be
Actually-
imagine?
an EFAP at all. I would not be at all an EFAP. I really am not a fan of those guys.
That's okay.
So the thing is, I saw Mueller actually bringing people in when they had different opinions, and I do think that Mueller is not like a bad guy or anything. Like, he tries to,
No.
like, have a conversation. So
But
yeah,
but there's in his older streams, some of the older streams, he definitely got people on that he didn't agree with and get them on and chat with them and have arguments with. There was a stream. I think a Sea Monster might have linked me some of the streams of oh god, I can't remember his name now. But anyway, somebody that they did chat to and then they didn't anymore. And then one of the videos, it has a clip from Mauler saying, "Oh yeah, we used to get people on. Now we don't really anymore because there's lots of people who really, really want to get on for like toxic reasons. So we don't want to entertain that idea." So it's kind of like where he used to, he now doesn't because he's worried about what people like, people wanting to get on the stream for the sake of getting on the stream. And I
Yeah.
completely understand that. It's like
Yeah,
you don't know these people, you don't know what they're going to be like, and now that they're more famous, you don't know whether people are trying to get on for specific reasons, for
Yeah.
non-honest reasons, shall we say.
Yeah, and just for clarity, like, I'm not going to strong arm Mauler or anybody to, like, have us on to have a debate on.
Oh, damn it, Mauler, get us on there now,
yeah,
you
yeah.
coward.
No, actually,
That was Sea Monster, not me.
But in all seriousness, though, yeah, I'm not going to strong arm them. I mean, like, whatever boundaries he sets, whatever rules he sets, that's it's perfectly fine. It's just that, sometimes, it's all just a matter of, hey, maybe once in a while, maybe entertain the possibility that you might be wrong in some parts of Alien Romulus. Like, even if, like, yes, the movie is definitely flawed, absolutely, but some of the things you're
at
bringing up aren't
least,
really.
at
Some of
the
these are not.
least, like, yeah, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, honestly, like, I think I can make this movie look as worse, as bad as it deserves it, without all the bullshit. Because here's the thing: if you go on the attack, people don't want to listen to you. That's why it's. Remember when I talk about professionalism, about having to contain yourself because Fede Alvarez went full fanboy? Here's the same thing. Like, if you want to criticize this movie and explain why it's so bad, you need to be professional and, like, not bitch and moan about it all the time, because then people are not going to take you seriously. It's the same thing.
Yeah, especially when the bitching and moaning is like kind of baseless in certain instances. Like, not to say he doesn't have good points in this video, but there's definitely a good number of bad points as well that kind of muddy the waters a bit.
Most have been bad, actually, and to some, I've even said it myself. Like, I also felt the same way he did. Like, I understand that this could have been a confusion and this and that, but, like, for example, with this recent thing and some of the things at the beginning, most of, like, 85% of what he has said is completely wrong or baseless, or is just his willful, uh, bad faith interpretation of what he's saying. Like, he's actually deciding that it's going to be, like, the worst possible explanation for everything that he has a question about, for example. So yeah.
Yeah. How far are we in this video?
18 minutes and 40 seconds.
18.
Let's
Oh my
go.
God. That's the goal.
We're about
How long is this
halfway.
video actually? How long is this video actually?
40 minutes?
I mean,
Oh,
there's like
God.
an outro bit that's kind of like a plug for something, but yeah, we'll get there.
We might be closer than you think.
Yeah, like, honestly, I could shit on this movie for an entire weekend. Sadly, Mueller is doing such a bad job that now I've been defending it for 4 hours. Fuck you, Mueller.
And I'm just a random bystander, just watching whatever you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To do so much later, they bicker, and the British brain vacuum decides to abandon the whole team except his girlfriend because he thinks the android might try to kill them. All of this because Andy said we shouldn't bring the possible monster on board. It's actually hilarious just how
Yeah. Bjorn doesn't trust androids or synthetics, and Andy is acting kind of sus, when he says that we need to contain this. Bjorn is obviously going to have a very irrational response to this.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. You just said it. I'm not going to add anything to it. Yeah.
Well, it's also the fact that Andy physically stops them. He attacks Andy, so now he thinks, oh shit, I've just attacked an android who's being quite aggressive. I should probably get out of here. And then Andy chases them down to the point where he's like forcing open airlock doors to chase them down.
Yeah, he's like
Yeah.
he's like the
Pretty sure that's going to put them
T1000
on edge.
essentially. He's like the
No,
T1000 pretty much.
He's way better. He's like that robot from Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah.
M11. Oh my god.
Oh God, what was his name?
M11.
M11.
Is that that
Oh,
one
God.
guy who was chasing that car in Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's with M11. Yeah.
God, that movie was so bad.
I know.
And Watch
It's really
Mojo calls
fucking
it one of the
dense.
best ones.
Sorry.
And Watch Mojo calls it one of the best ones.
Who?
Yeah.
Watch
Watch
Mojo.
It's
Mojo.
actually hilarious just how cosmically fucking dense everyone is in this scene, since had they put her right into cryostasis, she would have been alive until they could find a team to surgically remove the alien. And that's if there's no way of doing it on this very station, which...
Actually, I would say
how it
let
works.
him keep going. Actually, like let's give him like 1 minute of good faith. Like let's see if he says something that's smart.
To
Yeah.
be honest, there likely is. Instead, she was impregnated, the hugger was torn from her face, which also shouldn't be possible, and the little guy bursts out all within bloody minutes. Because this film can't be bothered to meaningfully remember fuck all from the movie it's desperately stealing from. But as much as all of this is a complete mess, you have nothing to worry about. It's going to get significantly worse. The chest bursting makes the...
Okay, actually,
we've got to
first
stop
of
it
all,
there.
I want to. Sorry, there's something I need to say really fast because I know I might forget. And first of all, they explain why the facehugger was taken out because they froze the base of the tail, which it uses to latch on. Now, I do have to say that Moller is right because here the facehuggers also have these things on the extremities of their fingers, which are like hooks, and those just like completely don't do anything in this movie. So this movie introduced a facehugger that should be harder to take off the face, and it made it easier. So this is completely stupid writing. This is one of the things I fucking hate about this movie. They changed something that should make it harder for the characters to survive, and it doesn't affect anything at all. Also, second thing I wanted to say is Moller has not mentioned one of the biggest problems with this fucking movie, which is the alien grew in 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Like,
it was quite fast.
it
Yeah.
was so
I'm not even
fast.
sure it
The
was 10
AVP
minutes, to be honest.
aliens. Yeah, 10 minutes at maximum. If I'm trying to be fair and give it the benefit of the doubt, which again, I only try to do because I hate it so much that I know that if I don't actively try to do it, I will shit on it like Moller is. But the thing is, he's not talking about it, and that's one of the stupidest things. So you're telling me that you made this alien that's a copy, basically like a bad copy, but then the facehuggers supposedly should be better at doing their thing, but they're not. And then so you think, okay, so it's a shitty copy of the alien, but then it grows faster. So how? Like nothing makes sense in that part. And he's not talking about that. Like he's not talking about the main problem of all of this facehugger thing. Okay, sorry, I'm done. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I mean, if it one thing, like where if it was like the chest burster going into the cocoon form, and then you just have that going on happening super quickly, like and that's just assuming like if we were to like write this film for the writers, like pretty much, if it was kind of like, well, in the original, granted, in the original Alien, when the chest burster runs off, sometimes pretty much had passed before they ever see the xenomorph again. And by that time, it's kind of fully grown, like pretty much about like a few hours, I guess, since the little dinner table scene. So for all they know, like for all they know, the xenomorph pretty much had fully grown off screen, with that short amount of time, anyways. Because there is kind of like this air of mystery to like how the biology of the xenomorph kind of works in that movie. So there is that. But yeah, the whole thing of the chest burster, suddenly like the impregnation process taking, as lasting as quickly as it did, to where a chest burster is like in there already. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'll give you that. It should have taken longer. And if it did take longer, then then the rest of the movie wouldn't happen. So,
By the way, AVP Requiem does a better job at sticking to a longer gestation time than this movie. And again, you just said, okay, I gave that to you, but that's not even something that Mueller said. I said it here. So Mueller is not even doing a good job at shitting on this movie, which is more
yeah,
annoying.
yeah, that's ironic.
I think he does mention the fact that it comes out like pretty quickly.
Oh, I hope he does.
Yeah, let's hope.
Let me just rewind it a bit.
Dense everyone is in this scene, since had they put her right into cryostasis, she would have been alive until they could find a team to surgically remove the alien. And that's if there's no way of doing it on this very station, which, to be honest, there likely is. Instead, she was impregnated, the hugger was torn from her face, which also shouldn't be possible, and the little guy bursts out all within bloody minutes, because this film can't be bothered to meaningfully remember fuck all from the movie it's desperately stealing from. But as much as all of this is a complete mess, you have nothing to worry about. It's going to get significantly worse. The chest bursting makes the lady kick her
Yeah,
I
so
just
he
wanted
does
to
actually
say
mention the fact that
he did mention it, and I didn't notice because he basically gave it like 2 seconds. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Bird on a Cage, 5 minutes. Little nitpick, 5 minutes. Huge fucking problem with the entire structure of the entire fucking movie in relation to everything else in universe. 2 seconds.
Yeah,
Good
you
job,
think he would
Mueller.
have elaborated on that a little more?
Yeah. For fuck's sake.
nothing to worry about. It's going to get significantly worse. The chest bursting makes the lady kick her controls, and so the ship crashes. First into a station thruster, activating it and sending them on a finer deadline to ultimate destruction in the form of the planet's ring tearing the station asunder, to then accidentally and randomly crash again. Where, you ask? Oh, just safely into the docking bay, because, you know, writing. From there you get the obligatory rehash of
yeah,
that is crazy lucky.
Crashing into the Hannah Bay is
Yeah, again, no,
that is
that's so
insane.
dumb. Yeah, that's one of the biggest things I fucking hate about this movie. And again, like nitpicks, 5 minutes. Actual tremendous problems, plot holes, like conveniences, 2 seconds. Just, frustrating.
Yeah. A lack of balance is all things shouldn't be.
That's really weird. There is actually quite a weird thing that is like things that are not categorically wrong, like things that he might be misinterpreting, things that we just don't have enough information for. He spends a long time going over and trying to make sound worse than they actually are.
Hey guys,
And then legitimate problems. Sorry?
Yeah, he just mentions them.
I forgot to ask you the thing that Moore was critiquing about, which part would they landed on? Which site would they landed on? Which he thinks was bad writing?
Also, what happened is that they shoot the ship out of the station, right? So they go out, and you will think, okay, they're going to crash into a meteorite. Nope. Without anyone actually controlling the ship that much, it goes all the way around the station, then it comes back to the space station, and it just so happens to land on the landing pod, basically, like what's the word for it, the guys, in English?
Hannah Bay, I think you said.
Hangar Bay, yeah.
Yeah, it enters a hangar bay. Completely random. These people didn't even know where that was.
Yeah. I mean, the ship there, the pilot is literally convulsing and dying from a chest burster coming out. She accidentally kicked the controls for the ship, and the ship flies around the station, conveniently not crashing into anything and blowing up or something, and just landing and just essentially crash landing, but nonetheless into a hangar bay where it could be safe and set, where Kay, the Isabella Mersad character, is safe and sound.
Yeah, basically, imagine someone jumps out of a building in a movie to escape like a velociraptor, right? And they jump too high, and you're like, oh my god, now he's going to die because of the fall. And they land on a bunch of pillows conveniently placed there. That's
Yeah,
how stupid this is.
Oh,
yeah.
I can think of a better analogy than that. Imagine someone's in a parking space and then they have a seizure, their feet land on the accelerator, the car reverses out of the parking space full speed, and then doing a massive spinning U-turn, reverse parks in another parking space
Oh yeah.
between
Speaking
Yeah,
two
of
cars.
cars, I forgot to tell you guys. My sister just passed the car exam.
Oh,
oh
nice,
Yay.
nice. Now you
nice.
can go on rides and all of that. Oh, by the
Yeah.
way, I saw Minecraft asking something, and
How does it feel to
like
defend this movie?
yeah, you know, it's
I
funny
didn't
because
even
so many
watch this
people.
movie. If anything, my sister should come to talk to you guys about this movie.
So here's the thing. You know how I was thinking about it. I was reflecting on it hours before this started because I was so happy. I was like a kid on Christmas, being like, I get to shit on this piece of trash, yes. And now we're here, and now I'm like doing this. And let's just so Minecraft and everyone can understand. This movie was to me what GBK and GXK was to Blackaroni. You know, I realized that I try to be
Ouch.
really objective with the Monsterverse when I'm around Blackaroni because I noticed that over time like he has started like to understand certain things that we discussed. Like for example, once we had like this really fucking awesome conversation with Simonstra, me and him. Um, I noticed that some of his opinions haven't really changed, but he's better at expressing it. And at the time that GXK came out, he was so frustrated with the movie that he was way more angry and like it was all intensified, right? This movie did that to me, but with the Alien franchise, and actually Alien Covenant had done it also at one point, and because of that, like just moved away for some time. But because I had so much hope for Alien Romulus, it was like 10 times worse when I was at the cinema. I remember coming out and feeling empty. Like I knew the movie was bad, but I couldn't even put it into words. And yeah, I just ranted with my mom all the way down, and she was like, "Oh my god, he's having like an autistic attack. He won't shut up about this movie and how much he fucking hates it." And
Yeah.
like yeah, I like. And
And to be
now
fair,
I
to you, I can say that a similar thing kind of happened with me after seeing Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Like after I saw the movie, like I knew it was bad, but it didn't quite fully process in my head how bad it was. It wasn't until like I was like on the phone, like my sister called me when I, like shortly after I got out of the theater. She was like, "So what'd you think?" And I was like, well, this movie was pretty bad. It might even be the worst movie in the MCU, and I just kind of went, and it just went, it just like the whole thing just evolved essentially into me just being like,
yeah
guys, no, for real, this movie's fucking shit.
yeah.
Hey, hey,
And you know
guys.
what? It's funny
May
because
I just
wait a little bit. It's funny because the other day I really wanted to get in the call with you guys and brutally honest because we were talking about the Last Jedi. And you know what? The thing is, my whole life I had this feeling when I watch a bad movie on the cinema. I just don't really know how to. I didn't know how I felt after a bad movie. So after a long, long time, the hate will come. But the first time that I, actually was conscious about it was with the Last Jedi. We came out of the cinema. I didn't really have a problem while I was watching the movie, but as soon as we came out, and me and my friends were asking like, "Oh, what did you think?" I just felt this emptiness, and I started thinking back on the movie, like on reverse, basically, and I was like, so much happened in this movie. It was so long, and at the same time, nothing happened. Nothing important happened. Like, and after The Last Jedi, for the first time, I was able to recognize that feeling and know when I hate a movie. Because there are times when you, yeah, like something so bad in so many ways that you don't know how to put it into words. But then you just have to listen to your heart. Basically, that's what I felt. So yeah, The Last Jedi was my first experience understanding how I felt, and my second one was Alien Covenant, and the third one was this one. So yeah,
So
fuck.
can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So, speaking of MCU, do you guys think that Spider-Man No Way Home and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 are like the last great MCU movies?
I wouldn't even call them great necessarily. Maybe like the last good ones, I guess. I mean, Guardians 3 probably the last good one. I enjoyed Deadpool and Wolverine, but I'm pretty sure, but I could definitely tell you it's not that well written.
It doesn't even feel like a Marvel movie, even if they try to make you feel like it is.
Yeah,
It's a dying
honestly,
Fox movie, and that's
honestly,
the whole thing.
the last MCU movie that I could even say is great, and that may even be somewhat debatable, would be Infinity War. Honestly, because I don't even, because yeah, like honestly, like even Endgame, which I thought was great when I first saw it, like it definitely has not aged all that well over time. Whereas Infinity War has arguably aged better over time for me, or maybe not. Or if it not better, then it at least like stood the test of time a little better than Endgame.
Yeah,
Like
Infinity War was definitely like its ups were definitely greater than its downs.
Yeah,
But you gotta admit the scenes with Toby, Andrew, and Tom were somewhat amazing. If you want to,
the thing is, the more you watch it, the more you see the flaws normally with that
yeah,
one. At least that's what I
yeah.
see everyone feeling.
Yeah,
Like,
honestly, the first third of No Way Home, which is how we kind of set up how the rest of the plot's going to go, like how Peter gets Doctor Strange to do the multiverse-tism thing. It's like there's so much wrong with it that like it would have that the movie would need to have like a second half that would actually be like that would make me go, oh, that it wasn't until like around the halfway mark of the movie, or maybe like a little before then, where once you kind of get past that hurdle, it just kind of like the film was able to sort of like be like, all right, you know, like really rocky start, but not. But since we're kind of getting into the villains showing up, and and what have you, and then it's kind of carried by the euphoria of like just kind of seeing Willem Dafoe as Green Goblin again, Alfred Molina as Doc Ock again, and seeing the Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire again. It's just kind of, unfortunately, No Way Home is a movie that kind of has a lot of great story ideas, and there's even some elements in there that work really, really well. It's just that it's all kind of surrounded by a plot that doesn't really quite hold up all that well under like a critical eye. So
but did that movie at least redeemed Andrew in some way?
yes, I will say that. Yes. Here's the thing. I've always liked Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man. He deserved he definitely deserved better, pretty much. And I say that as someone who liked the Amazing Spider-Man movies, but I could say for a character who didn't really have like an ending to his story, somewhat, it was nice to at least see him get that with No Way Home. Like there was there's something there. Like I could,
by the way, sorry, I just wanted to add something so you guys knew. For added context, I sent some pictures of my alien stuff so you can know how hard it hit me when this movie was a piece of shit to me. Like you will see some things that you didn't even know existed. I have books. The last picture, it's a Brazilian version of the novelization, which is a special edition. I have it, and I learned Portuguese to read it. Just so you know, like there's pictures that I sent on the Discord.
Okay. All right. I'll take a look. Anyways.
Yeah, we're at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah.
Don't Breathe, where the facehuggers only react to changes in heat and sound, so the team alter the room temperature to match their bodies down to the decimal point when all three of these fuckers would have wildly different body temperatures at that level, and the doors open up into the fucking station. There is a hole in the ceiling, my man. A giant fuck-off hole. One that's said to go through most of the whole-ass station. I think it's safe to say temperature might just travel through these areas. What the...
This is interesting to me because he doesn't explain it here. And again, I hate this. I really hate it. He's not set this up or explained this very well at all, to the point where he's making it sound like the face huggers are back in the room with Rook and they're trying to get through the room with Rook, when they're not. It's a completely different part of the station, completely different room. But because of the way he's explained it, he's made it sound like the same thing.
Just to confirm, there were no holes on the roof. I'm just trying to, last time I did misremember something.
The way he's just explained it, he's making it. He even showed the visual of the hole in that research room where Rook was, but it's not the same room. So I don't know where he's got that from.
The question I was making is like, yes, he's explaining it in a way that it makes it look like a completely different space. But when she, for example, when Rain finds that corpse in the facehugger room, isn't it hanging from? Isn't that corpse hanging from a hole too in the roof? Am I misremembering?
Let me check.
It's
Actually,
basically like it died somewhere. It died somewhere above and then melted down.
I'm not talking about the big chap corpse. I'm talking about Rain stumbles upon a human corpse when she's trying to, when she's trying to hide from the facehuggers. I think I might be misremembering, but if Muller says so, I'm trying to just be good faith. I think that corpse was hanging from a hole too. I'm not sure. So I think, but anyway, even if the room is not full of holes, and even if he's misrepresenting the space, like which space it is, it's true that all of them will have different temperatures. It's true that they literally just open the door, like so the heat won't it's not how it works. It's true that all of the concept of this thing is completely stupid. Like that is objectively true, even if he's not really selling it too well.
I mean, I'm looking at the moment where we see this corpse with like half of his head missing, where he's like hanging. I can't seem to. It doesn't really. I'm trying to look for it and see if there is like a hole there. The scene doesn't. The shot doesn't really seem to give us much of a clear idea. I don't think there is a hole there. But
okay.
I think it's just hanging from some wires that are just hanging from the ceiling, but I don't see a hole anywhere. I mean, it's not shot I mean, I don't really. It's not very it's not like they're showing much of a hole if there is any, but But
so then, don't worry. I'll take the evidence we have so far on his whole video and assume that he made it up. I'll do the same he does with the movie, just to make it fair. Like if he's going to be bad faith with every single thing about the movie, yeah, he's probably just didn't watch it the right way, and he's making it the shit. He's just inventing stuff at this point. But it doesn't take away from the fact that the temperature thing is completely stupid. It doesn't make any sense. Even if the room doesn't have tunnels or anything, the way he describes it. This is another one of those cases where by talking bullshit, he makes his own point, which is right, seem like something he made up completely. He's discrediting himself.
Yeah, I mean, there is like a moment where when I guess when after the thruster of the station gets hit, and there's like a moment where like the face huggers kind of go into. Here, let me check actually, just so I can.
They go
There's a
into a vent
moment.
or something in the floor.
Yeah, they go into a vent. Yeah, and then we kind of see them rushing through the vent. So let me see. Let me
Which
take a
then
bit.
just means that well, the thing is, he's using the thermostat, and the thermostat is saying, "Oh, it is now this hot in the room," which means whatever temperature gauge they're using is saying, "Yeah, it's this hot." Okay, cool. So it is just that hot in the room, even if there is a hole somewhere, you can
Yeah,
still heat up a
exactly.
room, and as long as the temperature, as long as the thermostat says it's that hot, my flat, right? I can open a door, an entire person-sized door, and open it and leave it open. And quite often the temperatures between those two rooms don't change that much because the air just doesn't move anywhere. And that I can't explain that one, but that just happens. So for the idea of, oh yeah, there might be a hole in the room somewhere. But as long as the thermostat is saying it's this hot, and as long as the whatever radiators or whatever heating system they have is heating the room to keep it that hot, then sure, I can believe
Yeah,
that.
yeah, it's
But also
irrelevant if
his
there's a
idea of
hole, because the fact is that the room is that temperature even with the holes. That's what you're trying to
yeah.
say. So it's yeah, okay,
The other
yeah, no,
the other
that
thing
makes sense.
the other thing he said on here is like, oh, their bodies would be wildly different temperatures. Not really. As someone who I'll say recently, it was actually a year ago now, thinking about it. Someone who suffered with like a massive temperature issue in that I nearly roasted to death. My body nearly overheated and killed me. That was by a couple of degrees because the human body operates within a very small um, range of heat. If it goes a little bit too low or a little bit too high, that there's something majorly wrong. So him
Yeah,
saying,
that's
"Oh, their body temperature would be wildly different," it's like by like a degree or two. It's nothing huge.
yeah, it's that's how a fever works, for example. And I was defending his point before, and now that you say it, and I thought about it, yeah, no, actually, he doesn't have a point on that one. And not only
Oh,
that, yeah, like I gave him a point, and now I'm taking it out. Sorry, Moller. Uh,
there's
but
actually there's the
something
big
I do want
thing with that
to
scene.
say,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, go on. You go.
Okay, so what I wanted to say is that one thing that did worry me is that I understand that, for example, in your room that you described, like your personal experience, when you open the door, the temperature doesn't change that much. But the thing is, we don't know how that works in space. Because it should be really cold, right? In space, I'm assuming. So I'm pretty sure that
No,
if you don't,
Kyle Hill did a video on this. Um, heat needs to transfer through something. So, like
Mhm.
in our world, and theoretically in my flat, somehow it doesn't. Like the air would be warm, and then if it then connects with another space that has cold air, the hot air would then want to transfer into the cold air. But in
So
space, there is no
Mhm.
medium for the heat to go through because it's space. So,
Okay,
one of
but I
the
mean, in the within this facility, I meant, like probably
within
the
the
facility is
facility,
going to
yeah,
be
it would
very
act.
cold. Yeah,
It should
but
theoretically
you
act the
do
same
need
way.
basically what you're saying is that you need an airflow in the first place for the for the heat to escape. Is that it?
Yeah, you need a medium for the air to go through.
Mm.
So if there's no medium, then the heat won't escape. So unless potentially he's heating up the entire space station, or potentially all the whole corridor all the way around. Actually, do we know if he's only heating up the room or if he's heating up the whole place? We don't know, do we?
I mean, at least it's implied because he's right on the door to that room that he's hitting that sector specifically where the face huggers are. That's what it's again implied. But the problem I have is that okay, I understand that maybe you can say okay, but if we leave the door open, the temperature of the room will stay the same. But like, would you want to take the risk because the first thing I thought when I was watching the movie in the cinema was, why the fuck aren't they closing the door? Because they leave it open.
Oh, yeah, the big ass door. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
exactly. So
Oh, yeah.
that's a really big way for the air to, the hot, for the heat to escape the room. Like, that's a huge door, and they don't close it back. So when I was in the cinema, I was like, what the fuck are they doing? Because I understand that maybe there's not like an airflow necessarily, but even then, if that's like removing a wall from my house. That's how big that door is. So I
yeah.
don't think that, for example, your flat is a good example. I think
No,
again that
my
door
doors
is
aren't that
just too
big.
big. Yeah, exactly. So it is a problem with the movie that they just leave the door
Yeah,
open. All they had to
the
do
only
was
way
close it back.
the only way to get around that is they heated up like the entire corridor, like behind them and in front of them. But it's not made clear whether they did that or not. I'm like
Yeah,
you said, it's implied that it's the room beyond the door they heated up. But yeah,
I'm actually playing the scene
I'm
right
trying to
now.
think.
I'm actually trying to
Right?
play this. I'm actually playing the scene right now just to see if there's like even a sound of the door closing. So let me.
now I remember that part because on my second rewatch, that was one of the main complaints I have. So I really remember that I was looking for that specific part where they leave the door open, and yeah, it's open behind them in the distance, even as they're walking. But just in case I'm
Ah,
wrong, look for it anyway, and you can confirm it here on the stream. I think that's the first thing we can do. Like, just saying.
yeah, I'm kind of going through it right now. So far, I'm not. Yeah, they haven't closed the door, and they're yeah. By this point, we're seeing the body. They're not closing. Yeah, like if they were to close the door, they would have done it like as soon as they started entering in. So
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah. That's a problem. Yeah.
Yeah,
They should
and
have done that.
also, yeah, I know that Muller is
Guys,
going to say
guys,
it.
sorry for being a little quiet. What did I miss?
It's fine, don't worry. We were talking
That's
about
okay.
thermodynamics. Anyway,
Sorry,
and
I
the thing
was
is,
talking drawing.
this scene, like as I said before, it introduces the way in which the facehugger works in a way that's not really important because it doesn't really change anything. Now you understand it, but it's still the same creature acting the same way. And they had the chance of saying that it was only temperature, for example. If they had said that it was only temperature, okay, that's fine. But they said that it was sound. And then this guy like takes his fucking walkie-talkie, makes an entire Uber order, like he's like, yeah, pepperoni, blah, 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 and the fucking facehuggers are like, you know that SpongeBob meme with the caveman, and he's like, he's like confused, looking around. That's all of the facehuggers in this scene. They all are like, oh, there's something wrong, but I don't know what it is, and it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. So yeah,
It was like, yo, what's that?
intruder,
This
identify yourself.
this is like you can potentially like go, well, maybe they heated up like the whole corridor, maybe their corridor as well, so leaving the
Maybe.
door open isn't that much of a problem. Maybe there isn't a hole in the roof or wherever the hell Mauler said there was, so the heat doesn't get out. And I think on their stream they say, oh, when she knocks into the body, there's loads of noise, and that the face huggers don't react to that. And oh, it should be like loads of noise should be affecting them. Then you can come up with arguments against that, and then you can say, well, it's mostly a musical score that plays.
Yeah.
Any arguments you can come up with for this scene to support it are completely nullified by the fuckwit having a conversation in the middle of the corridor and stopping. He
Yeah.
stops to have this
Why would he
conversation.
stop?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and just to clarify to you, yeah, it is mainly a musical soundtrack that is like the loud bit when Rain sees the body, because like for the most part,
But
it's just the electric. It's just like sparks and all that, which
but
the
but
police officers
hey,
are not going to register that. Really.
imagine this though. Imagine she stumbles because like like I'm going to do that. Okay, like I'm going to crash my hand against my chest. Do you
Yeah.
hear that? Okay,
What?
now imagine she stumbles onto the guy. And like in a Michael Bay movie, the guy explodes. That would be so funny. or she stumbles on him, and you hear glass breaking. Like, I mean, by the way that they react to it, oh, there's so much noise. You would expect something like that, but it's like clearly it's just a scare shot scream.
There was this something I was thinking about, because obviously she bumps into him, and then while she's standing there and they're recovering from seeing the scary thing, there's sparks going off and there's other noises going off, and I was thinking, why aren't the face huggers just jumping at absolutely every noise if they're attracted to sound? And then it clicked. The sound would attract them, but then they would look for a heat signature, but there isn't one because the room's hot and they're hot. But one of the things Andy says to him is like, be careful of like sweat and goosebumps and other things that will try and cool your body down. So, and whilst he's standing there on the phone having a chat, ordering pizza, you see him like sweating, and it's like, oh, so his body's temperature has changed, and now the alien is like, oh, look, there's something.
Yeah, and he gets goosebumps when he hears when he gets goosebumps when he thinks that Kay may be dead, pretty much.
Yeah, it's basically like he's not only fact, he's fact, right? Because now he's like having the Uber Eats call. Then he gets 120% fact because now he's sweating. Then he gets 200% fact because now he has goosebumps, and he should honestly be 300% fact because the moron stood still and nothing happens.
That's just why did he stop?
I know, right?
Dude,
why did he stop?
Yeah, Naruto doesn't have this amount of plot armor.
Yeah, I mean, like an easy fix to this would have been like he would be on the radio, and he gets the goosebumps and the sweat while still moving. Like you'd still get the chase sequence where they narrowly escape the face huggers. If you like, even with this little tweak, you'd still get it.
Yeah.
Maybe you'd see like the face huggers moving in the background, like to get a better view of him, but they're not doing anything because he's still hot along with the rest of the room. It's only when he starts sweating and that then Andy goes, "Oh shit, run for it!"
But the biggest issue is that they have a facehugger right next to the fucking guy. At one point, I remember seeing it. Like it's like maybe 1 or 2 meters away, and it's like a ghost. Well, I feel something on the force, like there's a disturbance, and it's like, dude, he's right next to you. It's like the reverse of a scary movie, where you're like, the killer is right there. Imagine the guy from Scream, Ghostface, being right next to someone, and that person maybe is like covered in a blanket, and Ghostface doesn't fucking see them. That's how frustrating it is to see the face huggers be so stupid here in this movie.
Yeah.
This is one of the worst scenes in the entire franchise, possibly. Like,
damn,
so bad. Yeah, because there's so many logical flaws.
This is the scene that makes this film bad. It's like even over analyzing it and giving it as much good faith as possible. It just even then it's still just too bad. And that's really this is really the scene that it's literally at the halfway point. So it's like all the other stuff is like, okay, there's some bad things, but it could be yeah, that's kind of that one thing there's kind of, and then you get to this, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what Mueller says about it. Let's see if he actually gives the amount of depth that we gave to every single thing, or if he just skips through it in 5 seconds. Let's see what he does. I want to know.
Spoilers, we're at the 20-minute mark. He finishes his critique of the film in about 7 minutes.
Okay.
Fuck, where has this movie been all my life? I wish it was still there. So this plan somehow works, or it would have if Team Brain Trust member number 2 hadn't accepted a fucking phone call from the retard who couldn't pick up her keys from the floor. Ugh, man, I skipped over the British brain stump who decided to bathe himself in acid blood because he wanted out of this story more than I did. He keeps getting hit with droplets of acid and he just stays where he is. Darwin Awards, I suppose. Anyway, Andy has...
Yeah, the fact that
Right,
he
is,
gets that close and tries to observe, like, hey, what's that thing over there, and lets it stab him and kill him, like, yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah, no, yeah, completely. And then there's like a tiny explosion in his chest, and it's like, you're that's it, dude. Again, fucking Requiem did a better job. They have the asshole of that movie has his face melted while he screams in agony. Okay, and this guy who's a piece of shit, which honestly I think he's way more unlikable because we do like Andy and like the MC from Requiem. He just gets basically a peaceful death. It doesn't even look painful.
Yeah, he doesn't even he doesn't really scream all that much, even when his fingers are reduced to the bone, and when acid like going into his chest, like he should be like going like,
Yeah,
instead he's like,
exactly.
It's like, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
And like, there are times where people say like, oh, why did Saruman not scream all the way down? Because when you stab someone, they gasp for air, and that's it. Like that was really smart. But this movie, it just gave us one of the dumbest scenes in the entire franchise with the facehugers. Like, you can allow yourself to make this bitch scream because I fucking hate him. Like that's one of the things the movie actually nailed, is making me hate him. So I don't even get the satisfaction from this piece of trash to see a character I hate because they made me hate him suffer. Bullshit. I call bullshit on all of this. Fede Alvarez, you piece of shit. Okay, you ruined my day.
Hey, he just wanted to make a fun little alien movie. I don't know. Like, I mean, I think maybe it's just poor direction, really, for that bit where it's like he's like, dude, you should be like blood curdling in your screaming. Like, you should be like like it means so much agony you can't stand it. But yeah,
Again, that it's totally bad direction. It's the same thing I said before. Just make them act like their back hurts. Is that so fucking hard? Just don't suck aliens' cock every 2 seconds. Is that so fucking hard? Have some fucking integrity. Is that so fucking hard? Be a professional. Is that so fucking hard? But for Fede Alvarez, it's impossible. It's like making good criticism for Mueller. He just can't fucking do it. And okay, sorry, I'm okay now. I'm okay. I'm
it's
fine.
okay.
It's fine.
And breathe.
managed to be upgraded now. We finally have a worthwhile character in the story who can make decisions that are interesting and thought out. He refuses to open the door to Shouting Lady because the alien is with her and it would kill them all if he let it.
Oh wow, he's skipped over. He skipped over that whole. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, he skipped over when they're running from the
face
facehugger. Yeah, sorry.
I wish it was still there. So this plan somehow works, or it would have if Team Brain Trust member number 2 hadn't accepted a fucking phone call from the retard who couldn't pick up her keys from the floor. Ugh, man, I skipped over the British brain stump who decided to bathe himself in acid blood because he wanted out of this story more than I did. He keeps getting hit with droplets of acid and he just stays where he is. Darwin Awards, I suppose. Anyway, Andy has managed to be upgraded now. We finally have a worthwhile character in the story who can make...
fuck you, Mueller.
Yeah,
fuck
he's
you
just
so
gone
much.
straight past it.
So the 250% fact, ignored. 300% fact, ignored. Plot armor, ignored. Yeah, Mueller, fuck you.
What the hell?
You know, he's probably using a gas mask. Probably Muller's gas mask is so his fucking poisonous stupidity doesn't contaminate the rest of the world. It's not him trying to not breathe something in. He doesn't want to breathe it out.
I can't believe that. It's like this is one.
Mueller,
This is
why?
a point that is quite hard to defend. I I thought of defenses for like the mountain scene, for like, oh, he got knocked over, or maybe he was looking. Oh, this. He's not even covered it that hard. It's just like, oh, he's droplets of acid are dropping on him and he's dying. It's like you've got no context, no setup, nothing. He just says that and then moves on. You're like, Jesus Christ, what was that?
Yeah,
The bit with the key.
I mean,
The bit with the key, even that is like that scene is a bit problematic, but it can be explained by people being people, and people are kind of shit.
yeah, Kay's
But
like
he
hard,
says-
terrified out of her wits. Like she's like trying to where she can't even concentrate and finding the key. Like she's that terrified.
Yeah, but he
actually,
described
super
it as
believable.
she can't find her key, but it's not her key. It was a
And
key that was dropped
also,
earlier by the other guy.
also, like, if he's so smart, how did he not notice the editing issue in that scene? I don't know if you've noticed it because it's very like subtle, but when the alien is chasing her and then it leaves for a little bit, it carries two corpses. Do you know who those two corpses are? I don't.
Yeah, let me.
Two
Yeah, let me.
corpses.
I've been wondering what
They're
that
the two
is.
people
So I
from
want
inside the ship, aren't they?
No, the thing is, it's not explained. You just see the alien taking two corpses, and you're like, "What the fuck is that?" So that could either be someone cut a scene out, or I don't know, they just forgot to take that part out after they cut the other scene out. Like, either way, it's an editing error, and he's not even mentioning it. So he
Yeah,
fails to mention technical problems. He fails to mention acting. He fails to mention bad directing. He fails to mention Mueller.
Yeah,
Keep the mask on.
look at that. It can't. Yeah, it's not. It can't be Navarro or Bjorn because both of their chest cavities are exposed. Because Navarro was already impregnated, and Bjorn, like his chest exploded. It wouldn't even be viable, anyways. Plus, he's dead. Well, actually,
And
no,
they're
that
not
wouldn't
in
even
that
matter.
room. And
Yeah,
they
and
are
it's
not
like,
in that
so-
room either.
I think we just have to assume that these are just two random corpses in the hangar that almost that those bodies, even though those bodies almost would have got sucked out of the airlock when the ship crashed. Oh my god!
And not only
I
that,
think those are.
they're not
I
established.
think those are supposed
They're
to be
also
Bjorn
not
and
established.
I'm pretty
What?
sure those are supposed to be Bjorn and I can't remember her name now.
Then it's an even bigger issue because they should not be in that room where she's hiding. They should be back.
Well, this is
So
this was a criticism I was going to have of the scene. Is that the
Mhm.
alien, like the whole thing with her trying to get out the door, is that the alien is hatching right there. You can see the arms coming
Yeah.
out, the fingers, and oh, there's the
Yep.
face. And oh my god, she's looking
Yeah.
for the key, and finally she gets the door open, then falls out and knocks herself out. Well, she actually breaks her back, but we're going to ignore that one for a minute. And she's knocked out, and then stuff happens. She wakes up, and the alien is nowhere to be seen. You're like, so the alien didn't come out, follow the person who just fell out the door, didn't follow her, grab her, and take her away somewhere. It just let her, didn't do anything. It stayed inside the ship.
Yeah, good question. Why didn't he do that?
So- yeah, and not only that. Again, if you think that it's Navarro and Bjorn, it's completely stupid because that means that the alien, instead of chasing the girl, he went back, brought the bodies to this like room where she's in. For no reason, he brought them. He went back. He took Navarro's body. He grabbed Bjorn's body back on the way. He brought them to this room, put them down, looked for the girl, didn't see the girl, grabbed the bodies once more, and then took them back to where he got them from. So what is the alien? Does the alien have fucking ADHD now?
I mean, to be fair, he did
Just-
get like
yeah.
a cattle prod in his head, so maybe he's not thinking too right.
I'm smart.
I think it's meant to be the same. Oh my god! I think that's meant to be the same alien that attacks them in the lift. You know the one
Yeah,
that
yeah,
it is.
rain.
Yeah, that's scorched.
And he
And
has
they have the-
electricity running through his head for no reason.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, "What is that? Is he a robot alien? What is that meant to be?" And now it's just clicked. He's meant to be the one who got electrocuted in the face. But
Yeah.
how does that work?
Well,
He's
I mean, the cattle
Franken
prod.
alien.
Well, Bjorn stuck the cattle prod into the cocoon, and I guess like it kind of damaged his face a bit significantly, which would explain that
What, and
the acid blood.
enchanted him with lightning.
Yeah, he's
No, it's
Franken's
supposed to.
alien.
No. It was supposed to like. No, he was supposed to like. He was trying to electrocute him to death, and there's like part. And but it didn't. Obviously, it didn't work because the alien's still alive. But the alien still has a scorch mark on his face because of the attempt to kill
No,
him.
but it's sparkling.
Oh
though.
my god, Sea Monster, so you don't know what we're talking about. You don't know that this alien has electricity inside his dome, right? You didn't notice that?
Wait, no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh my god, he
If
doesn't
you've got
know
the
it.
scene, if you've
He
got
doesn't know.
the film up, go to the scene where she gets grabbed in the elevator on the way down, and he's like, she gets grabbed, she looks up, and then
Surely that would
I'm
have to be
gonna
some kind of flash or something of light or something
No,
like that.
no, it's
No, it's in
inside
his
his
head.
dome. Inside, it's coming from within. Because, as you know, because we are cultured people who watch King Kong versus Godzilla. When you get hit by lightning once, you get lightning powers. So apparently, this alien has more in common with fucking King Kong than with
Hold
a
on.
Seymour.
All right, all
So-
right. Let me see what it is. Just yeah. Let's kind of get through the video though. While I
So the
can,
thing about that lightning power, so did the alien get like a power up or something?
I mean, it's not a power up, but he literally has like electricity running from within his dome for no reason, and it's still running literally hours after he got electrocuted, and it's
well,
so
it wouldn't be
powerful
hours.
that you can see the sparks.
It wouldn't be hours because the station was about to crash into the ring. Like after the insanity that happened there with the ship, like the station was about to crash in like 40 minutes or something. So it wouldn't even be an hour.
Okay, let's say maybe 30 minutes. But yeah, imagine that you get electrocuted by lightning. Just fuck it. You get electrocuted by lightning, and 30 minutes later, you have like a thunder or electricity that's so powerful that you can literally see it coursing through your hand, for example. That's what this movie is implying. For no reason, because the alien doesn't have electrical powers.
it's like
Ugh.
it's like a joke, a comedy show where the guy's just been like electrocuted, and as he's walking away, there's sparks like jumping between his hands and his fingers and all that sort of it. It's like that. It's a comedy moment.
Yeah.
So
All right, I
remember
have the
this guy,
scene.
guys.
All right, I'm having the scene play for a bit.
I'm so
And she
happy
gets
that he
grabbed,
found out
she looks up,
right
and it just
here.
focuses on its face.
Okay. All right. Oh my
Guys,
god!
guys, I cannot see what you're doing. I'm sorry.
It's a
Now, sea
close up
monsters
on the
watching it.
alien's face. It's a close up on the alien's face. You know, after Rain sees what caught her. There's like little sparks of electricity. I'm a little scar there. I didn't even. Oh my god! I mean, here's the thing. I think I've noticed it, but it never registered with me. You know, for some reason, I don't. For no reason.
Hello, alien, my old friend. You're drunk on
I
berry
don't
juice
know why they
again.
did that.
I'll come to talk to you again.
Yeah. It's so stupid. Fede Alvarez doing stuff for no reason, introducing interesting themes that he forgets about it halfway through, and then Mueller failing to notice it all.
I mean, it's.
Speaking
I mean,
of which, we should go back to watch what he's saying.
yeah. Let's get right on to it. Let's see what other point he has to make here.
Yeah, now he skipped like a major bit. Let's get to. I think he's saying that Andy's had an upgrade.
decisions that are interesting and thought out. He refuses to open the door to Shouting Lady because the alien is with her and it would kill them all if he let it through. So she gets impaled, dragged off, perhaps to return in a shittier scene. As a result, Rain is mad at Andy for being right. It seems Rain wants to convert him back so that his primary directive is protecting her instead of doing whatever is best for the company. Only she doesn't seem to realize that wouldn't have changed anything about his decision. Protecting her, or doing what is best for her, means not opening that fucking door. And these stupid fucks are hyperventilating about it as though it's some horrifying thing Andy did as opposed to simply correct. Had this decision been made with the first impregnated TARD explorer, none of them would have been in this situation. But no, the scene has to break its fucking back to have the...
He's actually 100% right. The fact that Rain realized that there was something wrong with Andy at that point is completely unjustified. He's right. And there's no but, he's just straight up right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he says in the scene, he's like, they said he could have opened the door, and then he says we would have all been dead. It's like,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and the
I
movie
mean-
treats it as this big reveal, and it's not, because it's badly written. So yeah, Mueller, first time in 30 minutes that Mueller has been right. Amazing.
Yeah, what I could say is I think it's less to do. I would say it's less to do with the fact that he just didn't open the door for them. It's kind of like it would probably have more. They're upset with him because of like how coldly he was doing it. Like the fact that he just because the real Andy, as they would know him, would pretty much be would definitely be a lot more hesitant, but he would definitely be a lot more like just kind of like. You could tell that he would not he would be a lot more it would be a little more obvious, from expression wise that this would hurt him to do that. Like if he were to commit to just letting Kay potentially die in there, whereas like Andy just kind of sits there like a robot, kind of. It's just like no, we can't.
The thing is, also, I would say that, but also since we never saw him taking a hard decision, I'm not really sure. Like even when they tell him, "Yeah, no, we're basically going to treat you like trash, and as soon as we get there, you're out," he still doesn't really react in any way. I get it, but I still think that the movie wants you to believe that this is a big reveal, and that there is a reason. Okay, this is where she realizes that he's not the same, and it's like she doesn't have a reason for that. So I think
Andy,
that's what Muller's trying to say.
Well, here's the thing. The whole thing with Andy being told that he's about to be tossed in the trash and all that, or be left behind, and he's so like whatever's best for Rain. You can tell there's like still like he feels pretty bad, pretty much. There's like a beat there before he says, "All right, whatever's best for Rain." Whereas like the new chip that they added in, that they got from Rook that makes Andy seem much more robotic, to where he's able to get even more access to like the science parts of the science officer only sections of the ship. Like it kind of like strips away like the whatever you could constitute as like Andy's humanity, essentially. Like it's kind of compromising that. So I think it's just kind of has more to do with like Andy wouldn't really be this callous about leaving Kay to potentially die in there if it wasn't for that chip. Because like Rain would kind of like I would say like it would make some real sense that Rain and Tyler would think that the real Andy wouldn't be this callous about letting someone die in there. Like he would just kind of like, even if he knew it was like whatever's best for Rain, to protect her, it's still just kind of, as opposed to just following protocol. I don't know. You get what I mean? I sound like I'm rambling here, but it's like hopefully you guys got what I'm saying.
I understand what you're going for. Yeah, it's like this one is just like the alien is behind her. If we open the door, it will come in here and kill us all. It's like, no, open the door. We got to let her in. No, it will kill us all. And then when it jumps away and they're like, you should have opened the door. And he's like, no, then we would have all been dead. If it had been old Andy, he probably went, "Alien, it's gonna hurt you, Rain." And she's like, "Open the door." It's like, "But it's gonna hurt you. I can't." And then it'll be less of
You're
a,
right.
"Oh my god, you
Yes.
asshole." It'll be more of a, "Oh my god,
Yes.
you idiot." More likely,
Yeah.
but
Actually,
it would
now
the
that I
same
think
result,
about it,
different.
exactly. That no, you two guys are right. Honestly, now that I think about it, yeah. No, 100%. Andy will have been more communicative throughout that interaction. The thing, though, that I do think that this is the writers trying to force the narrative is the fact that her question immediately is, "What's your directive?" Like
Yeah, that doesn't
I
make any
think that
sense.
her exactly, yeah, that's the problem with this scene. Um, so I think that Mueller is halfway right, at least on this one. But yeah, no, like it's very artificial that she immediately goes to the conclusion of, "Oh, your directive changed." Like it could have been his attitude, and that's it, because now he's more efficient. But yeah, she immediately knows that there was a change, and that's when it's revealed because the writer wanted to do it. So still, like it's still a big problem.
I think the question was like a scene, like maybe a couple minutes too early, because right after this, he says we need to go down and get the goo, which is not part of their plan. They're just trying to get the head out of there. So for him to say, "Oh,
Yeah,
we're going to need
like
to go over here," that's when she should have asked.
exactly. It's badly thought out. Like this movie is just a mess. Yeah.
Let's continue. Let's get through this.
Characters ignore the imminent death Andy just saved them from to instead have a second to ponder the ethics of cold computer calculus run in favor of an evil corporation, which perhaps reveals something of an alternative commentary on the film's part, whether accidental or not, that corporations are responsible for suffering in significant societal, systemic, and personal ways, but that humanity is feckless and dim-witted enough to shoot themselves in the head and blame corporations for the blood seeping out of the fucking void between their ears. God, I miss Aliens. The influence and the impact and the interest from the corporation in those scenes, in that operation, was so much more considered. The film had so much more to say, and of course the same goes for Alien. Now we get the wonky photocopy, bereft of style and insight, instead flavored with clown spice, crumpled up, thrown in the garbage, only to be recollected, repurposed, and slapped onto the screen. The demented and lobotomized walrus that constructed this scene makes onions cry. Their birth certificate is an apology letter from the condom factory, and it's regrettable that someone must have left their cage open. Anyway, moving on. Rook wants the team to get the black.
This one will be like a really fast one. He's right on that, because it's like this movie had its opportunity to do something new. As I mentioned, take inspiration from real life, like companies like Amazon, stuff like that, and use it on this one. Instead, he just does the cliche. But also, he's wrong on saying that on Aliens, the company is evil because it's one individual from the company. The company doesn't actually know that there's aliens, because in Alien, Nostromo, that was like a thing that they did in secret, just like this thing. Most people in Wayland Yutani, I don't think actually know about the aliens. It's like a very small part, and all of that is something you can just as understand by the context of the movies. But anyway, yeah, that's just something I wanted to add. Like, yeah, the movie had its opportunity to make its own staple on this anti-company or monopoly thing, and it didn't do it.
Oh, yeah, it could have been original. Instead, it's like it's done a bunch of things that have already been done and stapled them together badly.
Yeah, and it's not even taking inspiration from different sources. It's recycling it from Alien, specifically Alien. Nothing new, nothing at all.
Yeah, kind of staple them on in a way that's like, I mean, I would argue certainly not great, but I would say probably better than the sequel trilogy at least, or among other examples.
Oh yeah.
Factory, and it's regrettable that someone must have left their cage open. Anyway, moving on. Rook wants the team to get the black goo to the ship and get out of there before the station hits the ring. On their way, they discover Screaming Lady. Andy concludes she isn't impregnated because there's no dead facehugger on the floor. That's a fascinating bit of thinking, isn't it? It's almost as though he shouldn't know to conclude anything from that. Andy was explicit in that his knowledge hasn't changed, just his credentials, AI, and motor functions. Not only has he not been told what happens to a facehugger when it successfully impregnates someone, we now know the one he actually saw successfully impregnate someone ran the fuck off. There are several people in these.
So, this was a problem that I didn't realize was a problem with his script until I watched the film again. Andy stops to have a chat with Rook, and when he comes back, he says, "I've just been chatting to Rook. Here's a load of information about the facehuggers. Like they sense like movement and heat and all this sort of thing." So could Mauler have not concluded that when Andy says, "Oh, there's no dead facehugger around here, therefore she's probably not been facehugged," it's because Rook told him how they work, and he's just applying that knowledge?
To be fair, because no, please go first.
Yeah, the thing is, like, here, all right, I'm going through the scene where they're walking through the hive area where they're going to see, like, all the other people with chests open and whatnot. I think we even see, like, facehugger carcasses, near the corpses anyways. So, yeah, right there. Yeah, there's one right here. Yeah, there's, like, a facehugger carcass near one of the corpses, near, like, a corpse. So if Andy would have seen that, he could deduce that K is A-okay.
Weirdly,
Exactly.
I think Mauler's literally about to mention that in the video. Hang on.
Ran the fuck off. There are several people in these very walls who have been chest bursted, and only half of them have a facehugger corpse near them. Sounds like a lot of conflicting data. So what the fuck?
Yeah, but he's a machine and he's taking the data he has and taking the assumption based on that. He's not like, even when he said the thing about the temperature and the sound, he says, "I'm assuming this is it because the creatures have no eyes." So as a machine, he's taking the best odds. Like, it's not that complicated. Muller, fuck you, dude. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, and even then, this is like only what we see of the facehugger corpses in the bodies, pretty much, because it's not like we're shown every single person with chest exposed, with open chests and facehugger corpses. Like, there's pretty much like others like lying around somewhere. We just don't see it. Like the ones that we do see, we could just infer like, okay, there's others because they want to move it along a bit. It's like. I thought, here's the thing. Oh, Baller, you want this to be like Zack Snyder's Justice League, where I'm sure you loved it when you saw the guy walking up every single step, to get into like that main room for 2 minutes. I'm sure you loved that. Would you like to see something like that in Alien Romulus? I'm sure you do. From what you're saying, okay.
Let's get on with this video. We're already at 5 hours.
Together, sounds
We
like
can
a
do
lot of
7.
conflicting data. So what the
And I've
fuck
been
is he
quiet
talking
for
about?
almost
They
the
had him
entirety of this
believe and
movie.
announce this against all reason in order to protect Screaming Lady from being impregnated. For now, at least, before a different retarded payoff can take place. The idea is that a facehugger wouldn't latch on to her because she's too close to bleeding out, when we all know a fucking facehugger wouldn't give a shit. Whatever. Next up, the guy dies. James. No, Tim? Tyler. Tanner. Tom. No. It was Tyler. Yeah, Tyler. Tyler's dead now.
Oh no. Anyway.
Rain ends up trapped with Andy while Screamy gets to the ship and injects some black goo to prevent bleeding out. Yes.
Wow, he just jumped over that whole scene. You know what's really funny about when he does this? When they've watched other people talking about films, especially like Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins, when other people jump over sections of films they will go, wow, they just completely missed out this whole thing. They've got nothing to say about this. Wow, that's terrible. He's doing it here, and apparently it's fine. Like there's a whole thing they just went through there. Like the fact that Andy offered the girl who wasn't face hugged, the pregnant girl, he offered her the
Yeah.
black goo. Okay. He offered Kay the black goo, and then Rain says, no, I don't trust that. And then when Rain says, oh, I'm going to go down and get Andy. Oh my God, he doesn't even mention the fact that Andy got knocked over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Oh my God, he skips so much.
Yeah.
He thinks that the fact that she injected herself is so dumb that he assumes that the audience watching his fucking video doesn't deserve the context. Because of course
yeah.
he's
Let's
correct.
get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. Hold on. We'll
Wait.
get there.
Did he miss the
Okay.
rat?
Yeah.
He missed the
Oh
rat!
my God. And he didn't talk about
Those
the
are rats
fucking
important.
gun thing being ripped off from aliens, which I
Those are
understand you
rats
too.
important.
We'll tell you
Well,
later.
the rat. Yeah, we'll tell you later.
I think we
Assuming
should
Waller
u-
doesn't somehow loop back round to it after having jumped over it. I don't. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
It's all very stupid. I don't even want to get into it. Rain then switches off the gravity and shoots just
Oh my
about.
God! No,
yeah, that's what I was
we're
about to say.
rewinding that shit.
Yeah, rewind
hang
it.
on.
Rewind it.
Rain ends up trapped with Andy while Screamy gets to the ship and injects some black goo to prevent bleeding out. Yes, it's all very stupid. I don't even want to get into it. Rain then switches off the gravity and shoots just about 20 to 30 aliens all in a barrel.
It just. This is a critique video. We're supposed to go over things and critique them. What do you mean you're not going to talk about it?
So
Okay,
was
but
that scene
actually, let
for
him finish.
abroad
Let
or
him
something?
finish, just in case. Let him finish.
So
Maybe
was-
he's going to talk
Splashing
about
their
it.
blood in every direction you can imagine. Like, that's the whole reason she turned gravity off, to prevent the blood from splashing down and through the hull into space. Even though they clearly show it's heading in all directions, hitting all walls with the blood of as many as 30 fucking aliens, they treat the blood as though it's a fucking DVD screensaver, bouncing away from the walls until the gravity comes back on. Like it won't forcibly start splashing into the surroundings the second these fuckers are being blown away by even a pulse rifle wannabe. Anyway, a kind and considerate
Okay.
alien then...
Okay, now we can pause it. Okay, so who wants to go first?
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll let you go.
Well, I was going to ask, was the main character shooting the alien? Because if that's the case, I'm pretty sure that alien is kind of a fraud.
Don't worry. Actually, we're going to explain everything to you, and I promise you that I will answer your question about how strong are the aliens. That's coming right now. So actually, we're going to answer all of your questions. But first, where do we start? Even that's the thing.
Yeah,
Holy shit!
I mean,
so much.
okay, one thing I will say, yeah, it's pretty lucky and even weird that all that acid blood doesn't go on any of the walls, pretty much, despite it being more freely floating around, as you know. So I'll give him that. But skipping over, he's like, I'm not gonna explain to you how stupid it is that she injects her the stuff. It's like you're the log man. You're a fucking log man. Your thing is supposed to be making things long. What is?
I'm the opposite.
So
I'm
he
the short
skipped
man.
through the lab thing. He
I'm
skipped
the
through.
opposite.
Okay.
I'm the short man.
Okay,
ahead, Lau.
so let's go from the. Do we try to go from the beginning? Because there's like a huge problem I have with the movie. I think I will explain at the end before we get to the elevator thing. So he skipped through the part where they go and they get the exposition. You know, the thing that connects this movie not only to Alien, but also to Prometheus and Covenant, potentially. Like, I don't know. So they go in the lab, and you also asked us what's the rat, right? So in this lab where Rook was working, researching the black goo, they made some tests on rats that's taken straight from a book, actually. Straight from, I think it's Alien into Charybdis. No, it was Alien Cold Forge, which is one of the best books ever made, but for Alien, anyway. They go through the entire, like, uh, exposition, and they were told that, okay, this was from Prometheus and the Prometheus fire, this black goo content, we made it like this with the facehugers, and then they have like a session where they rip off aliens, and they are like, okay, so I'm going to stand right here, and we're going to put the camera in the same angle, and we're going to teach you how the weapon works, just like in Aliens with Ripley and Hicks. And then they leave. When they leave, you realize there's a huge fucking black thing that they completely ignored. By the way, in a completely
That's another way to
white
talk about
room.
Andy.
Yeah, and also, like, the thing is, the room is white, so this black shit, it should be the first thing you look at. And not only you have these people watching a video of the rat before, so they should have noticed immediately, okay, this is the same rat, this is clearly a bad thing. That only makes it worse. So they should have known that the black goo is not good for you. They should have known all of this. And they watched the video of the rat, and instead of looking around to see, oh, where is the rat now, they don't.
Yeah, they're only shown the black goo Prometheus fire being injected into the rat, as an experiment, and the rat is healed up, all nice and dandy. But they don't see the part of the video that plays later where the rat starts mutating, nor do they see the results of the rat having just been mutated into this horrid abomination thing, lying dead in the lab. Like they never even see it. Like Andy and no, not Andy, Rain, or Tyler. I think Andy may have seen it or something like that. I'm not even sure. I don't even think he saw it. But nobody in the room, at least the ones who would care enough about this stuff, would even see this thing. So that's and so if they did see it, then it would have given Rain and Tyler all the reason in the world to not let Kay inject herself with that stuff, because something similar could happen to her, or worse, her unborn child.
Mm-hmm.
The only possible defense you could have for that is there's already a big thing. It's just a pile of limbs. I think it's like meant to be like a bunch of face huggers that have just been squashed together.
Yeah.
That's already in the room. So then another thing that isn't really recognizable as anything being in the room might then just be like, okay, that's another thing. But the problem is the fact that it's right next to, not only is it in a glass container thing, very similar to what the rat was in, but it's right next to the screen that is showing the rat. So the connection is like, it's kind of hard to ignore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little.
And
not entirely
also,
sure why they did that.
One more thing I wanted to add, because they don't have enough plot armor in this movie. It's never enough. They're fucking greed bitches when it comes to plot armor. They just want more and more and more. Now the pulse rifle has an automatic aim, the way that the like super big gun had one, and we never saw that in Aliens. By the way, apparently years later, like 50 years later, this thing with auto aim doesn't exist anymore. For some reason, they don't have it in the colony. They don't have it in Hadley's Hope. They don't have it anywhere. So another fucking loophole that they used to make their characters immortal. And yeah, that's one more thing that I think is fucking stupid about this movie.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they should have just made it like a normal pulse rifle without the auto assist thing,
And well, then they went on the corridor. They found they find her. Um, an alien attacks Andy. Okay. And as Cianimus has said, Andy tells her that based on the chances that he's like analyzing the chances, and he says, "Well, if it worked with the rat, if you're about to die, use this one, use
Oh
this
well,
thing." And
yeah.
he gives her the black goo, and Rain says she doesn't trust it. But the thing is, if she hadn't stopped her, we see that Kay will have done it immediately because she's in shock, she's scared, and like I don't even blame her. Like I think it's one of the it's understandable. So it's not that dumb that when she's alone, she decides to not take the risk of dying. She didn't know any of this. Um, but
Yeah,
yeah,
that's the other
because
thing. So
Andy.
again, it's like what was it earlier? The woman with the scanner. It's like, oh, why didn't they use the scanner? It's like because they didn't know, because she knew and she put it away, but no one else did. When Kay is about to be injected with the black goo, she has no context for anything that they're saying. She doesn't know what the hell they're talking about with the rat. They don't know what they're talking about when Rain says, "No, I don't trust it." Her boyfriend, brother, whatever the hell he is, the guy who gets killed, he goes to inject her with it. So it's like she's getting all this conflicting information going on. She's got no context for it. So then when she's alone, and she's then like, well, apparently this stuff will heal me. Kay doesn't seem to trust it, but honestly, I think I'm about to die, so I think I'll take
And
it.
also, Ash is manipulating her, or Rook is calling her, and he's literally like manipulating her, telling her to do it basically.
No. Actually, she did. She injected herself before Rook started calling her. He was
Oh,
calling her
really?
to put the ship in remote so that he can control it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I
And even then,
misremembered
like
that.
she waited. And even then, she waited until Rain and Andy showed got on, which was granted like seconds before the ship started crashing into the. But even then, like before the hangar starts getting destroyed by the ship, by the station crashing into the ring. So
Mhm. Okay. So there's even more stuff that we need to talk about because this moron skipped through so much. So
Please,
at this
yes,
point,
the video, please.
we'll get to
eh?
it.
No,
I think
you
we need
actually
to
do not
explain all this
understand
because he's
because
skipped
he
so
skipped
much.
through. How much did he skip? Like 15 minutes, basically. How fast? I think it's like
He
15
jumps
minutes of the
over a lot.
movie. Yeah. So when they were escaping, Andy gets hurt, and Rain gets the pregnant girl to safety to the ship. And instead of staying with her, she decides to go back and get Andy because she cannot really separate. Like she's emotionally attached, and she goes back. There's no more aliens anymore. Lucky her, more plot armor because it wasn't enough. And she tells him, "Okay, either I take this chip out of you, or you're going to die here." So he lets her do it. She does it, and then the aliens come back. Am I misremembering anything? By the way, guys, am I missing any details or plot points? Anything?
No, not really.
Okay, and so now, because there were aliens before, but then when she came back, there's none, and now the aliens decide to come back, and they slowly, safely, slowly, incredibly slowly, uh, come back to get her, and she goes back to the end of the hallway, and she just starts asking for Andy to tell her jokes and all of that. And then because he tells her one specific joke, she gets the idea to turn off the gravity. Uh, I don't think that's badly written necessarily. It's convenient, yeah. Added to all of the other conveniences, yeah. I fucking hate it, but I'm not going. Again, I'm trying to be objective,
Yeah.
and so
And
you, yeah.
No, you go see Monster.
yeah. Oh yeah. Right before that, you pretty much need to mention how Rook says "Hey, I'm not gonna let you guys escape through that other way because But thanks for your contributions to the company. I can't
Yeah.
lie to you guys about your chances, but you have my sympathy.
Oh
So
shit. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And
That's
this
one of
guy
the
didn't
that's
even
one of them
mention this.
lines where I'm like, why did you quote? Why'd you have to take it straight from that movie? Why?
Yeah, exactly. See, Animus, what did you want to say?
Yeah, I was just going to mention like the fact that they introduced the fact that he could help them, but then just doesn't because asshole.
He's evil.
Then they throw that line in, and you're like, Jesus Christ! She shoots the screen. That is something that I thought was really odd. The sound of the pulse rifle is kind of iconic for especially the Aliens film. Just the sound of it sound is really like
Mhm.
it's that gun. So when they use it for the first time in this film, you would think it would have been a really like cool, awesome action scene type thing, like when she starts shooting the aliens. The first time you hear it is when she shoots at the monitor screen and fails to destroy it.
Yeah,
Yeah, why
that's
would
a
you
little.
do that?
Yeah. And the thing is,
Because
that line.
nostalgia. Because
So when, as I said before, like I don't know if C Animus was here when I said it, but when the guy says, "I prefer the term artificial person myself," that's 100% something that you're programmed to say in certain situations. Ash said, "I have sympathies and all of that," because Ash was basically a malfunctioning robot, and he didn't have the inhibitors. So the thing is, that's something that Ash, as an individual robot, said in that moment. That's not something you program. You don't program a robot to be cocky. Like you don't do that. So like it's completely stupid that he says the same line. So yeah, and then you had asked me how powerful are the aliens. The aliens in this movie are the most harmless pieces of shit in the entire franchise. The aliens from Resurrection are more dangerous than these ones. Uh, fucking
question,
Covenant,
question.
yeah,
So is the xenomorph queen from the aliens like the strongest xenomorph?
yeah, probably, or the alien. I don't know, like one of those two. So these aliens, they you have like six aliens, and they didn't manage to kill Rain where she was going back and forth. They didn't even rip apart the android. And two people here, one of them dies because of the facehugger, which doesn't really count as an alien killing someone, as an adult alien. And one of the other retards bathes in acid on purpose. So I don't give that kill to the alien too. The aliens in this movie literally killed one guy. Okay, as an adult alien, they kill one guy, and it's the nice guy whose name I don't even fucking care about. They kill
Yeah.
one fucking person in the entire movie. These aliens are fucking useless. Useless. And when the girl is like having her like existential fucking breakdown with the robot before he tells her the joke that gives her the idea to turn off the gravity, these little bitches, because it's what these aliens are, little fucking bitches, just walk up to her as slow as possible because they're apparently afraid that she's going to shoot them or something. Like the movie implies that's it. So I'm going to pretend that the movie's dumb because the movie's trying to convince me that it's because of the gun. um, and yeah, instead of killing her right away, they just wait until she gets the idea to turn off the gravity. Lot Armor doesn't begin to describe this piece of shit movie. This whole sequence is so fucking retarded. And actually, what he mentions with the acid, you see that she's floating through the acid. Actually, what was your name? Was it Antonio?
Yeah, his name's Antonio.
Okay,
Yes.
Antonio, I want you to answer me one thing. Do you think that a person that flies through acid, like a whole full of acid basically, will get scratched, right? Or do you think that they're high? Do you think they have high chances of getting burned at one
Um,
point?
I mean, if a person is jumping straight to the acid, I think there is not a single chance they'll survive. They'll probably get easily burned alive, because of
Yeah,
the acid.
Okay, well, this girl flew through an entire hallway of acid, and she doesn't have a single fucking scratch in her whole body, not in her feet, which she's not really looking at all the time or anything. She's looking ahead, so acid could have gone through her legs or anything.
But
Nothing.
my question is, can Yautja survive the xenomorph passage?
I don't know. I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know. No,
No,
probably not.
no. The Yautja wouldn't survive the xenomorph acid. It's just that if we're talking about like this whole, like if we're gonna like entertain like the whole fight scenario of like the Yautja versus the xenomorphs and Romulus, I think it's safe to say, just like so we can kind of try to move things along here a bit. What Lau's like trying to suggest that like the xenomorphs and Romulus are probably arguably like the way they're presented in this film, considering that they approach rain really slowly. They like what Lau's trying to get at is that since these xenomorphs seem to be much dumber than your average xenomorph, the Yautja are going to do just fine against them in this case.
Yeah. And also, what I was trying to say is that this girl doesn't have a single scratch by the end of the movie. Not one. Not one scratch. And Ripley, like, maybe didn't get scratched either or damaged, but she was fighting one alien. Okay? One alien that honestly was picking them one by one. She was just lucky. This girl wasn't lucky. She has plot armor. That's unbelievable. I think Marvel superheroes don't have as much plot armor as this bitch. It's
Such
unbelievable.
a name is, unless you're Captain Marvel.
Any.
Yeah, I think we're now caught up.
Yeah.
I think let's see where we are.
Fucking DVD screensaver bouncing away from the walls until the gravity comes back on. Like it won't forcibly start splashing into the surroundings the second these fuckers are being blown away by even a pulse rifle wannabe. Anyway, a kind and considerate alien then rescues Rain from a fall in order for them to steal yet another better fucking scene than anything this slimy, botched clone could ever produce. And yes, Alien 3 is of course the far better movie, it's not even close. Clemens alone clears every character in this fucking dreck. So all the aliens die in a contrived mess of hull breaches being randomly ignored, bullet counts lucking out, plot armor galore, and a truly horrifying delivery of one of the most famously beloved cinematic fucking master lines in history.
Get away from her. You bitch.
Shut! Oh God, there it is.
I didn't even watch the movie and I thought this is cringe.
Here's the thing. Props to the actor. He really tried to sell it, but Jesus Christ, they should never have done that. Had him say it. Like, come on. A variation, maybe. Not exact, please.
Honestly, even a variation would have been offensive because it takes you out of the movie. You will have known what they're trying to do. And the worst thing is that piece of shit Fede Alvarez said he's proud of having it in the fucking movie. Like he's proud of fucking shitting on my ears. That piece of shit. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Is that you, Mahler?
It's it's a bit, even with the context of the whole the guy from earlier calling him a bitch a couple of times. Even with that, this bit is a bit.
Yeah, you didn't need to do that. Come on, don't. Just come up with your own line, badass line for Andy. Just saying, it'll be in spirit of get away from her, you bitch, but it will be your own thing. Don't just poach that line from a better movie. Just don't.
Exactly.
Just don't.
Again, it's not even like we're shitting on him because I mean I am shitting on him because he's a fucking cunt, but he had, again, I don't know how much I can emphasize this piece of shit had the opportunity that so many directors with more talent than him would kill for, and he wasted it because he had to go full fanboy. It's disgusting that this guy is like 30 years old and he cannot put his fucking dick inside his pants. Like the amount of self-control this guy doesn't have is unbelievable.
Yeah. Now, I mean, now you said that you liked Fede Alvarez's Evil Dead film, which has a
Yeah.
lot of like Easter eggs and callbacks to Evil Dead 1 and 2, and I think maybe Army of Darkness, but especially Evil Dead 1 and 2. So like, what would exactly? I mean, we could probably save this discussion for after we're done with this video. What would you say, works? Why? What would you say would be a reason for why Evil Dead 2023, not 2013, why Evil Dead 2013 works as a Fede Alvarez soft reboot, requel, legacy, something like that for the Evil Dead series, but Alien Romulus doesn't for Alien. I mean, we'll save that for later, but just to put a pin on that for now.
Okay, yeah, don't worry, it's fine. I know the answer, so when we get there, I'll tell you.
All right.
Shut up!
Shut
up!
And so they escape, and they refuse to complete Rook's plan of delivering the black goo to Wade.
And that's another thing. That's another thing he just skipped. The space station says impact in 10, 9.
No.
When it says 10, they're at the bottom of the lift shaft. Like he's standing on top of the crashed lift. It then says like 876 1. By the time they get to 1, they're in the ship and getting out of there.
I had to assume that that's just like editing or something, but I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's a little confusing.
Show it like that.
I don't know. I don't know.
And they seem to react to it as well. When the ship says impact in 10, they both look up while standing at the bottom of the lift shaft. And then it cuts to them at the top. And then it cuts to them in the ship. And you're like, I'm sorry?
Because even if it was 10 minutes, like they have to go a long way up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long climb.
Unless, okay, I want to be fair, androids should be stronger, so technically, now I'm not giving excuses for this piece of trash, right? But do we see Rain when they get there on Andy's back? Like, did she climb on him and then he went up the stairs like a fucking spider? Like, do we see her on top of him? Do we?
I don't know.
Hey guys, are we close to the finish line? Guys.
How were we? 26 minutes we're at. I think we're literally about to finish his criticism.
Yeah. Yeah, we're about to finish the main body of like the criticism stuff, approaching the conclusion segment.
Mm-hmm. Well, my point only is that there are ways in universe in which they could go up really fast, and I don't think that they even care. Like, they just show them going up the stairs individually. If you want to justify them getting there in time, make Rain get on top of his back and he goes up like a spider because he's an android. He can go really fast. I don't think they even bother implying that.
No, it's the fact that they go 10 seconds and they're both at the bottom of the lift shaft and look up like they're reacting to the announcement, and then it just cuts to them at the top of the lift shaft whilst the literal 10-second countdown is happening, and by the end of the countdown they are in the ship and flying out of the hangar. It's like, why? Why would you do that? For the rest of the film, like at the halfway point, the countdown starts at like 40 minutes or whatever. And if you follow it, it's actually pretty like on time. Like as you're watching the film and events are rolling out, with the announcements, it's pretty spot on. It's like a minute or so waver here or there, but otherwise it's pretty spot on. To then have this, it's like, wow, it's just like so jarring. I don't know why they
Yeah.
did it.
Yeah, at best it's jarring editing. At worst, it's kind of jarring. It's jarring sort of timing, in-universe timing that doesn't really quite match with like what we're supposed to expect them to be able to get through. Not as bad as GXK, but oof.
Oh no, nowhere
The
near
truth
as bad
is
as
that it's
GXK.
bad writing, editing, directing, and like just Fede Alvarez is fucking brain dead when he's making this movie. Like, because like, so here's the thing. In case you don't know, when you're doing editing, you can correct certain mistakes. If all they had to do was say 5 minutes, like they just have to say minutes instead of seconds or something. It was super easy because all you need to do is add audio. You have the reaction to the announcement. You don't need to. You don't have like a number showing anywhere. They had all the chances to fix it and they didn't. Like that. What a fucking piece.
Or just take away the announcement altogether.
Yeah. Also, that could be it.
Yeah, I mean that could help.
Right, come on, we're nearly there.
Yeah.
Yutani, making him cope and seethe and piss and shit and deliver an embarrassing villain speech where he says, "Now you listen here, you two, you are insignificant in the great scheme." Ah, man. Anyway, the team live happily ever after, only the...
Because the way he says it here, it's like it's a complete sentence. It's not. He's saying something along the lines of, "You are both insignificant in the grand scheme of things," and potentially would have said more, but then he cuts himself off as the station begins to crash.
Yeah, as he dies.
The way
pretty
Mauler
much.
just said it here, it's as if it's like that is his whole speech, and that's how it's supposed to sound, which makes it sound kind of stupid. I'm sure Mauler wouldn't have like deliberately made something sound worse than it actually is.
Yeah.
Live happily ever after. Only the creators then decide to steal the fucking newborn scene from Alien Resurrection. Slender Man pops in for a visit. Grown from a little engineer goober baby to full size in a matter of seconds, causing myself and many others to double over in laughter at the titanic clownery this fourth act is willing to splatter on screen. Though perhaps there's still some horror to be found for this pale stick in that its development has punted the very laws of thermodynamics so far out of the stratosphere it makes the film's disdain for cause and effect look cute. And then Rain steals another line. And so the lanky cunt falls into space, only for Rain to drift into the future, like a bird freed from a cage, to be cast in several Alien Romulus sequels, much to my chagrin. But hey, at least we got the credits. This whole story is an excessive look into angry...
Wow.
And that's it.
So,
So
there's the
he
conclusion.
completely
There's the conclude. Well, here's the conclusion section. Maybe there'll be some points that we bring up. But yeah, he just breezed right through the whole thing with the offspring section, which
he didn't even mention the part where the offspring killed or tried to kill Andy immediately in a way that would have killed a human. And when he had Rain, it literally just smiled like a fucking retard.
yeah, he didn't mention how lucky it was. Even though her helmet was cracked because the thing attacked it twice and was about to break it, the pressure didn't just break, completely destroy the helmet and kill her. He didn't mention how he didn't mention what else was there.
How lucky she was that when she dropped that egg full of acid, it didn't just went through the whole thing, that it fell perfectly in a position where the acid didn't spill until she needed it later.
Yeah, it landed on coal, dust, gravel, something, and it just stopped burning.
Yeah. He didn't mention how the offspring had the biggest growth spurt ever. It went from baby to 9 foot tall, motherfucker.
He did say it, but you know what? Here's the thing. With these black goo monsters, I'm willing to understand it and accept it because it already happened. Even though I think it's bullshit and that it's like a tool a writing device that they're using because they're too lazy to actually think. But in universe, it's consistent. Everything that comes from the Black Goo grows that fast, except the aliens that were like an exception. But then this
Right.
movie does the same shit with them. So like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
See,
I
even
don't
I'm
know.
trying
Like,
to be fair.
yeah, okay, yeah. I don't know. Like, did anybody? What was anyone's first reaction when they saw during the Offspring sequence? You know, as far as like just seeing the thing as well.
Just the sequence happening at all, like the when the alarm goes off and they have to open up the pod to get her out. I just went,
Yeah.
oh, for God's sakes, that was the end of the film. Why are you still going? And having the whole egg coming out, like the body horror thing of the egg being birthed,
Yeah.
and the really weird bit of the egg hatching, there's like a little baby inside, and it's like that's kind of weird. Again, why didn't the egg just melt all the way through and out into space?
Yeah.
It's the actual weird Slender Man thing itself was adequately creepy. I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
there was enough
I
of it
like.
of like it's not properly formed. It's a bit of a weird sort of combination of like 3 different things going on. It's
Yeah.
suitably weird.
Yeah, I honestly liked the Offspring design. He looks kind of, you know, like he definitely, there's something about it like that's where it's like it's some weird mix of xenomorph and human, and there's like some semblance of engineer DNA as well because it's all pale white and all that with black eyes, like just this really creepy deformed thing,
Question.
essentially, yeah.
Do you guys think that design from the Offspring is better than the Ultimate Predator we got from the Predator 2018?
What they're not comparable. Sorry, like it's
Yeah,
not at all the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
Sorry, my bad.
yeah. No, it's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what up? We're trying to think what else. What else could
I
be?
mean, we can compare it to the newborn if it makes you happy. Which, by the way, I think that the newborn is overhated. To be fair, I think that I would have liked to see some more features closer to the newborn on this thing. But you know, like that's personal preference. I don't think that one is better than the other. I think actually this is one of the things I like the most about the movie. If I skip through the fact that all of this is completely fucking random because the Black Goo does whatever the writer wants them to do, it's still great. Like the body horror, as Animus said, like was awesome. The
Yeah,
thing where this thing is like breastfeeding in its own fucked up way was fucking amazing too. The
yeah, yeah,
execution where you finally see it and then everything goes silent for a little bit. Great. And
yeah,
then the way it moves, like you know, I love it. It's just that I wish the design would have been closer to the newborn from Resurrection because I think that one's better. But
yeah,
for pure
yeah.
horror that's supposed to be more existential, this is perfect still. Like even if I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, the Offspring, as far as like there is even like that little setup, or at least like foreshadowing, somewhat of. It's not like this thing comes completely out of nowhere, because like there is like obviously the whole thing with Kay injecting herself, the fact that she's pregnant, which is established before they even enter the, like early in the film. And we see like a mural, involving like Romulus and Remus, but also like this mural of like creepy stuff of like involving like a baby like breastfeeding off of what looks to be like his dead mother, essentially, to kind of like sort of foreshadow like the creepy imagery of the really fucked up imagery of the Offspring, suckling on Kay pretty much after she's dead. Yeah, I mean, I found it to be honestly like the whole thing with the one line callback lines to older films too many left a sour taste in my mouth during the xenomorph shootout sequence stuff and the elevator shaft thing. It definitely kind of left a sour taste in my mouth to where I was kind of glad that we get grateful for the Offspring scene to be like, Okay, maybe. All right. At least you ended on a better note, relatively speaking.
Yeah, and it just shows that, like, again, this is just ripped off from Resurrection, but it's not actually, no, you know what, it's not ripped off, it's inspired, I will say, by Resurrection, because again, I'm trying to be fair and objective. uh, Everything else is a fucking rip-off, recycling, self-cannibalizing from the franchise, but this one is different, and honestly, it shows that when this moron does something that comes from his own imagination, it's not even that bad. It's actually something good. So
Yeah.
if Fede Alvarez had actually given a shit about his own ideas instead of sucking everyone else's cock, he could have made an awesome movie. And this is one of the things that kind of, I mean, he tried. I'm sure he tried to ruin it, but he couldn't quite do it, and it's still in the movie. And again, I don't really like it personally, but I cannot say that it's bad. I think that it's great. Yeah. Until the motherfucker like grabs Rain, and instead of killing her, it smiles like a moron. Then everything goes back to status quo for this piece of trash movie. Anyway, yeah, that's it.
Anyways, now let's hear the conclusion segment, which I'm pretty sure it will just be like a slight reiteration of what we heard before, or at least generalized. Should be pretty easy to get through. Anyways.
Oh, sorry about that. Right, I'm back. Here we go.
Yep.
Retards creating problems for themselves until assorted alien member berries can kill them. The point the film wants to make is an exploration of familial connections and the responsibility one has to their siblings, whether blood or bound by circumstance. Something it fails miserably at achieving, in that most people have no idea what everyone's connections even are in it.
I would say that it's not even trying to do that. I would say that Muller is wrong. But
Yeah.
that's not even Muller's fault. It's just that this film is so fucking devoid of meaning that, yeah, it makes sense that maybe he was trying to find what the intention was and he failed, but that's not Muller's fault.
Yeah, the most they tried to do in terms of like exploring that theme is like, you know, the relationship between Rain and Andy, you know, like the surrogate sibling thing. You know, whereas like, I mean, with the whole thing with Tyler and Kay, you know, their brother and sister, I mean, it's barely even a factor really all that much. I mean, like, there's more of a connection between Rain and Kay in terms of that sort of thematic because of, you know, the fact that we'd be like sister-in-laws, I guess you could say, you know, kind of. Because Tyler was Rain's ex-boyfriend. And as for Bjorn and Navarro, it's like, I don't know.
You know, I wanted to ask you: did you guys actually think that Bjorn was the dad? Because like that, those were the vibes I got the first time, and also the second time I watched it, to the point where I forgot that they were cousins. Like, was I the only one that felt that way, or?
Bjorn and Tyler?
No, Bjorn being the father of the baby.
I never caught that. I've never even. I don't think I've ever made that
when
connection.
I watched it, I thought the guy who I can't remember his name. The guy who ends up getting killed by the alien, like the only guy who gets killed by the alien directly.
Well, that's Kay's brother.
Well, that's the thing. When I was watching that, I was like, oh, he seems very like fatherly, like husbandly, like with her. But he's like, oh, but he's actually the brother. I suppose it's brotherly more than fatherly. But he's the only one. But then I think she does actually say that she doesn't know who the father is. So some guy. The father isn't in the film at all.
She says actually a very important keyword, which is just some asshole, and that's why. Besides, you know, some of the time where she's like escaping from the accident with Bjorn, I felt like he was that asshole.
I
had forgotten that they were cousins. Like, again, I didn't know that they were cousins. Like, they explained it, but I forgot about it.
Tyler and Bjorn, since they kind of have like the same had like similar accents going on. From the sounds of it, they were cousins. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing of like some asshole. We're not supposed to know exactly who Kay was referring to. It was just some guy that she met off screen, and knocked her up. That's really it.
I do find it weird that the sister has an American accent, but the brother has a British accent.
That is interesting. Yeah.
That's why I thought he was like the husband for ages, because he's like, well, he's clearly like he's English, that he's got an English accent, so clearly he's like a different family. But then rewatching it, it's like, oh, she says brother. It's like, oh, okay, so they're brother and sister, despite it. Maybe they're half brothers. I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think the reason Mauler might have come up to this conclusion of like familial responsibilities, potentially because of like Kay getting grabbed, and then they're trying to save her, and then Andy doesn't save her, and there's some sort of something to do with responsibilities there, or annoying Git, whose name I can never remember, him protecting his girl. He's pregnant. Is no, she's not pregnant. Technically, she does for like 10 minutes, but anyway, he's protecting her, but then that's a bad thing. So I don't know why that would be part of the thing. And then
He's saying it because of Andy and Rain, probably.
Yeah.
Andy and Rain, yeah, definitely, especially when she goes back to get him. I was just like, oh, why would you do that? But yeah, I think that's probably the where he's getting this theme from. It's just purely because of that.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I've seen some people saying completely different things that I hadn't thought of, but I don't necessarily think that they're wrong. Which is that you're not supposed to think that Rain is. You're not supposed to think that Rain is doing the right thing. Rain, to some people, looks like a girl that can't let go of a toy that means a lot to her. I've heard that said in some reviews, and I don't think that they're necessarily wrong, because what defines if that's wrong or not, it's whether you think that the androids have a soul or that they are their own people and not just a machine in which you reflect a personality because you want to. So that's also an interesting thing, but yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things of you could get something out of that, and honestly, they might have wanted to put an intentional thematic in here, but honestly, considering the making of some other aspects of the film, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't actually have one, and people have been trying to make one.
Yeah.
The only thing I will compliment though is that the actor, again, I've mentioned this before. I've been around people with various disabilities, so seeing them portrayed in film or TV is always interesting to me. I thought he did quite well at portraying. He's meant to be a robot that's been broken and has got a lot of problems, and he portrays it as basically someone with disabilities, both mental and physical. And it's like, yeah, he did a pretty good job of that.
Yeah. David Johnson is awesome in this film.
Which again is really annoying when you're watching EFAP and they're going, "Oh, these bunch of retards! And look, he's like the king of the retards." It's like, fuck off.
And again, they probably didn't even understand basic stuff from the movie, so it's very ironic that they think that they can say that about anyone else.
The thing that really got me is that they went on about the fact that they CGI'd. I can't remember the actor's name now.
Ian Holm.
Bilbo's face, Ian Holm. They CGI'd Ian Holm's face onto Rook, and they went, "Oh my god, that looks terrible! Oh my god, it looks awful!" And I think it was the Nerdrotic guy showed a picture of the cinema screen with Rook on. They went, "Oh, everybody in the cinema was laughing at this," and I don't know why, because it doesn't look anywhere near that bad.
I mean, even though, for what I understand, the whole media release for this movie was supposed to have been touched up a bit with the CGI because of how supposedly uncanny valley Rook pretty much appeared in this film. Watching the Blu-ray version, in a way, I can. There is like that sort of uncanny valleyness going on here. It's, I guess it's just kind of it's just that I don't know. It just seems like like when he first appears, it looks pretty awkward. It looks really awkward. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, but I mean, I guess it's like it. I guess the only reason why you could give it a pass and somewhat of an uncanny valley thing is that since he's a synthetic, he's an android. There is like, and he's like a malfunctioning android. Like there's some weirdness to it, I guess, because like the facade of him appearing human is kind of broken, as a result of all the damage he sustained.
That would be my take to it. Is like any issues with the CGI not quite fitting right or animating right. Like when they did Luke Skywalker in the Mandalorian show. First time he turned up, he looked like a fucking robot. And there was nothing around that. It's like, this is supposed to be Luke Skywalker, but you've got the weird version. I think EFAP called him the Skinwalker Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
Which is quite accurate. In this one, this is a robot and he's damaged. So if anything, if there's any issues with him not quite looking right and whatnot, you can pass it off as, oh, it's just a damaged robot. That's why it doesn't quite look right. But the weird thing was, in the stream, EFAP went, oh, and people say that, oh, because he's damaged, you can get away with this. Huh. And that's it. That's the, which really pisses me off on a personal level. Because when they did their Fallout stream, because they were talking about the town that got blown up, Shady Sands. And they went, oh, they nuked it with a nuke, like an actual nuclear bomb. It's like, oh, where did they get that from? Oh, how's he got access to that? Blah, blah, blah. In the chat, I said, there's loads of nuclear sources around, like old cars, generators, all sorts of things like that. They could have blown up one of those. To which somebody in the stream saw it and went, no, that wouldn't have worked. And I then replied with, Fallout 4 ends with the Institute getting nuked by their nuclear generator. And no one replied to it, either because they didn't see it or they saw it and realized that was a valid reply and just ignored it. The fact that they just went, nah, that wouldn't have worked. It's completely dismissed out of hand. To then have them do the same thing with this, i.e., the CGI doesn't look quite right, but you can pass it off as the robot being damaged. And they just pass it off as, nah. That's not an argument. That's just you saying no.
Yeah, like you gotta substantiate that argument, Like you got. Yeah.
To be fair, I felt like he looked like Ian Holm from Alien, but at the same time, there were parts where I just thought that he looked like a little child version of Ian Holm. At the same time, it was very uncanny. I don't think that you can say that it's because he's hurt or damaged, because there's no damage. That like maybe if his jaw was turned to the side, maybe that's okay. But like, I don't feel like it's justifying that.
It's one of those things of anyone that has. All criticisms for it are valid in that the CGI doesn't look quite right. He doesn't look exactly the same as Ian Holm from the first Alien film. Anything like that though can then be just passed off as any unintentional weirdness can just be applied to it being damaged. If it doesn't look quite like the original, then you can just say it's a different robot. So therefore it's not going to look exactly the same. You can just keep on doing that backwards and forwards between it until you come to the actual criticism of the whole thing, which is, why would you use Ian Holm?
Yeah, that's kind of ultimately what it boils down to. Like they pretty much easily could have just used like they could have just stuck with whatever actor that they used to do the CG to be the double.
Yeah.
Or CG Home,
they
and just stick with the actor.
A completely different actor. They could have used an actor that was similar. They could have done all sorts of things, but for some reason they went with, let's stick Ian Holm's face in it. And
because it's a reference to, it's a nostalgia thing to original Alien.
whoever referenced it, I can't remember. I do apologize. Said that they went to Ian Holmes' family and asked permission for it, or got their okay with it, which is actually a quite nice thing to find out. The
Yeah.
fact that the guy ends up being the
Hey,
villain in the
guys,
piece, but then
can
he
I
was the
say
villain in the
something?
original film.
Hey,
Yeah.
can I say something? Hey, CNMS, if you want to know why I was so quiet for so long, is because I sent you a couple of fan arts in your notification. You can see it if you want to.
Okay, I'll have a look at those later. Honestly, it's nearly 9 o'clock here. I haven't had dinner yet, so
Same.
I'll probably be
It's
doing
same
that,
for
and
me
then
then.
I'll probably look at that tomorrow rather than today. If I'm
Also,
being
one
totally
more
honest.
thing, CNMS, I know this might be very stupid of me to ask, but I was wondering, would you like if I do a thumbnail for your upcoming GXK video, if you wanted, that is?
You can make one if you want. I'll have a look at it. I'm obviously probably going to make my own one as well. But if your one's good, I might use it. I might I
But
might put it in the video as
but
like
the thing is,
an alternative.
I want you to give me some references to do so
Oh
I
yeah,
can,
absolutely.
yeah,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah. I
that's all
guess
I
the
can
whole
say.
thing. Yeah, it's like cool.
Yeah,
Um.
I'm saying this because I'm going to leave soon enough, so it was nice
Okay.
Fair
knowing
enough.
you guys.
All right. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I
So
guess.
yeah, like yeah, keep
See you
going.
guys. See you
Uh,
guys.
Yeah, see you.
see ya. See ya.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Okay. So yeah, I guess the thing about Ian Holm, the whole thing about using it is. I mean, I guess the people kind of take issue with it mainly because of the fact that it is a deceased actor who they're using the likeness of, pretty much because Ian Holm died back in 2020. Yeah, I mean, it's nice that they at least they asked permission from his estate to kind of like use his likeness, which pretty cool. I can at least say that much. Which is something that you would at least hope for. You would get like the family's blessing of the deceased actor, kind of like what the filmmakers for Furious 7 pretty much did for Paul Walker, where they literally even had like his brothers like kind of portray him as like CG body doubles, for the film because he died in the car accident like during the film, not on set, but he like died while Furious 7 was still filming. So there is that. So which is nice and all. Um, yeah, I mean, like, unless you have that context, I can definitely understand someone thinking, "Oh, this kind of seems wrong to sort of like use a dead actor's likeness just to kind of like use him because hey, you remember this?" Um, where with
Yeah.
something like Furious 7, it was like, well, he was in like a part, like the actor Paul Walker himself was in a good portion of Furious 7 already. Like they did shoot scenes with him in it, but since he was a key character for the rest of that movie, like when he died, that just kind of like had like a huge setback because like they're not gonna, it would be impossible for them to find they weren't able to figure out how to like write him out of the story in a way that would make sense. So they used his brothers to Cody Walker is one of them, to assume his likeness so that they could have his character get a send off properly by the end. Which definitely worked for sure.
Yeah. I never watched those ones, so yeah, I'll just
The
assume that's
thing,
all good.
the thing is, when I criticize this movie, I never ever ever mention the deepfake thing because I've seen a lot of videos that say that that's the only problem with the movie. I feel like a lot of the criticism had the focus on that because people like to virtue signal and they again like to assume that it's always the worst possible thing. In this case, it wasn't even that. But I feel like the problems with I never even mentioned this thing in this whole conversation until like I think he said it. But there's so many bigger problems with the movie that I feel like that's like the least important one of all of them. Like with
Yeah,
the
that's
movie
fair.
itself.
Fair enough. Yeah.
That's my only assumption with. Well, actually, no. Wait a minute, because I'm pretty sure he's going to mention it in a second. Let's keep the video going.
Yeah.
This film, and the few ethical choices that relate to sibling care are laughable. The plot is riddled with holes and stretches, struggling to justify itself with a strong smell of having given up from the get-go under the desperation from getting the movie monster star of the show back as the thrust of the narrative while creating a scenario that breaks at every point of pressure. There wouldn't be a story if the cryostasis had sufficient charge, if the refueling for the cryopods were stored reasonably, if the other 5 fuel rods weren't disabled after the first one is removed, if the team just checked what was in the room, if the room didn't begin to superheat the facehuggers after the fuel rod was removed, if the room didn't lock people in with the rapidly thawing super parasites, if the door didn't break in such a way that an arm-sized crack appeared in the middle, had they woken up and spoken to Rook before they collected the fuel, the whole film would just stop. And that's just a selection from 10 minutes worth of story. As for world building, this whole thing fits into the world of Alien about as well as stuffing Boogie's sweat-drenched flesh prison into an active blender, desperate to be a part of this beloved timeline, situating itself between the 2 greatest entries of the franchise, yet damaging every last piece of connective tissue it hopelessly and selfishly latches onto. A wretched bit of world building acting as a tumor to an already abused and broken world. But what about the characters? Well, you see, Rain is the bird in the cage.
Here we go.
You said it again, guys.
Here we go again.
And she wants to get out there and see the sun, to be free, and to just live her life from the shackles of Weyland-Yutani, like a bird escaping a cage. They achieve this very effectively by telling us she wants to see the sun about 14 times through dreams, dialogue, visions, fun facts about the planet. Even the fucking text on screen can't resist telling you there's no sun here to really drive it home. But if you missed all of that, just make sure to remember they have her spot a canary heading down to a mine. Because she is the bird in the cage. This symbolizes her life and the
Fuck.
Motherfucker. You know what? I just want to say one thing. His first assessment of the intention of the movie of the creators, 100% right. I would have loved to see him explain those problems that he mentioned in like 5 seconds throughout the entire 40-minute video, but he didn't fucking do it because he was too busy talking about the birdcage and not about the actual plot holes. Motherfucker, the audacity of this bitch.
fleeting opportunity to escape it, much like a bird whose cage is ajar, and the opportunity for flight lies within the courage to ask the simple question, am I the bird in the cage? I wonder, had she not seen the canary, would she have made a decision, even though we haven't used canaries for as long as 3 decades in our own world? I suppose you have synthetic people wobbling about in this world, but a carbon monoxide sensor is just out of the fucking cards. Speaking of which, other than the many instances of sheer luck found throughout the film, it is woefully unsatisfying that the only moment in her life that she would accept the insane job her friends have a tiny window to take advantage of would be right now. Other than that, she spends most of the movie letting it happen to her. The one big decision made nearer to the end, the one ripping off aliens entirely, is void of any stakes by having every last alien mysteriously disappear until the plot can once again protect her by
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. They disappeared and then they came back.
Yeah.
He's right, yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing I might say about that is they weren't there originally. Then they turned up when they started fucking around. Like there was that one alien that found them. Then the others turned up. So they weren't in that room originally. They came from somewhere else and then they arrived to get the people. Would it be feasible? Now this is me just Iron Manning, Steel Manning this film. Would it be feasible that when they went up in the lift, the aliens went, oh shit, they're going up. Let's chase them. So they started going up through whatever shafts and other tunnels that they had going on. But then when she came back down, they went, oh shit, she's gone back down again, and then went back down together.
No, because then they would have chased the pregnant girl at least. At least they would have gone for her. And they never did.
Ah.
Hmm.
At
never
least,
mind
at least if I would try to, but I like the idea. Like, it's not that you're thinking something that's illogical or anything. But at least an alien or two should have gone for the pregnant girl. I'm just saying, like, so it doesn't.
I would say that's a possibility, except for the fact that the door on the ship was open, so they could have got in.
Oh yeah. Also, so yeah.
So that kind of
so-
bugged.
Yeah,
So yeah, it's
we
still
are
kind of a
we
problem.
are doing all the heavy lifting for this fucking thing, and the writers that got paid millions couldn't do it. Fuck them.
This is why I'm saying this film feels more like an old style bad film in that a lot of the good stuff is at the start, and then as you get further and further towards the end, there's more and more like they clearly like jumped over this bit, or they clearly just went quick. Let's just get through this as quickly as possible, and then there's writing fuck ups. It just gets worse and worse and worse as the production and the writing and everything else goes on because they're clearly rushing towards the end, as opposed to
Mhm.
GXK, which is just bad all the way through.
Yeah, which is almost non-stop with how many issues you find. Some of which, even after you finish writing the script and while you're recording it, you can't help but think, "Oh, god damn it! There's even more things wrong with it."
Oh, there are so many things. It's awful.
Yeah, I let
Bloody
me just
stepping
say,
hole.
yeah. Let me just say, that kind of happened to me similarly when I did the recording after I completed the script for my GXK video. It's just like, at some point, I'm just like, dude, this is just too much. I mean, and I have to I gotta just cover at least the biggest problems here, and at least like the ones that are like the most notable, and just like make a point of like, it's like I'm pretty sure that there's even more things wrong with this movie that others will point out in the future. It's just that these are just what I've noticed, and they're substantial enough to where it should be safe to say that the overall conclusion I will make on the film will be pretty well founded.
There are 5 portals in the Iwi Sanctum. 5. One of them is on the floor, closer to the barrier, the Mothra barrier, than the pyramids are.
Wow.
The one they fall through to get to Rio is closer to the barrier than the pyramids are, and it's on the ground floor. The Scar King could literally have just tripped over his own feet and fallen into it.
I didn't even see. I
do want to say that for the duration of this specific Alien movie, I do think that it has way too many plot holes. Like, this is way too much for such a short movie.
You say short movie, it's 2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours.
Yeah, but it has issues for a 3-hour movie.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got a few problems that say that.
The thing is, normally when it has
not
a
a good
problem,
film.
normally when it has issues, it has like a third of them at the same time. Like, that's the problem with this one.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree that this movie has issues aplenty, to be pulled from. We've definitely named a good chunk of them for sure, if not all of them. But throughout the stream, but I mean, even I would have to be like, well, hold on, it's not. I don't know if it would be like it's not as bad as what Baller's making it out to be. Let's just say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is the overall...
maybe Muller is actually trying to make it look good, so he's trying to get your expectations down. So when you watch it, you fucking love it. Maybe Muller is actually playing for the ups in this one.
Maybe.
Having the fucking aliens soften her fall and protect her before lining up for the camera. There's not much of any particular scene I remember for her performance, and most of her survival is handed to her. Andy is so much more the standout, but only because he is made intelligent. The movie is allowed to have at least 1 or 2 moments with a character that can actually make meaningful decisions instead of an entire cast doing an extended impression of a headless chicken riddled with AIDS. Speaking of, the rest of the cast is in entirely without a chance to shine, except Isabella Merced. As previously mentioned, she has a memorable scream or two. The biggest compliment comes in for the aesthetic, the props, the sets, the atmosphere, the effort to connect itself to the world of Alien, the well-executed part of that anyway. Though the practical facehuggers were a notable downgrade in the movement department, we did not realize how good we had it. Practical effects are not binary in quality. You can
I don't know. I don't know.
No, like I do think that they look really stiff. Remember the SpongeBob caveman part where they're just like moving a little bit and it's like, and they just kind of barely react.
I mean,
I did see that was an animatronic. Like that really took me out.
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't think they looked that bad. To be honest, I mean, compared to what we got in Aliens, I mean, sure, maybe not quite as good as that, but I don't know. I'm not bothered. I wasn't too bothered by it, really. Or I mean,
yeah,
I don't think it's that bad at all.
Yeah. No, it was like a couple of shots, maybe 2 or 3 at most. Yeah, but still, like Aliens also had some issues, like when it was on the water tank, and it's trying to press itself against the glass. Well, his fingers, the fingers from the facehugger, are just flopping because it's a puppet and it's super obvious. But this guy won't ever say that because he doesn't have the balls to say anything bad against aliens. Shit, I'm really defending this piece of trash movie. Fuck me.
Devil's advocate.
Be practical and you can be shitty. Regardless, the biggest takeaway is the movie wants you to remember the feelings you had when watching incredible films. It wants you to spot and clap at the references to then try and snatch those feelings for itself. For instance, there are tons of Easter eggs in the form of identically composed shots. The landing, the escape sequence, the facehugger jump scares, the impaling, the incoming aliens to follow, Andy crawling like Bishop, the cryofuel scanner matching the motion sensor, being under the grate to escape an alien like Newt, the boop Ripley gives Newt, the aperture vents, the Reeboks. Well, the whole bit there's just entirely ripped off, isn't it? You got the bar sign, the chess pieces being Bishop and Rook, even though I thought the whole idea was Bishop was Wayland's middle name. Whatever. You got the Drinky Bird, Rain being shown the pulse rifle just like Ripley. Rain getting into the spacesuit for the final showdown just like Ripley.
Yeah, that one was a bit on the nose.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, some of these callbacks definitely on the for sure on the nose, and some of these are just like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, some of them are justified, some of them not so much.
Yeah, it again, it's like even though he's like treating it like, oh, it's all bad, it's all terrible. It's like some of them are.
Yeah, like the Bishop one is not that bad. Like depending on your language, it doesn't. You don't even have a reason to know that it's there.
The bloody harpoon sitting in the.
Sorry?
Sorry. I just clarified the one with the chess pieces because in Spanish we don't call anything Bishop. Bishop doesn't exist in Spanish, for example. Yeah, I was just clarifying that.
Didn't know that.
Big chap's corpse and how the film obsessively points it out to you because it's so fucking proud of itself, even though the scientists would obviously remove that shit when experimenting on an alien. The newborn being ripped off with the offspring. I prefer the term artificial birth myself.
I can't lie to you about your chances. You have my sympathies.
Pretty little creatures, huh?
And of course, the one I no longer wish to speak about. And let's not forget the signing off voiceover at the end. Ellen Ripley provided an assessment of the job as rendered and the repercussions, with a focus on the lost life to reflect her professionalism, her humanity, the practicality of being found, and the uncertain future, repurposed here by Rain when she wasn't even a fucking flight officer. She wouldn't even even know how or why she would need to record this. Who the fuck are you recording that for? Ripley did it to ensure a record for the expectation of being picked up by the network, but you repeated this because it's in the original and the sequel. The soundtrack is also a hodgepodge of prior films, and much like this cavalcade of references, it kinda starts to make you realize something. This movie, this story, is barely more than an attempt to finally make a dwindling IP marketable and profitable again, and it's far from the first attempt. It doesn't just bother me that the movie is horrendously written, and believe me, I've only covered a sliver of the writing issues and the rampant fuck.
I just
And
wanted to
there we
say
go.
Prometheus and Covenant were not trying to be profitable. They were totally risks. So at least you can respect that. So I don't think that that comparison is fair. But yeah, that's all I wanted to add.
But yeah, that little bit on the end there, I'll just replay it.
Realize something. This movie, this story, is barely more than an attempt to finally make a dwindling IP marketable and profitable again, and it's far from the first attempt.
1, 2, 3.
It doesn't just bother me that the movie is horrendously written, and believe me, I've only covered a sliver of the writing issues and the rampant fucking disrespect. It also...
He's only covered some of it. Why is he only covered some of it?
Yeah.
And this is something that he himself has complained about so many times on stream. He's watching somebody's video and they will say, "Oh, I would say more about this, but blah." And then he will pause the video and go, "Well, you've got all the time to make the video. Why did you not include all of that? You've had all the time. Well, you've got no time frame on this." And then he's gone and done it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so baffling because like you when you look at something like even something like his Black Widow video, his Doctor Strange 2 video, his Quantumania video, those are like dense in covering like various aspects of all those movies and all the problems with them. You know, especially Multiverse of Madness and Quantumania, where those are like almost each of them are almost 6 hours long, and and it's like these are like pretty much some of the best like critiques or critic videos that I can think of for how awful those films are, and they are awful films. So the fact that he kind of like it really did seem like he just wanted to get this video done and over with because he had like a sudden surge of like adrenaline because of how much he didn't like Romulus, and so and before he even knew what he was doing, he patented this, he packaged it, and slapped it on a plastic lunchbox, and now he's selling it.
Yeah, no, like he it feels like he didn't even watch the movie, to be fair. It feels like he just like had it on TV while he was like cooking or something like that.
Well, he saw it once. He only rewatched some certain clips of it, like the Andy line, just to remind himself, like, oh yeah, this line was in this movie. Yep, that we got to make a point of that. And he's just kind of going off of like memory and off of like what him and his friends could have sort of discussed about on that stream, and just kind of like hashed together like some kind of script for this to be, and just like put it out just in time for October season.
Yeah, a shitty video for a shitty attempt at a movie. I would say it's almost fitting if it wasn't because this guy lets down anyone that wants to actually have a voice. Because, like, to be fair, it was fucking crushing being the only person with eyes when this fucking thing was being praised by everyone. Like, I was crying at the funeral while everyone was like smiling and celebrating for this fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
And it would have been nice having someone to explain the problems in an objective way without bitching and moaning. But no, we didn't get it. Actually, there's a video that's really good that talks about some of the issues with the franchise as a whole from a YouTuber that's not even like a fifth of popular, maybe not a 10th as Moller. And yeah, no, this honestly makes me not want to give Moller any opportunities. Like, I understand that maybe he made some good videos, but nah.
Yeah. Also,
now you know how I felt after watching the Little Platoon's GXK video.
Oh, and so just a quick announcement here before. Sorry, Minecraft.
I'm sorry for being very, 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 and I do mean very late. Did I say very? But yeah. Sorry about that.
That's all right. So just a quick announcement before we progress. I've just realized this is now the longest Sea Monster live episode today.
Oh my god!
We did it! We did it! Woo!
Oh my god!
Longman strike cometh again. Okay.
Thank you or sorry, I guess.
This is the second. This is also the second 6-hour-long stream in a row.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right.
And we're not even done. Like, I'm sorry, Animus, but we're not even done because, like, Sea Monster was also like you asked me to explain some things. So, like, later on by the end, so like we still probably have like 15 minutes that we could honestly do. Like,
yeah, just one little talking point here. But after this video is done, of course. So
yeah, let's get. Yeah. I literally have not had dinner, and it's 9:15.
Do it for the plot.
In a bit of a meta way. It strikes me as something of a great example in how things work. Something crystallized by Nutzer, a friend that said something so casually yet so true in a random conversation. When it comes to most bad sequels, you either get The Force Awakens from JJ or you get The Last Jedi from Ryan. One being the hyperslop generated to please the masses with familiar sights and sounds, avoiding controversial topics with no explicit purpose in themes, story, or fucking meaning for that matter. A happy meal for the franchise that you gobble up and forget in mere moments, and then when you go to the toilet that night you remember and you regret. The other being an experimental and often abstract re-examining that deconstructs with poor precision and fails to pick up the pieces afterward. A sad yet spicy meal for the franchise, taking it apart violently and angrily shitting and pissing all over it to provide a heavy helping of food poisoning, having you shoot fountains from all ends only to gain a niche fan base calling you the next Kubrick when the resemblance is more of a cinematic Jackson Pollock if his brain were replaced with a fine burnt hair
all right, I get it.
Example, Jurassic World, that's a JJ.
Okay,
Jurassic World,
can we put him in
that's
to speed?
Orion. Terminator Dark Fate, that's Orion. Terminator Genesis, more of a JJ. The Predator, that's Orion. Prey, that's a JJ. Ghostbusters Afterlife? Absolutely a JJ. Same with the sequel. Prometheus? and Wolverine? That's a JJ. It's kind of a dichotomy between a member-berry monsoon and a deconstructive disaster, or sometimes a mix of both. The key factor being a lack of substantive storytelling in favor of appealing to very surface-level iconography. We've seen
Jurassic
it to
World
hell
was
and
good.
back
I will
with
defend that
Star
movie till the
Wars,
day I
Star
die.
Trek, Doctor Who, Lord of the Rings, and even things like Alien. There are countless examples of this happening everywhere. So very few legacy sequels even try to respect what came before, support what came before, build on what came before while standing out and giving itself the fucking respect it deserves. And I think we may just be cursed with bobbing between these two alternatives, and the studios will realize that the JJ route will always be, at least initially, more profitable. We are absolutely at the point of comfortably complaining that this mess of a movie is a mangled collection of hollow remixing in a franchise so long in the tooth, the notion of watching the original for several newer moviegoers is akin to a dry history lesson, which is a fucking shame, but there we are. New sensibilities, new interests, and new ways to
saying a lot of
exploit old
words.
artwork. I suppose
he's basically said JJ. Basically, that little description he had at the beginning, and then he's just stretched that out.
Yeah, he loves the sound of his own voice, but when he had to say important stuff about this movie, he didn't. Like, can we put him on like two speed?
Yeah,
so there's no. I can't find
the one
option
jump
for it. So.
It's like, dude, you can't. Dude, stop rambling and talk about the fucking movie. Oh wait, you already did, and you barely touched on it.
This is what I wanted to point out. The opening salvo of that little news report thing was like 4 or 5 minutes. The actual criticism, like breakdown of the film and criticizing all the parts of it, was at the 27-minute mark. So the actual like analyzing the film is about 20 odd minutes long in a 40-minute video.
Now,
And 5 of those minutes are for a bird on a cage that he's obsessed over.
Yeah, and I guess what you may have sort of like brushed past pretty much as far as like other examples he used for clarity. He referred to Indiana Jones' Dial of Destiny as a Ryan Johnson type of thing, which fair enough. And then he mentioned Ghostbusters 2016, and he says like that might be it's like we still don't know what that one is or something like that, which is like Ghostbusters 2016. I mean, yeah, it's a horrible movie, but I don't know if I wouldn't even classify it as a JJ or a Ryan. That's just Ghostbusters 2016. That's a whole nother animal.
He mentioned Afterlife, which, like,
I mean, Afterlife I can understand because it kind of does a lot of things. Like it has like a lot of the callbacks to the original Ghostbusters film.
Yeah, it does. It does. But honestly, I wouldn't say that. Like calling back to a story, you can have a legacy sequel that works, and I would say Afterlife is that.
Yeah,
but
and then he mentions like same goes for the sequel, which is Frozen Empire. That one I will.
I have not watched that one. I have not watched Frozen Empire. I don't care, honestly.
Yeah, it's that one. That one I can definitely guarantee, is a better example of what Mahler tries to go for with.
Yeah, because like Afterlife at least tries to go for something distinct while homaging what the original film was. It's a next generation story that I would say is done well in its own manner. It expands upon the previous cast. It gives a sense of how this world has changed now that the Ghostbusters are essentially gone, for lack of a better term. And there you go.
Yeah.
Same with Jurassic World. I would say Jurassic World is an expansion on what the original film was by Zim, Zeno, and I. We had a discussion about this a while ago. Jurassic World is basically answering the question, okay, but what if the park actually did happen? Then nothing would have gone wrong, right? Wrong. They would have expanded. They would have tried to go down into territory that they couldn't even fathom, and then everything goes to shit because of that.
Yeah,
and not only that, like it's a fun movie. Like like to be fair, that last fight, it's really good. Like it has, I think that probably has more value than anything here in Alien Romulus. Except, well, like for pure horror, like separated from all of the rest of the movie, I think the newborn is the offspring is mostly fine. Like, but no, like the fighting Jurassic World was cool as fuck.
Yeah. I mean, I can agree with Minecraft about Afterlife, and I will also like bring up how like what I would say is to kind of, I guess, to prep you in case you were to decide to watch Frozen Empire at some point. Frozen Empire just kind of seemed like a follow-up to Afterlife that didn't really seem to have a clear idea as to how to follow up on it. It had like the misfortune, like the unfortunate thing about a sequel where it's like we don't know how to continue, where to go from here.
We don't know what to do. Yeah. We just know that busting makes us feel good.
Yeah, so we're just it's like it had like 5 ideas for a story to follow up on Ghostbusters Afterlife, and like one of them involving a coming of age story, one of them's standard Ghostbusters sort of romp thing involving them stopping an evil force that's about to destroy the world, like dealing with family drama about family drama, and trying to incorporate the OG Ghostbusters again, and trying to do introducing a whole nother element entirely that's kind of more like akin to like Avatar: The Last Airbender than anything, and tries to pack it all into one movie without really making it flow all that well.
Because looking from what I was getting with the impression of the trailer, it looks like it felt. From the trailers, it felt a lot like a gimmick season or like a gimmick series, like a new season of a Lego show, where each season takes a different gimmick. It felt like Ghostbusters was going down that path, which I can handle it for something like Ninjago, but for Ghostbusters, that's just weird.
Yeah.
It's just weird. Though oddly in line for that series, considering it was from the 80s and they tried to do a lot of things with their properties back then.
Not so review on Rogue One was bad. I haven't watched that, but I did watch her review on Joker 2. Which
okay.
I mean, she hates Joker 2, which I mean, that's that one would probably be a Ryan. No, that's a Todd Phillips actually. That's Todd. That's just Todd.
No, that's a J. Actually, no. Yeah, that is a Todd Phillips.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even want to. I don't even want to call it Ryan Johnson because I like to be honest, like that. That's just Todd.
Because if it was a JJ, it would probably have been far more nostalgia pandering, more along the lines of Rise of Skywalker than Force Awakens, to be more accurate.
True. Anyway.
Yeah.
We're almost there. My primary gripe here is that I don't see a path for growth in these franchises when products like this are seen as ahead of the curve. It's breathing new life and reaching success in the box office. So why innovate? Why try? Why not devolve, repeat, and franchise your way back into making some money again? Why bother to do anything other than create an alien clip show conducted by the newest generation of actors making a mockery of what was once suffered through by incredible talent trying to simply see the look on the audience faces, to convince them, even for a second, to make them wonder.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it. Because he's then gonna
finally.
Yep. Now.
This is the advert. Right. Yeah.
So
one last thing I wanted to add before I run off, so I can actually get something to eat before I fall asleep. This was, as I pointed out, this was an example where he said, "Oh, well, there's so many more things that I could talk about, but I'm not going to because fuck it." In his other video on Fallout, which I've mentioned a few times, he says in that a couple of times, "I haven't scripted this, I'm just going to say it." Which makes me wonder whether he also did the same thing here. Whether he didn't properly script it and he just started talking, which would explain why he's got obsessive details about things that he's actually just got plain wrong. He's making stuff up in his head that he hasn't researched, well, he hasn't rewatched it and analyzed it properly, which is why he's wrong. And then things that are objectively wrong, he's skipped over because or the stuff that's later in the film because he's not remembered it because it's later in the film, therefore he wouldn't have remembered it properly. It does make me think that he's now becoming the sort of person that he used to complain about a lot, i.e. someone who's not scripting properly, he's not analyzing properly, he's rushing stuff out to get out in time, like whilst the product is still warm to the touch and still gets people's interest. And it makes me think that, his quality is going downhill quite fast.
Yeah.
To take a quote from something that he absolutely despises, he's becoming the very thing that he's sworn to destroy.
Well, he doesn't hate the prequels, really. He just kind of like uses, he doesn't consider it to be them to be good, but he doesn't like them. So, but it's kind of ironic.
Well, either way, that quote still applies.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I guess Lau, I mean, in case before you go, I mean, so there is like one little discussion point of like, so you pretty much could have actually really liked the Evil Dead 2013 version that Fede Alvarez did, way more than Romulus. So if you would care to kind of maybe like do some elaboration on that, because Evil Dead 2013 definitely has things in it that one could say is a bit like a JJ type of movie. But what would you say would make that one an example of one that's actually good, that just happens to be that, as opposed to Romulus?
Oh,
Lau? Hello?
Yeah. Wait. You can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
Oh, okay. So what I was going to say is that the first thing I would say is that the tone was different. You know, like this type of horror that was like extremely gory. And from the first Evil Dead, of course you have it, but let's be honest, horror evolved a lot since the first movie. So this darker, basically, type of horror and gore was something that wasn't really hadn't been done in Evil Dead. I'm not one of the people that goes around saying, okay, the effects are something I cannot take seriously, but you need to understand that old movies have this charm that can maybe mellow some of the things. Like, I don't think you can watch Evil Dead and be scared, like the first one anymore. Back in the day, maybe, yeah, but now you look at it and it looks, a little bit cheesy. It has this, I mean, it's the director's. What was his name? The guy from Spider-Man. What was the director's name? Sam Raimi. He has that style, which all of his horror isn't that. It has like this cheesiness to it that's really nice. It's very unique. But then when you have the remake, it kind of takes all of that away and it makes it just plain serious and dark. Like that's something that hadn't really been done before, and it's incredibly different from Evil Dead 2 and 3. On top of that, and the fact that you have, for example, Ash is not actually Ash, it's Ashley. Like you have these playful things. It's not just ripping everything from the previous movies and just inserting it in the same way. As I said before, it's drop by drop that the water starts overflowing, and I think it's just the amount of things that he did in this in Alien Romulus, plus and the lack of professionalism in how they're implemented. Because again, for example, you have the rook and the bishop on the chess pieces. That's fine. That's actually smart. But when you have like the lines being repeated in moments like this is still in the same timeline, it breaks immersion completely. Evil Dead, besides just being a remake, it was a reboot too, like it's not really connected to the other movies. They had the intention to do it, but they did not do it in the end, which I think it's a nice thing if you are going to have these sentences coming back. So the fact that it's separate and it's paying homage to the old, so you know that like the creator cares, but also you're going to start from scratch. It makes you feel safe to know that someone that cares about the franchise is going to start it, and that's really good because in Evil Dead Rise, like I think Evil Dead Rise was a great movie. I do think that it has some things that are a little bit self-indulgent, like the Victorious music when she gets the chainsaw. It's like it's a horror movie still. Like don't give me like the Victorious superhero movie. That kind of like what they did here when Rain goes down the elevator and then she steps out. Like it's not necessary. So it's the amount, it's the lack of shame when he does it, it's the lack of professionalism, it's the fact that he steals from way more movies than he could have stolen from Evil Dead, which makes it even more noticeable. And where Evil Dead could have felt like a new beginning that was also a love letter to the past, this is something that is, again, it's a parasite inserting itself into an existing timeline, breaking complete immersion by adding lines that shouldn't have been said by other characters in the same situation, and just again, I have really high hopes, and I think we all have because of Evil Dead. So Evil Dead was, maybe you were like wary, and then it turned out great. And with this, I, for example, had really high hopes, and then it disappointed me, which makes it even worse. So those are the reasons why I will say that it's part of an existing timeline, but it's acting as if it was some type of reboot. Also, it ruins the alien, to me personally, the adult aliens in this movie, as I said, and I think that, honestly, I think it's proven by everything we discussed,
are harmless, basically useless. They only kill one guy for real. The other one kills himself, and the other one is a face hugger, which we all know is not an adult alien. So it takes away the threat. It puts plot armor on its characters to the highest degree ever seen in a movie that's trying to take itself seriously within the Alien franchise. And yeah, like there's a lot of things. I just think that the context overall was different, and that's why its flaws. That's why some of these things become flaws instead of being something that's a little bit endearing. I think I don't know if I explained it. Maybe I should put it into different words, but yeah, it's again all of those factors.
Yeah, I would say Evil Dead Rise is probably a better example of how is pretty much better than the 2013 version. Which
yeah,
but 2013 version is still good. Yeah, yeah. I mean that makes sense considering that I guess Alvarez was kind of like he was kind of like more pulled back somewhat. I guess with Evil Dead, pretty much.
You could say that he had something to prove back then.
Yeah,
also,
like maybe he was
like that.
Yeah, maybe Sam Raimi kind of like allowed him like a little more freedom to like try to make this like your own thing as much as possible without leaning too hard into like the fan service, but yeah, while still having some of that fan service sprinkled here and there. Sometimes it gets a bit too much at times.
Sorry to interrupt, but I have to go. I'm really sorry. It's really late. I am starving. I need to get something to eat.
That's okay.
No worries.
That's okay. Yeah, I mean, if you got any plugs or if you just want to go right ahead and bounce, feel free.
I've got a video that might come out this week. I don't know. I'm trying to get one out before Last of Us comes out. And then obviously GXK, which I'm still working on, but should be done sometime this year. Anyway, right. Thanks for having me on. This has been fun. Good God, why do you keep this to me, Sea Monster? We shall chat again soon.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully next video will be better than this.
You lie. But
Hey, I just wanted to ask you, could I make a suggestion for a video? Of course, you don't have to do it, but like, there's something about the Alien franchise. As I said before, there was a YouTuber that gave like really good insight. I'm not telling you to react to it or anything, but do you want me to send it to you? And if you think that there's anything valuable, like you can maybe comment on it or just watch it, like whatever, if you want to.
Yeah, sure. Just send it to me to the Discord.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I also think that evil. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. You go right ahead, and I'll go next.
No. Please, continue. Don't worry. It's fine.
Yeah. No, it's okay. So yeah, I guess the overall conclusion on this Mueller Alien Romulus video. I'm guessing we could say. I mean, I know Minecraft World. You came in really late, pretty much at the tail end. I guess.
Yeah. Generally speaking, though, I was watching for the entire stream. It turns out the plane that I was on had Wi-Fi, so yay! I could watch.
That's nice.
So I know. So I know the context. I know what I missed, and I was in the chat. So yeah.
So I mean, what I could say. Yeah. So what I could say about this is that it is like this is. I would say Mueller's take on Romulus was better founded than his take on Cottam, but man, was there like quite a lot, like a shocking amount that he was kind of dropping the ball on in terms of critiquing Romulus, and it's like, it's like, it's not like there isn't even a lack of like that much of a lack of good points that he makes against the film, but there's other points that are just pretty poor. like the fact that
I would honestly say that he did not have that many good points. Actually, I would say that it was just a couple, because even when he had good points, he poisoned his own points by misinforming people. So not even like more than maybe 4 or 5 good points in the entire video, and that's reaching.
Yeah, it's a shame. Yeah, it's really a shame too, because he has made good content in the past, and it's kind of a shame that he really did just kind of fart this one out the way he did. I mean, less than 2 months from when the movie was released. That's crazy.
That's fast.
That's fast, and it kind of shows just by watching this video. It kind of showed.
I mean, granted, I'm not fully surprised considering his cohort released the GXK video, I think a month after the movie's release. Let me double check on that really.
Oh yeah. I mean that one might be even worse. Maybe. I guess we will see when the day comes.
Yeah, I'm checking right now because I'm genuinely curious. Because I think it was back in April, I want to say.
Yeah, I think somewhere
Also,
around
it's
there.
been over a year since GXK released.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, April 14th.
Jeez, not even a month.
Yeah, wow. That was
good Lord. Oh.
Can I add one thing that I just wanted to say about why Evil Dead worked and this one didn't? I think it's important, but I just couldn't think of it at the time.
All right.
Sure.
Okay, so basically, one more thing that makes this so frustrating compared to Evil Dead is that Evil Dead was, again, a remake doing the same thing with its own style. But this is more comparable to imagine you're promised that you will have the characters from Evil Dead Rise with the setting of the building, and then halfway through the movie you are taken back to a cabin. This movie completely abandoned its own potential to chase the previous movies and copy them. So that's also one more thing. It starts in a way that it promises you that it's going to do something new with worker exploitation and all of this, and then it completely drops it. So that's something else. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the last 20 minutes, you go back to where Evil Dead Rise is set, where you're facing the Marauder, pretty much.
Yeah.
So Romulus commits the same crime that Jurassic World Dominion did, where it promised something interesting and then took the story in a very different direction that honestly just slaps the audience in the face and laughs at them.
But basically, yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is, the locusts in Dominion. That's kind of that was the weird. Dominion kind of does something more akin to what Rise of Skywalker. I'm not even sure what you would say.
Yeah, there's a little bit of it. It's like semblances of it, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Romulus, I would say, is definitely strictly much more like Force Awakens, pretty much. Still better than Force Awakens. I will say, I definitely won't say that the world building stuff and implications that Romulus tries to puts forward is as catastrophic, is anyone near as catastrophic as what Baller makes out to be, or as catastrophic as what TFA did to the saga. But there's definitely a good amount of issues within this film itself, in its own bubble, to where it's definitely pretty easy to see why someone like Lau could pretty much consider this to be the worst thing since since the discovery of cancer or something. I don't know.
This is what happens. I'll just say that this movie is what happens when an abortion fails. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah, and then you have Ripley 8, kill me, but no. Fede Alvarez instead said, ha 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 ha, put the camera in front of it and showed it in cinemas.
Yeah, because from what I was gathering, I have not seen Romulus. I know my brother has. He said it was shit. He said it started good, but then quickly turned to shit about halfway through. So there's that. That's his thoughts. And Yeah, I frankly don't have any interest. That said, Lau, from what I'm gathering, this film absolutely tortured you in the same way that Thor: Love and Thunder did for me.
Actually, I think that's the worst type of hurt because it didn't actually do that. It was slow. When I went to watch it, I was excited and then disappointed and excited, and then I was confused. And slowly, I got mad with Love, Thor, and Thunder. It was an explosion of anger.
Yeah, that's what it was for me too. Like it started, I was endeared with Thor: Love and Thunder when it started, and then and then it started shitting the bed with the Guardians sequence. Oh, God!
Yeah,
that movie
actually,
hurts.
like I even remember the first thing I did was go to the bathroom. I went to the toilet. I sat down and I just tried to think about what I had just watched because you know what's the thing that ashamed me the most? That I felt happy. I was feeling happy and I didn't know why, and all I knew is that it was wrong. And that's when I realized that this movie is made to artificially make you smile. You know, like member varies basically. And it's really hard not to have a reaction to it. And that's the thing, like this movie was made to make you feel happy when you came out of the cinema, and that's it. And it's not even something that you should feel with Alien. Alien is not made to, like, this isn't fucking Barney the dinosaur, it's Alien. So why should I feel happy?
Yeah, Alien. I haven't seen Romulus, but I've seen enough of the Alien movies to get a general gist of the franchise. Yeah, Alien is a lot like Jaws, where you should not be cheering by the time it's done. At least not.
Actually,
well, okay, Jaws is not the best comparison, but you get my point.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
So the first thing I wrote was like, I feel like this is a movie for 40-year-old man-childs who collect Funko Pops. That was the way I described this movie as soon as I came out. I think I still have the messages of me like going through the 7 stages of grief. I don't know if it was 7, but you know what I mean. And yeah,
You were so pissed you added 2 more stages.
I needed time, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, that's. I guess I'll just say my final piece about Romulus. Like I still enjoyed it, but I could definitely agree with a good number of the critiques against the plot that we put forward. Pretty much, that's for sure. Yeah, right. Yeah. So, and you, Mahler, you gotta do better, man. Like, my God, this is
Stop dragging these streams on, Jesus. Condom was bad enough. Good God.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I mean, again, not as bad as the condom video, but oof, ooh boy. Yeah, that. Hopefully, next week's stream, the video that we will cover will be better. I'm sure.
Hopefully.
It won't be Mahler. It won't, but
yeah, I'll see if I could be there for that one. I think that's on a Tuesday, right?
No, it's next Saturday. No, you're thinking of Zim, I think.
Oh, yeah, Zim's is next. Zim's is Tuesday.
I have a stream next Saturday. So.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'll probably be there.
It'll be Godzilla again, just so you know, people.
Yeah.
I know that.
I don't know if I will be there because family's going to be coming over, but we'll see.
All right. Well, I guess we'll just finally wind this thing down. It's almost 7 hours long. So, any plugs here, guys, before we close out?
I don't have plugs. I just wanted to recommend some things for people to read after a 7-hour stream. Something light, something short, something nice. So, people, check on Look Back from Tatsuki Fujimoto. It's a really short story. It's gonna make you cry, maybe, possibly, yeah, actually, definitely. or maybe Goodbye Eric. This guy is the guy who made the story about the guy who's perpetually burning and regenerating. Like he's a crazy author, but these stories are really nice. So yeah, that's all I want to recommend.
Yeah. So no
Okay.
plugs aside from that, and ones for the goats, I guess.
Yeah, I think you all know where you guys can find me. And since I'm very late, I don't want to drag this stream on any longer. But for my recommendations, obviously, go watch the original Alien. I've not seen it myself, but I've seen the sequel. Go watch that too. So, but I do plan to get around to it eventually. Also, go watch the original Mothra and read the new comic. I rewatched the original Mothra from 1961 recently, and I was very impressed. So, yeah. And Tiamat deserve better. Bye.
Well, and this has been your host, the Sea Monster, bringing, and this ends Sea Monster Live, episode 35. So, yeah, stay tuned for next week. As far as any other plugs or anything like I got going on, got a GXK video on the way. Pretty much, the editing is.
Yay!
It's gonna take. That one's definitely gonna take some time. Hopefully, it'll be done before
How
the end
have you
of.
beaten Animus twice? How the hell have you beaten him?
I don't know. It just comes naturally, I guess. I don't know.
Skill issue. Moller,
yeah.
take notes.
Yeah, so I got that on the way, among some other projects. I'm actually trying to kind of like organize some. I mean, I'm currently going through the Gamera series, so hopefully, if nothing else, there will be a stream on. I mean, like, I am planning on trying to do the Heisei Gamera trilogy, if nothing else.
Yay!
But that may take a while.
That's fine.
Figuring out some streams for the Jurassic World movies, pretty much one per movie, leading up to Rebirth. And there's like another movie that I know that Antonio wants me to like cover Rampage at some point, but that probably won't be anytime soon. And there's like one other movie that is gonna have a special anniversary this year that I intend to do a stream on eventually, but that won't be for a while.
Nice.
All right, so anywho, that's pretty much it. Find me on Sea Monster Essays YouTube channel and Twitter, Sea Monster KCI for further updates. But yeah, till next time. See y'all later.
Bye.